Rockets and People. Rockets and People. Volume I. Much has been written in the West on the history of the Soviet space program, but few Westerners have read direct first-hand accounts of the men and women who were behind the many Russian accomplishments in exploring space. The memoirs of academician Boris Chertok, translated from the original Russian, fills that gap. Chertok began his career as an electrician in 1930 at an aviation factory near Moscow. 27 years later, he became deputy to the founding figure of the Soviet space program, the mysterious chief designer Sergei Korolev. Chertok's 60-year-long career and the many successes and failures of the Soviet space program constitute the core of his memoirs, Rockets and People. In these writings, spread over 4 volumes, academician Chertok not only describes and remembers, but also elicits and extracts profound insights from an epic story about a society's quest to explore the cosmos. In Volume 1, Chertok describes his early years as an engineer and ends with the mission to Germany after the end of World War II, when the Soviets captured Nazi missile technology and expertise. Volume 2 takes up the story with the development of the world's first intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, and ends with the launch of Sputnik and the early moon probes. In Volume 3, Chertok recollects the great successes of the Soviet space program in the 1960s, including the launch of the world's first space voyager Yuri Gagarin, as well as many events connected with the Cold War. Finally, in Volume 4, Chertok meditates at length on the massive Soviet lunar project designed to beat the Americans to the moon in the 1960s, ending with his remembrances of the Energy Yaburan project. In an extraordinary century, academician Boris Yevzayevich Chertok lived an extraordinary life. He witnessed and participated in many important technological milestones of the 20th century, and in these volumes, he recollects them with clarity, humanity, and humility. Chertok began his career as an electrician in 1930 at an aviation factory near Moscow. 30 years later, he was one of the senior designers in charge of the Soviet Union's crowning achievement as a space power, the launch of Yuri Gagarin, the world's first space voyager. Chertok's 60-year-long career, punctuated by the extraordinary accomplishments of both Sputnik and Gagarin, and continuing to the many successes and failures of the Soviet space program, constitutes the core of his memoirs, Rockets and People. In these 4 volumes, academician Chertok not only describes and remembers, but also elicits and extracts profound insights from an epic story about a society's quest to explore the cosmos. Academician Chertok's memoirs, forged from experience in the Cold War, provide a compelling perspective into a past that is indispensable to understanding the present relationship between the American and Russian space programs. From the end of the World War II to the present day, the missile and space efforts of the United States and the Soviet Union, and now, Russia, have been inextricably linked. As such, although Chertok's work focuses exclusively on Soviet programs to explore space, it also prompts us to reconsider the entire history of spaceflight, both Russian and American. Chertok's narrative underlines how, from the beginning of the Cold War, the rocketry projects of the 2 nations evolved in independent but parallel paths. Chertok's first-hand recollections of the extraordinary Soviet efforts to collect, catalog, and reproduce German rocket technology after World War II provide a parallel view to what historian John Gimbel has called the Western exploitation and plunder of German technology after the war. Chertok describes how the Soviet design team under the famous chief designer Sergei Pavlovich Korolev quickly outgrew German missile technology. By the late 1950s, his team produced the majestic R-7, the world's first intercontinental ballistic missile. Using this rocket, the Soviet Union launched the first Sputnik satellite on October 4, 1957 from a launch site in remote Central Asia. The early Soviet accomplishments in space exploration, particularly the launch of Sputnik in 1957 and the remarkable flight of Yuri Gagarin in 1961, were benchmarks of the Cold War. Spurred by the Soviet successes, the United States formed a governmental agency, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, to conduct civilian space exploration. As a result of Gagarin's triumphant flight, In 1961, the Kennedy administration charged NASA to achieve the goal of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth before the end of the decade. Such an achievement would demonstrate American supremacy in the arena of spaceflight at a time when both American and Soviet politicians believed that victory in space would be tantamount to preeminence on the global stage. The space programs of both countries grew in leaps and bounds in the 1960s, but the Americans crossed the finish line first when Apollo astronauts Neil A. Armstrong and Edwin E. Buzz Aldrin, Jr. disembarked on the moon's surface in July 1969. Shadowing Apollo's success was an absent question: what happened to the Soviets who had succeeded so brilliantly with Sputnik and Gagarin? Unknown to most, the Soviets tried and failed to reach the moon in a secret program that came to naught. As a result of that disastrous failure, the Soviet Union pursued a gradual and consistent space station program in the 1970s and 1980s that eventually led to the Mir space station. The Americans developed a reusable space transportation system known as the Space Shuttle. Despite their seemingly separate paths, the space programs of the two powers remained dependent on each other for rationale and direction. When the Soviet Union disintegrated in 1991, cooperation replaced competition as the two countries embarked on a joint program to establish the first permanent human habitation in space through the International Space Station, ISS. Academician Chertok's reminiscences are particularly important because he played key roles in almost every major milestone of the Soviet missile and space programs, from the beginning of World War II to the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. During the war, he served on the team that developed the Soviet Union's first rocket-powered airplane, the BI. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Chertok, then in his early 30s, played a key role in studying and collecting captured German rocket technology. In the latter days of the Stalinist era, he worked to develop long-range missiles as deputy chief engineer of the main research institute, the NII-88, pronounced NE-88, near Moscow. In 1956, Korolev's famous OKB-1 design bureau spun off from the institute and assumed a leading position in the emerging Soviet space program. As a deputy chief designer at OKB-1, Chertok continued with his contributions to the most important Soviet space projects of the day: Vostok Voskhod, Soyuz, the world's first space station Salyut, the Energy-Ya superbooster, and the Buran space shuttle. Chertok's emergence from the secret world of the Soviet military-industrial complex, into his current status as the most recognized living legacy of the Soviet space program, coincided with the dismantling of the Soviet Union as a political entity. Throughout most of his career, Chertok's name remained a state secret. When he occasionally wrote for the public, he used the pseudonym Boris Yevzayev. Like others writing on the Soviet space program during the Cold War, Chertok was not allowed to reveal any institutional or technical details in his writings. What the state censors permitted for publication said little. One could read a book several hundred pages long comprised of nothing beyond tedious and long personal anecdotes between anonymous participants extolling the virtues of the Communist Party. The formerly immutable limits on free expression in the Soviet Union irrevocably expanded only after Mikhail Gorbachev's rise to power in 1985 and the introduction of glasnost, openness. Chertok's name first appeared in print in the newspaper Izvestiya in an article commemorating the 30th anniversary of the launch of Sputnik in 1987. In a wide-ranging interview on the creation of Sputnik, Chertok spoke with the utmost respect for his former boss, the late Korolev. He also eloquently balanced love for his country with criticisms of the widespread inertia and inefficiency that characterized late-period Soviet society. For his first written works in the Glasnost period, published in early 1988 in the Air Force journal Aviatsiya I Kosmonautika, Aviation and Cosmonautics, underlined Korolev's central role in the foundation and growth of the Soviet space program. By this time, it was as if all the patched-up straps that held together a stagnant empire were falling apart one by one, even as Russia was in the midst of one of its most historic transformations. The floodgates of free expression were transforming the country's own history. People like Chertok were now free to speak about their experiences with candor. Readers could now learn about episodes such as Korolev's brutal incarceration in the late 1930s, the dramatic story behind the fatal space mission of Soyuz 1 in 1967, and details of the failed and abandoned Moon project in the 1960s. 6. Chertok himself shed light on a missing piece of history in a series of 5 articles published in Izvestiya in early 1992 on the German contribution to the foundation of the Soviet missile program after World War II. 7. Using these works as a starting point, academician Chertok began working on his memoirs. Originally, he had only intended to write about his experiences from the post-war years in one volume, maybe two. Readers responded so positively to the first volume, Rakety Ilyuti, Rockets and People, published in 1994, that Chertok continued to write, eventually producing 4 substantial volumes published in 1996, 1997, and 1999, covering the entire history of the Soviet missile and space programs. 8. My initial interest in the memoirs was purely historical. I was fascinated by the wealth of technical arcana in the books, specifically projects and concepts that had remained hidden throughout much of the Cold War. Those interested in dates, statistics, and the nuts and bolts of history will find much that is useful in these pages. As I continued to read, however, I became engrossed by the overall rhythm of academician Chertok's narrative, which gave voice and humanity to a story ostensibly about mathematics and technology. In his writings, I found a richness that had been nearly absent in most of the disembodied, clinical, and often speculative writing by Westerners studying the Soviet space program. Because of Chertok's storytelling skills, his memoir is a much-needed corrective to the outdated Western view of Soviet space achievements as a mishmash of propaganda, self-delusion, and Cold War rhetoric. In Chertok's story, we meet real people with real dreams who achieved extraordinary successes under very difficult conditions. Chertok's reminiscences are remarkably sharp and descriptive. In being self-reflective, Chertok avoids the kind of solipsistic ruminations that often characterize memoirs. He is both proud of his country's accomplishments and willing to admit failings with honesty. For example, Chertok juxtaposes accounts of the famous aviation exploits of Soviet pilots in the 1930s, especially those to the Arctic, with the much darker costs of the Great Terror in the late 1930s when Stalin's vicious purges decimated the Soviet aviation industry. Chertok's descriptive powers are particularly evident in describing the chaotic nature of the Soviet mission to recover and collect rocketry equipment in Germany after World War II. Interspersed with his contemporary diary entries, his language conveys the combination of joy, confusion, and often anticlimax that the end of the war presaged for Soviet representatives in Germany. In one breath, Chertok and his team are looking for hidden caches of German materiel in an underground mine, while in another they are face to face with the deadly consequences of a soldier who had raped a young German woman. Chapter 22. 9. There are many such seemingly incongruous anecdotes during Chertok's time in Germany, from the experience of visiting the Nazi slave labor camp at Dora soon after liberation in 1945, to the deportation of hundreds of German scientists to the USSR in 1946. Chertok's massive work is of great consequence for another reason: he cogently provides context. Since the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991, many participants have openly written about their experiences, but few have successfully placed Soviet space achievements in the broader context of the history of Soviet science, the history of the Soviet military-industrial complex, or indeed Soviet history in general. 10. The volumes of memoirs compiled by the Russian State Archive of Scientific Technical Documentation in the early 1990s under the series, Dorogi v Cosmos, Roads to Space, provided an undeniably rich and in-depth view of the origins of the Soviet space program, but they were, for the most part, personal narratives, i.e., fisheye views of the world around them. 11. Chertok's memoirs are a rare exception in that they strive to locate the Soviet missile and space program in the fabric of broader social, political, industrial, and scientific developments in the former Soviet Union. This combination, Chertok's participation in the most important Soviet space achievements, his capacity to lucidly communicate them to the reader, and His skill in providing a broader social context make this work, in my opinion, one of the most important memoirs written by a veteran of the Soviet space program. The series will also be an important contribution to the history of Soviet science and technology. 12. In reading academician Chertok's recollections, we should not lose sight of the fact that these chapters, although full of history, have their particular perspective. In conveying to us the complex vista of the Soviet space program, he has given us one man's memories of a huge undertaking. Other participants of these very same events will remember things differently. Soviet space history, like any discipline of history, exists as a continuous process of revision and restatement. Few historians in the 21st century would claim to be completely objective. 13 memoirists would make even less of a claim to the truth. In his introduction, Chertok acknowledges this, saying, "I must warn the reader that in no way do I have pretensions to the laurels of a scholarly historian. Correspondingly, my books are not examples of strict historical research. In any memoirs, narrative and thought are inevitably subjective." Chertok ably illustrates, however, that avoiding the pursuit of scholarly history does not necessarily lessen the relevance of his story, especially because it represents the opinion of an influential member of the post-war scientific and technical intelligentsia in the Soviet Union. Some, for example, might not share Chertok's strong belief in the power of scientists and engineers to solve social problems, a view that influenced many who sought to transform the Soviet Union with modern science after the Russian Revolution in 1917. Historians of Soviet science such as Loren Graham have argued that narrowly technocratic views of social development cost the Soviet Union dearly. 14. Technological hubris was, of course, not unique to the Soviet scientific community, but absent democratic processes of accountability, many huge Soviet government projects such as the construction of the Great Dnieper Dam and the Great Siberian Railway in the 1970s and 1980s ended up as costly failures with many adverse social and environmental repercussions. Whether one agrees or disagrees with Chertok's views, they are important to understand because they represent the ideas of a generation who passionately believed in the power of science to eliminate the ills of society. As such, his memoirs add an important dimension to understanding the mentality of the Soviets' drive to become a modern, industrialized state in the 20th century. Chertok's memoirs are part of the second generation of publications on Soviet space history, one that eclipsed the heavily censored first generation published during the communist era. Memoirs constituted a large part of the second generation. In the 1990s, when it was finally possible to write candidly about Soviet space history, a wave of personal recollections flooded the market. Not only Boris Chertok, but also such luminaries as Vasily Mishin, Kirim Kirimuov, Boris Gubanov, Yuri Mozorin, Konstantin Feoktistov, Vyacheslav Filin, and others finally published their reminiscences. 15 official organizational histories and journalistic accounts complemented these memoirs, written by individuals with access to secret archival documents. Yaroslav Golovanov's magisterial Korolev, Fakti Imafai, Korolev, Facts and Myths, as well as key institutional works from the Energy Ya Corporation and the Russian military space forces, added richly to the canon. 16. The diaries of Air Force General Nikolai Kamenin from the 1960s to the early 1970s, published in 4 volumes in the late 1990s, also gave scholars a candid look at the vicissitudes of the Soviet human space flight program. 17. The flood of works in Russian allowed Westerners to publish the first works in English. Memoirs, for example, from Sergei Khrushchev and Roald Sagdiv appeared in their English translations. James Harford published his 1997 biography of Sergei Korolev based upon extensive interviews with veterans of the Soviet space program. 18. My own book, Challenge to Apollo: The Soviet Union and the Space Race, 1945, 1974 was an early attempt to synthesize the wealth of information and narrate a complete history of the early Soviet human spaceflight program. 19. Steven Zaliga provided an indispensable counterpoint to these space histories in the Kremlin's nuclear sword: The Rise and Fall of Russia's Strategic Nuclear Forces, 1945 to 2000, which reconstructed the story of the Soviet efforts to develop strategic weapons. 20. With any new field of history that is bursting with information based primarily on recollection and interviews, there are naturally many contradictions and inconsistencies. For example, even on such a seemingly trivial issue as the name of the earliest institute in Soviet-occupied Germany, Institut Rabi, there is no firm agreement on the reason it was given this title. Chertok's recollections contradict the recollection of another Soviet veteran, Georgy Dyadin. 21. In another case, many veterans have claimed that Artillery General Lev Gajikov's meeting with Stalin in 1945 was a key turning point in the early Soviet missile program. Stalin apparently entrusted Gajikov with the responsibility to choose an industrial sector to assign the development of long-range rockets. Chapter 23. Lists of visitors to Stalin's office during that period, declassified only very recently, do not, however, show that Gajikov ever met with Stalin in 1945. 22. Similarly, many Russian sources note that the second main directorate of the USSR Council of Ministers managed Soviet missile development in the early 1950s, when in fact, this body actually supervised uranium procurement for the A-bomb project. 23. In many cases, memoirs provide different and contradictory information on the very same event, different dates, designations, locations, people involved, etc. Academician Chertok's wonderful memoirs point to a solution to these discrepancies, a third generation of Soviet space history, one that builds on the rich trove of the first and second generations, but is primarily based on documentary evidence. During the Soviet era, historians could not write history based on documents since they could not obtain access to State and Design Bureau archives. As the Soviet Union began to fall apart, historians such as Georgy Vetrov began to take the first steps in document-based history. Vetrov, a former engineer at Korolev's Design Bureau, eventually compiled and published two extraordinary collections of primary documents relating to Korolev's legacy. 24. Now that all the state archives in Moscow, such as the State Archive of the Russian Federation, GARF, the Russian State Archive of the Economy, RGAE, and the Archive of the Russian Academy of Sciences, ARAN, are open to researchers, more results of this third generation are beginning to appear. German historians such as Matthias Uhl and Christoph Mick and those in the United States such as myself have been fortunate to work in Russian archives. 25. For example, we no longer have to guess about the government's decision to approve development of the Soyuz spacecraft. We can see the original VPK decree issued on December 4, 1963. 26. Similarly, instead of speculating about the famous decree of August 3, 1964 that committed the Soviet Union to compete with the American Apollo program, we can study the actual government document issued on that date. 27. Academician Chertok deserves much credit for opening the doors for future historians, since his memoirs have guided many to look even deeper. Because of the importance of Academician Chertok's memoirs, I did not hesitate when acting chief of the NASA History Division Stephen Garber invited me to serve as project editor for the English language version. Jesko von Puttkamer, a veteran of the Huntsville team founded by Wernher von Braun, served as the guiding spirit behind the entire project. He was instrumental in setting up the arrangements for cooperation between the two parties. Without his passion and enthusiasm for bringing Chertok's writings to a broader audience, this endeavor might not have gone beyond conception. Once the project was initiated, I was excited to learn that Academician Chertok would be providing entirely new chapters for most of the 4 volumes, updated and corrected from the original Russian language editions. In that sense, these English language versions are the most updated and final versions of Chertok's memoirs. As editor, my work was not to translate, a job that was very capably done by a team at the award-winning TechTrans International Incorporated, TTI, based in Houston, Texas. At TTI, Documents Control Manager Delila Rollins and Elena Sukholutsky expertly and capably supervised the very large project. Cynthia Reiser, Laurel Nolan, and Lydia Bryans worked on the actual translations with skill, insight, and good humor. With the translations in hand, my job was first and foremost to ensure that the English language version was as faithful to Chertok's vision as possible. At the same time, I also had to account for stylistic considerations for English language readers who might be put off by literal translations. The process involved communicating directly with Chertok in many cases, and with his permission, taking liberties to restructure paragraphs and chapters to convey his original spirit. I also provided many explanatory footnotes to elucidate points that might not be evident to readers unversed in the intricacies of Russian history. Many at NASA headquarters contributed to publication of the memoirs. Steve Garber at the NASA History Office managed the project from beginning to end. I personally owe a department of gratitude to Steve for his insightful comments throughout the editorial process. We must also thank Stephen J. Dick, the current NASA chief historian, as well as Nadine J. Andreessen, William P. Berry, Todd McIntyre, and Claire Rajay Staxer for all their terrific help. In the printing and design office, Wes Horn expertly copy-edited this book, Paul Clements skillfully laid it out, and Jeffrey McLean carefully saw it through the printing process. I would also like to thank Dmitry Pizin in Moscow for graciously assisting in my communications with academician Chertok, and Dr. Matthias Uhl for images of German rockets. Please note that all footnotes in this volume are mine unless specifically noted as author's footnotes. A note about the division of material in the volumes. Because of significant additions and corrections, academician Chertok has altered somewhat the distribution of materials. The English language edition follows a more or less sequential narrative storyline rather than one that goes back and forth in time. In the first English volume, he describes his childhood, his formative years as an engineer at the Aviation Plant No. 22 in Philly, his experiences during World War II, and the mission to Germany in 1945-46 to study captured German missile technology. In the second volume, he continues the story with his return to the Soviet Union, the reproduction of a Soviet version of the German V-2 and the development of a domestic Soviet rocket industry at the famed NII-88 Institute in the Moscow suburb of Podlipki, now called Korolev. He describes the development of the world's first intercontinental ballistic missile, the R-7, the launch of Sputnik, and the first-generation probes sent to the Moon. In the third volume, he describes the historical launch of the first cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin. He also discusses several different aspects of the burgeoning Soviet missile and space programs of the early 1960s, including the development of early ICBMs, reconnaissance satellites, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the first Soviet communications satellite Molniya-1, the early spectacular missions of the Vostok and Voskhod programs, the dramatic lunar program to land a probe on the Moon, and Sergei Korolev's last days. He then continues into chapters about the early development of the Soyuz spacecraft, with an in-depth discussion of the tragic mission of Vladimir Komarov. The fourth and final volume is mostly devoted to the Soviet project to send cosmonauts to the Moon in the 1960s, covering all aspects of the development of the giant N-1 rocket. The last portion of this volume covers the origins of the Salyut and Mir space station programs, ending with a fascinating description of the massive energy Yaburan project, developed as a countermeasure to the American space shuttle. It was my great fortune to meet with academician Chertok in the summer of 2003. During the meeting, Chertok, a sprightly 91 years old, spoke passionately and emphatically about his life's work and remained justifiably proud of the achievements of the Russian space program. As I left the meeting, I was reminded of something that Chertok had said in one of his first public interviews in 1987. In describing the contradictions of Sergei Korolev's personality, Chertok had noted this realist, this calculating, and far-sighted individual was, in his soul, an incorrigible romantic. 28 Such a description would also be an apt encapsulation of the contradictions of the entire Soviet drive to explore space, one which was characterized by equal amounts of hard-headed realism and romantic idealism. Academician Boris Chertok has communicated that idea very capably in his memoirs, and it is my hope that we have managed to do justice to his own vision by bringing that story to an English-speaking audience. After years of being beaten to the punch by our Soviet counterparts during the space race, those of us flying in the Gemini program wondered why the Soviets did not seem to be responding to the string of Gemini successes in the mid-1960s. Alexei Leonov, my counterpart in 1975 as the Russian commander of the Apollo-Soyuz test project, ASTP, had shaken up our early plans for Gemini by conducting the first spacewalk, what we refer to as extravehicular activity, EVA, in March 1965. But after Alexei's EVA, the Soviet space program was curiously inactive. We flew increasingly long-duration missions. We perfected rendezvous and docking, and practiced the EVA skills we would need for the Apollo missions to the moon. We were sure the Russians were still in the race to the moon, but they weren't doing what they needed to do to get there. The entire world knew our intentions, but there no longer appeared to be a Soviet effort to upstage our missions. What was going on? After the Leonov EVA, there were no Soviet manned missions for over 2 years. In April 1967, the Soviets unveiled a new spacecraft called Soyuz. Despite the long preparations and all of the past Soviet successes, the first Soyuz mission was a disaster. It lasted only 17 orbits, and cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov was killed when his Soyuz descent module malfunctioned during re-entry and hit the ground at over 100 miles per hour. The Soviets were so secretive about their space program at the time that they even rejected a US offer to send a representative to Komarov's funeral. They told us the ceremony was private. This was the harsh and curious reality of the early days of space exploration. Our relationship with our former Soviet competitors has changed fundamentally in the last 40 years. I was fortunate enough to be a part of this change, from commanding our ASTP mission to advising on the International Space Station now being built in orbit. In recent years I have learned that the Soviets really did want to beat us to the moon in the 1960s. In fact, they had several programs designed to upstage Apollo, but their space and missile programs were starved for cash and torn by competition among their leaders. One of the biggest setbacks to their space program was the death of Sergei Korolev in January 1966. Korolev was the leader of OKB-1, the design bureau responsible for virtually all of the Soviet successes in the early space race. Without Korolev's leadership and ability to get things done in the Soviet bureaucracy, the brilliant folks who worked on the Russian space program were unable to respond effectively to the Gemini and Apollo programs. Since the late 1980s, the answers to the questions we had in the 1960s have trickled out in the Russian press, in books, and in frank conversations with the participants. I've heard many stories about the bravery, success, and tragedy that our Russian colleagues faced in their space program. The Russians are great storytellers, and many of the tales about their space program are riveting. But Boris Chertok is one of the greatest storytellers of them all. And what a story he has to tell. Chertok played a part in virtually every major event in the development of the Soviet and Russian space programs. As a former deputy to Korolev at OKB-1, Chertok has an insider's perspective on the space race. He has continued to work for the same organization, now known as Rocket Space Corporation Energia, throughout his long and interesting life. In the memoirs translated here, Chertok tells his stories with compassion, humor, and an unflinching eye for the facts. This is far more than the memoir of an interesting life. Chertok has put the great sweep of 20th century Russian history, and the role of the space program in that history, into perspective. He has pulled together an incredibly detailed narrative with a unique Russian perspective that is written in a delightfully easy style to read. The translators and editors of this English-language version of Chertok's memoirs have done a fantastic job of capturing the tone and nuance of great Russian storytelling. For anyone who has ever wondered, like me, just what was going on in the Soviet space program, this memoir will provide an invaluable and enjoyable insight. In 2001, I accepted NASA's offer to translate my 4-volume memoir, Rockets and People, into English for publication in the United States. By then I had accumulated a large number of critical remarks and requests from the readers of the Russian edition. In addition, after 3 Russian editions had come out, I myself came to the conclusion that in the new edition I must make additions and changes that make it easier for the American reader to understand the history of Soviet cosmonautics. As a result, this new English language edition is far from being a word-for-word translation of the Russian edition. I changed the total number of chapters and their arrangement among the volumes, to more strictly adhere to chronology, and took into consideration some of my readers' criticisms as far as the need to add information and make clarifications to make it easier to understand complex events. As a result of these changes, the description of the flight of Yuri Gagarin in the English language version has been moved from Volume 2 to Volume 3. Correspondingly, part of the material in Volume 3 of the Russian edition has been moved to Volume 4 in the English version. Making additions, changes, and revisions to the text proved to be much more difficult for me than doing a rewrite. By the way, this is true not only of printed works. The history of aerospace technology abounds with cases where more effort went into modifying and changing rockets or spacecraft after they had been put into service than on the development of the prototypes. To begin creating an improved 4-volume edition at my age is a risky undertaking. Throughout 2003 and 2004, the texts of the first 2 volumes of the new edition were handed over to NASA. I still hope to finish working on the new edition of volumes 3 and 4 in 2005. Huntsville veteran Jesko von Puttkamer has rendered me great moral support. Over the course of email correspondence and personal meetings, he has convinced me that the work on Project Chertok has been met with enthusiasm in NASA's Historical Research Department. I express my sincere gratitude to all those at NASA headquarters who are assisting in the publication of my memoirs. I am particularly grateful to Asif A. Siddiqui, who has agreed to be my editor. His erudition, command of the Russian language, and profound knowledge of the history of Soviet aviation and cosmonautics are a guarantee against possible errors. Mikhail Turchin has rendered invaluable assistance to Project Chertok. He transcribes my manuscript notes into electronic copy, keeps a list of the individuals mentioned in each chapter, scans photographs, and handles the transmission of all the information to NASA. He also edits all the material and gives valuable advice on the structure of the books. I am sincerely grateful to the veterans of cosmonautics whose valuable comments have provided a very strong stimulus for working on the new edition of my memoirs. Boris Chertok. Moscow. October 2004. Chapter 1. Introduction, A Debt to My Generation. On March 1, 2002, I turned 90. On that occasion, many people not only congratulated me and wished me health and prosperity, but also insisted that I continue my literary work on the history of rocket space science and technology. I was 80 years old when I had the audacity to think that I possessed not only waning engineering capabilities, but also literary skills sufficient to tell about the times and about myself. I began to work in this field in the hope that fate's goodwill would allow my idea to be realized. Due to my literary inexperience, I assumed that memoirs on the establishment and development of aviation and, subsequently, rocket space technology and the people who created it could be limited to a single book of no more than 500 pages. However, it turns out that when one is producing a literary work aspiring to historical authenticity, one's plans for the size and the deadlines fall through, just as rocket space systems aspiring to the highest degree of reliability exceed their budgets and fail to meet their deadlines. And the expenses grow, proportional to the failure to meet deadlines and the increase in reliability. Instead of the original idea of a single book, my memoirs and musings took up 4 volumes, and together with the publishing house I spent 6 years instead of the planned 2. Only the fact that the literary work was a success, which neither the publishing house nor I expected, validated it. The Moscow publishing house Mashinostroyenie had already published 3 editions of books combined under the single title Rockets and People. The Elbadinepir publishing house translated and published these books for the German reader. Unfortunately, in the process of reissuing and translating these books, it was not possible to make changes and additions for reasons similar to the series production of technologically complex systems. As a rule, improvements are not made to works of artistic literature. But for a historical memoir, the author has the right to make corrections if he is convinced, on his own or with the assistance of his readers, that they are necessary. I am not a historian, but an engineer who participated directly in the creation of rocket space technology from its first timid steps to the triumphant achievements of the second half of the 20th century. Work on the leading edge of the scientific technical front transformed creatively thinking engineers into noted figures upon whom various academic degrees and titles were conferred. As a rule, the mass media including the foreign media refer to such persons simply as scientists. I, however, must warn the reader that in no way do I pretend to wear the laurels of a scholarly historian. Correspondingly, my books are not examples of strict historical research. In any memoir, narrative and thought are inevitably subjective. When describing historical events and individuals who have become widely known, the author is in danger of exaggerating his involvement and role. Obviously my memoirs are no exception. But this is simply unavoidable, primarily because one remembers what one was involved with in the past. For me, work on these memoirs was not an amateur project or hobby, but a debt owed to comrades who have departed this life. At the Russian Academy of Sciences, I served for many years, on a voluntary basis, as deputy to academician Boris Viktorovich Roskenbach, chairman of the Commission for the Development of the Scientific Legacy of the Pioneers of Space Exploration. After Roskenbach's death I was named chairman of this commission. Work in this field not only keeps me busy but also brings me satisfaction. At times I feel somewhat like a time machine, acting as an absolutely necessary link between times. There is nothing at the present and in the future that does not depend on the past. Consequently, my product has consumer value, for it reveals systemic links between the past and the present, and may help to predict the future. I lived through 88 years in the 20th century. In the 3,000-year history of human civilization, this brief segment in time will be noted as a period of scientific technical revolution and of breakthroughs into realms of the macro and micro world that were previously inaccessible to humanity. The scientific technical revolutions of the 20th century were intertwined with social revolutions, many local wars, 2 hot world wars, and one 40-year Cold War. In September 2000, while presenting a paper in Kalyuga at the 35th Annual Lectures dedicated to the development of the scientific legacy and ideas of Konstantin Eduardovich Tsiolkovsky, I noted that of primary importance for the theory of rocket technology were the works of Ivan Vasilyevich Meshchersky on the movement of a body with variable mass and Tsiolkovsky's paper, published in 1903, the essence of which is expressed in the formula Vk equals WLN, 1 plus m0/mk. Here Vk is the maximum flight speed of a rocket, whose engine ejects the gas of the spent fuel at a rate of W, while m0 and mk are the initial and final mass of the rocket respectively. During the first decades of the 20th century, a narrow circle of lone enthusiasts who dreamed of interplanetary flight were captivated by the works of Tsiolkovsky and by analogous, independent works published somewhat later by Hermann Oberth in Germany and Robert Goddard in the United States. In 1905, the German journal Annuländer Physik, Annals of Physics, first published Albert Einstein's special theory of relativity containing the formula E equals mc2. From this formula, now known to school children, it followed that mass is an enormous, frozen quantity of energy. In spite of their revolutionary importance for science, the appearance of these two new, very simple formulas did not lead to any revolution in the consciousness of the world's scientific community during the first decade of the 20th century. It was only 40 years later that humanity realized that technological systems using these fundamental principles of rocket space and nuclear energy threatened its very existence. Examples of discoveries by lone scientists that did not initially cause excitement but later would stun humanity are not isolated. During the second half of the 20th century, the formulas of Tsiolkovsky and Einstein entered high school textbooks, and strategic nuclear missile armaments came to determine the political climate on planet Earth. The peoples of the former Soviet Union enriched civilization with scientific technical achievements that have held a deserved place among the principal victories of science and technology in the 20th century. In the process of working on my memoirs, I regretfully became convinced of how many gaps there are in the history of the gigantic technological systems created in the Soviet Union after the Second World War. Previously, such gaps were justified by a totalitarian regime of secrecy. Currently, however, it is ideological collapse that threatens the objective recounting of the history of domestic science and technology. The consignment to oblivion of the history of our science and technology is motivated by the fact that its origins date back to the Stalin epoch or to the period of the Brezhnev stagnation. Two of the most striking achievements of nuclear, rocket, space, and radar technology were the results of single-minded actions by Soviet scientists and engineers. A colossal amount of creative work by the organizers of industry and the scientific technical intelligentsia of Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and to one extent or another all the republics of the former Soviet Union was invested in the creation of these systems. The alienation of the people from the history of their science and technology cannot be justified by any ideological considerations. I am part of the generation that suffered irredeemable losses, to whose lot in the 20th century fell the most arduous of tests. From childhood, a sense of duty was inculcated in this generation, a duty to the people, to the motherland, to our parents, to future generations, and even to all of humanity. I am convinced that, for my contemporaries and me, this sense of duty was very steadfast. This was one of the most powerful stimuli for the creation of these memoirs. To a great extent, the people about whom I am reminiscing acted out of a sense of duty. I have outlived many of them and will be in debt to them if I do not write about the civic and scientific feats that they accomplished. Chapter 2. On the Times and My Contemporaries. This chapter should not be considered part of my memoirs' recollections or reflections, but rather excerpts from the history of rocket space technology and state politics that I deemed necessary to cite at the very beginning of my memoirs in order to move the reader into the frame of reference that will facilitate his familiarization with the subsequent content of my works. Rocket space technology was not created in a vacuum. It is worth remembering that during the Second World War the Soviet Union produced more airplanes and artillery systems than our enemy, Fascist Germany. At the end of the Second World War the Soviet Union possessed enormous scientific technical potential and defense industry production capacity. After the victory over Germany, American and Soviet engineers and scientists studied Germany's developments in the field of rocket technology. Each of these countries profited from the captured materials in their own way, and this had a decisive role at the beginning of the post-war phase of the development of rocket technology. However, all of the subsequent achievements of our cosmonautics are the result of the activity of our own scientists, engineers, and workers. I will attempt to briefly describe the foundation upon which cosmonautics was erected and the role of individuals in the history of this field of science and technology. In the history of our rocket space technology, a decisive role belongs to academician S.P. Korolev and the Council of Chief Designers created under his leadership, a body that was unprecedented in the history of world science. The initial members of the council were, Sergei Pavlovich Korolev, chief designer of the rocket system as a whole, Valentin Petrovich Glushko, chief designer of rocket engines, Nikolai Alexeyevich Pylyagin, chief designer of the autonomous guidance system, Mikhail Sergeyevich Ryazansky, chief designer of radio navigation and radio guidance systems, Vladimir Pavlovich Barman, chief designer of ground fueling, transport, and launch equipment, and Viktor Ivanovich Kuznetsov, chief designer of gyroscopic command instruments. The role played by Mstislav Vsevolodovich Keldysh was also very great. He was considered the chief theoretician of cosmonautics and was actually the organizer of a school of mathematics that solved many practical problems of rocket dynamics. As the sphere of its activity expanded, the council was enriched with new names, and in the ensuing years of the space age its ranks have included Alexey Mikhailovich Isayev, Semyon Aryevich Kosberg, Alexey Fedorovich Bogomolov, Andronik Gavondovic Iosifyan, Yuriy Sergeyevich Bykov, Armen Sergeyevich Natsakanian, Nikolai Stpanovich Lidarenko, Fedor Dmitryevich Tikakev, Semyon Mikhailovich Alexeyev, Vladimir Alexandrovich Krustalev, Gay Ilyich Severin, and Alexander Dmitryevich Konopatov. All of these people recognized Korolev as the leader, director, and commander of Soviet cosmonautics. Each of the individuals listed above had the official title of chief designer. Each became the founder of his own school, developing his own special field of emphasis. The ideas that emerged in the organizations of these chief designers could only have been realized using the scientific potential of the entire nation, with the assistance of powerful industry. Hundreds of factories and industrial, academic, military, and higher education scientific institutions were drawn into the Council of Chiefs' ideological sphere of influence. Ministers and government officials who were directly involved in rocket space matters did not oppose the authority of the Council of Chiefs. Sometimes, they themselves participated in its work. Disposed with real economic and political power, the ruling echelons of the Soviet state by and large supported the Council's technical proposals. Later councils of chiefs were created using the Korolev Council as a model. These were headed by Mikhail Kuzmich Yangel, Vladimir Nikolaevich Chelomy, Alexander Davidovich Naderadze, Viktor Petrovich Makhayev, Dmitry Ilyich Kozlov, Georgy Nikolaevich Babakin, and Mikhail Fedorovich Reshetnev. The interconnectedness of these councils was unavoidable. The chief designers, members of the first Korolev Council, enriched by the experience of producing the first rocket systems, began the development of rockets for other chief designers and entered into new councils. Glushko created engines for Korolev as well as for Chelomy and Yangel, Isayev created engines for Korolev and Makhayev, Pylyagin created guidance systems for Korolev and then for Yangel, Chelomy, and Naderadze. Barman created launch systems for Korolev, Yangel, and Kilomy's rockets. The development of Kuznetsov's gyroscopic systems proved to be the most universal. They were used on the majority of Soviet rockets and many spacecraft. It was only a matter of time before the command and measurement complex equipped with the radio systems of Ryazansky, Bogomolov, and Natsakanian became the standard for everyone. Similar technocratic structures also existed in the nuclear industry, under the leadership of Igor Vasilyevich Kurchatov, and in the field of radar, under the leadership of Axel Ivanovich Berg, Alexander Andreyevich Rasputin, Grigory Vasilyevich Kisenko, and Boris Vasilyevich Bunkin. Their sphere of scientific technical activity included production, scientific institutions, and military organizations. Long before the councils of chief designers which directed the production of rocket space technology, the aviation industry had set up its own system of chief and general designers. The name of the chief designer was given to all of the aircraft created under his leadership as something akin to a trademark. There were no democratic councils in aviation similar to the Korolev Council until they became involved with the development of air defense and ABM missiles. By the end of the 1970s, the Soviet Union had the strongest technocratic elite in the world. While remaining outwardly devoted to the politics of the communist state, the leaders of this elite did not shy away from criticizing among themselves the obvious shortcomings of the political system, the continuing offenses of the Cold War, and the persecutions of dissident individuals that flared up from time to time. However, the technocracy undertook no actions to exert political pressure on the powers that be. The persecution of Andrei Sakharov serves as a typical example of this. It seems to me that this case demonstrated a lack of skill in organizing politically that is characteristic of the intelligentsia in general, and the Russian intelligentsia in particular. I have tried to remember the outstanding, unique individuals whom I have worked with and encountered. They were all different, and it is impossible to impose a certain standard on a Soviet scientist or chief designer. For all the diversity of their characters, work styles, and the thematic directions of their activity, they were characterized by common traits that distinguished their creative work substantially from the established notions about great scientists of the past. This was true not only for the people mentioned above, but also for other figures of Soviet science and technology who were involved in the scientific military-industrial complex. Perhaps a list of these general traits will, to a certain degree, serve as a response to the question as to why, despite possessing colossal potential strength, these individuals never tried to obtain real power in the country. Allow me to present my formulation of these general traits. 1. Technical creative work was a vocation, the meaning of life. Pure science was viewed not as an end in itself, but as a means for attaining technical results, and in some cases, results in the interests of state politics. 2. Individual scientific technical creative work was combined with organizational activity and with the search for the most fruitful work methods for the teams that each chief designer headed. To a greater or lesser degree, each one tried to be an organizer of science. 3. Chief designers, scientists, and leading specialists were personally responsible to the state for the final results of their creative activity. The greatest scientists of the past never had such a degree of responsibility. Maxwell, Einstein, Rutherford, Mendeleev, Tsiolkovsky, Zhukovsky, Oberth, the Curies, and others, the names of which are firmly ensconced in the history of science, were also born to create. They accomplished scientific feats, but they did not have state structures standing over them to monitor their scientific activity and demand compulsory scientific results within strictly regulated deadlines. For during the Second World War, science was militarized in all the warring countries. The development of new armaments, nuclear, missile, aviation, and radar required the participation of the most eminent scientists. The warring states did not spare the means to create new types of weaponry, but demanded practical results within the shortest possible time. In the post-war years, scientists were not released from this sort of military service. The circumstances of the Cold War were no less tense than the war years for all those involved in the military-industrial complex. The Iron Curtain compelled us to look in an original and independent way for a solution to the problems that had evolved. The possibility of blind imitation, mimicry, and borrowing was virtually excluded. This taught scientists and engineers to rely only on the intellectual potential of their own country. 5. Collectivism in scientific work proved to be a completely necessary means of conducting research and achieving final practical results. The most outstanding results were achieved at the interfaces of various sciences and branches of technology. These successes were the result of close collaboration among scientists from various fields of knowledge. Outstanding accomplishments were achieved only by those scientific schools whose leaders, from the very beginning, could boldly attract other talented people to their creative efforts who were capable of working under the specific conditions required for the creation of large systems. 6. Each scientist recognized himself as a member of a gigantic technocratic system closely associated with the state and with the ideology of a socialist society. Everyone was a true patriot, thinking of nothing except honest service to the motherland. Their general worldviews differed only in the details. The general requirement for the higher echelons could be reduced to the expression, help, but don't interfere. In the 20th century, the strongest stimulus for the development of rocket technology was its military use. Among all the nations of the world, the first leader in this field was Nazi Germany, and then after World War II the Soviet Union and the United States. The names of scientists who were pioneers in rocket and space technology and the founders of national schools in these fields are well known. In recent years their activities have been subjected to serious study, and this has been reported widely in scientific, historical, and even artistic literature, in movies, and through various other mass media. The development of rocket space technology, however, was determined not only by the activity of scientists, the leaders of design and science schools, and the heroic feats of cosmonauts and astronauts, but also to a great extent by state policies. During the Cold War, rocket space technology became one of the determining factors in the politics of the leading nations. The struggle for world power was expressed through strategic nuclear capabilities and supremacy in space. Theoretically, the government of any nation is a certain abstract entity standing over society. It is obliged to safeguard the economic and social structure of society, depending on the sovereign will of the people, and to be the sole source of power. However, the interests of the state, its policies, and its forms of power are determined by specific people, the political leaders that are in power, who rely on the state apparatus, which is not faceless either, but consists of specific people who are obliged to ensure the realization of strategic, economic, and social doctrines. When studying the role of the state and its leaders in the history of cosmonautics and rocket technology in the Soviet Union and Russia, it is advisable to take the year 1933 as the starting point. For the rocket technology and cosmonautics of our country, this year is marked by an event that had very significant historical consequences: the state decree concerning the creation of the world's first reactive scientific research institute, RNII. The initiator of this decision was Mikhail Nikolaevich Tukhachevsky, the Deputy People's Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs, Narkomvoyenmer, and Deputy Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, Revoensovet, who was responsible for arming the Red Army. Cosmonautics is indebted to him for bringing together under one roof the theoreticians and practical engineers Yuri Alexandrovich Pobedonostsev and Mikhail Klavdievich Tikhonravov, future academicians Korolev, Glushko, and Roskenbach, enthusiasts of solid-fuel rocket projectiles, the future Katyushas or Guards mortars, Ivan Terentьевich Klaimanov and Georgy Erikhovich Langemak, and many others. At RNII, they conducted a wide-ranging research program and developed various ballistic and cruise missiles with various types of engines. The history of RNII is instructive in the sense that during the first years of the country's industrialization the state stimulated the broad-scale organization of work for this new, promising field of research. Tukhachevsky, being a prominent military leader in the state system, understood that rocket building had to be supported first and foremost by leading-edge technology and modern industry, rather than by the enthusiasm of lone individuals dreaming of interplanetary flights. Therefore, in late 1933, by resolution of the Council of Labor and Defense, RNII was transferred to the jurisdiction of the People's Commissariat for Heavy Industry, which was headed by Sergo Ordzhonikidze. However, 4 years after the creation of the RNII, the totalitarian state executed the initiator and patron of this field of research, Marshal Tukhachevsky, and after him the leadership of RNII, Director Klaimanov and Chief Engineer Langemak. In the midst of the mass repressions, Ordzhonikidze ended his life by committing suicide. In 1938, the state took punitive measures against Glushko and Korolev. The institute's work was disrupted for a prolonged period of time. In the ensuing period up until 1944, no serious work was performed in the Soviet Union on long-range rockets as weapons, and much less on rockets as a means for penetrating into outer space. In January 1937, RNII was transferred to the People's Commissariat of the Defense Industry and renamed Scientific Research Institute 3, NII-3. 2 years later, NII-3 was transferred to the People's Commissariat of Ammunitions, and in July 1942 it was directly subordinated to the USSR Council of People's Commissars and renamed the State Institute of Reactive Technology. In February 1944, the institute was transferred to the People's Commissariat of Aviation Industry and named Scientific Research Institute 1, NII-1. 21 years later, NII-1 was transferred to the newly created Ministry of General Machine Building and given the name Scientific Research Institute for Thermal Processes, NIITP. 3. Finally, at the end of the 20th century, NIITP became part of Rosaviakosmos in 1992, and in 1993 was renamed the M.V. Keldysh Research Center. The Soviet state, which was the first in the world to stimulate the practical development of cosmonautics, actually inhibited the development of large rocket technology for 6 years beginning in 1937. The behavior of leaders in a totalitarian state does not always lend itself to explanation from the standpoint of common sense. It was Winston Churchill who stimulated the new approach of actively working on pure rocket technology in the USSR. In July 1944, he appealed to Stalin with the request that English specialists be allowed to inspect the German rocket firing range that Red Army troops were about to capture in the territory of Poland. Our troops had the opportunity to capture the Germans' most secret weapons, about which the English intelligence service knew more than ours. We could not allow that, and our specialists received an order to inspect everything that could be inspected by the attacking troops before the English would be allowed in. I will write in greater detail in other chapters about the activity of the Germans in Poland and subsequent events regarding the Anglo-Soviet searches for German rockets. Here, I would like to note that Stalin entrusted the inspection activity to the People's Commissar of Aviation Industry, Alexey Ivanovich Shukurin, and this responsibility was in turn placed on NII-1, the former RNII, which was subordinate to Shukurin. Aviation generals and aviation scientists were among the leadership of NII-1 at that time, and it would seem that it was then that the prospects for seizing a new field of research unfolded before the leadership of the aviation industry. Stalin himself instructed Shukurin to do this, rather than Vanikov. Another powerful People's Commissar, for ammunitions, or Ustinov, the People's Commissar for armaments. After the most difficult war in our history, our government needed at the very least to catch its breath, but the Cold War did not allow it. It was unrealistic to begin the development and construction of large rocket systems in a country that was starving and mutilated by war. The decision to reproduce German rocket technology on German territory using Russian specialists assisted by German rocket specialists was risky, but it turned out to be a very good one. Active work by Soviet specialists in the field of large rocket technology was transferred to Germany for 2 years, from May 1945 through January 1947. Working in Germany, we reconstructed the history of German rocket technology and correspondingly the role of the Nazi totalitarian regime in the organization of super large-scale programs for the production of long-range ballistic missiles. On May 4, 1945, the troops of Marshal Rokossovsky occupied, virtually without opposition, the area of the German Rocket Scientific Research Center in Peenemünde. The reconstruction of the Germans' activity in Peenemünde was handled not by Aviation General Petr Ivanovich Fedorov, as might be expected, but by Artillery Major General Andrei Illarionovich Sokolov. Sokolov was one of the first distinguished figures in the history of our rocket space technology. During the most difficult years of the war, he was the person authorized to represent the State Defense Committee, GKO, during the introduction of the Katyusha to factories in the Urals and its subsequent production there. For Katyusha was the name the Army gave to combat vehicles mounted with multiple solid-fuel rocket launchers. This type of rocket armament was developed as early as 1937 at RNII. One of the primary authors of this development, RNII Chief Engineer Langemak, was executed. Vehicle-mounted rocket launchers were not accepted as weaponry until 1941. It is very likely that this was the only Soviet weapon that stunned the Germans during the first months of the war. Serial production had to be set up almost from scratch, and troop units had to be organized for the effective mass use of the new multiple rocket launcher systems for salvo fire. At Stalin's initiative, all Katyushas designated for the front were combined into a new military branch, the Guards Mortar Unit of the Supreme Command Headquarters. At the end of 1944, Andrei Sokolov carried out his mission to organize the production of and military acceptance of the Guards mortars in the Urals and was appointed Chief of Armaments and Deputy Commander of the Guards Mortar Units. The Guards Mortar Units had command of the Katyushas, which were purely a tactical rocket weapon, but the Germans' example suggested that there was no time to waste. They had to seize the initiative to produce strategic rocket weaponry. Sokolov was instructed to head a state commission to inspect Peenemünde. In Peenemünde, he was not only the representative of the Army Command, but also the plenipotentiary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. He did not wait for instructions from the government, but seized the initiative and enacted his own decisions. Thus, in the very first months after the collapse of Nazi Germany, small unguided rocket projectiles, which were then called ARSs, led to active work on the creation of large guided missiles, long-range ballistic missiles. Upon returning from Germany, Sokolov took a management position as Chief of Rocket Armaments in the main artillery directorate of the Ministry of Defense. Later at NII-4, his activity was of decisive importance in the organization of the Command Measurement Complex. After the catastrophe of October 24, 1960, in which the commander-in-chief of the strategic rocket forces was killed, Chief Artillery Marshal Mitrofan Ivanovich Nedelin, Sokolov was appointed chairman of the State Commission for Flight Design Tests for the first Yangel rocket, the R-16. Sokolov rehabilitated Yangel and his rocket. This was of decisive importance for the fate of Yangel himself as well as his design bureau. Another figure whose work between 1945 and 1946 had a lasting impact on our cosmonautics was General Lev Mikhailovich Gajikov. Gajikov was a member of the Military Council of the Guards Mortar Units. In other words, he was a military commissar, a representative of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Having become familiar with the partisan organization and the Institute Rabi that Isaev and myself had founded in July 1945 in the village of Bleakirode, he understood that rapid governmental support was needed for this initiative from the very top. During August and September 1945, Gajikov was gearing up for frenetic activity by using his personal connections with Central Committee members and two deputy chairmen of the Council of Ministers, Vyacheslav Alexandrovich Malyshev and Nikolai Alexandrovich Voznesensky. Bypassing the all-powerful Lavrenti Beria, he was received by Stalin. Gajikov reported on the work being conducted in Germany to restore German rocket technology and asked Stalin to allow the temporary posting to Germany of known specialists in rocket technology, the former Ziki who worked in the so-called Kazanskaya Sheriga. 5. Gajikov's list included Korolev, Glushko, Svruk, and another 20 former enemies of the people. After returning to Germany, Gajikov headed the Institute Nordhausen, which pursued several different projects. Korolev was appointed chief engineer. If it had not been for General Gajikov's exceptional energy and bold decision-making, it is possible that many names including Korolev, Glushko, Pylyagin, Mishin, Chertok, and Voskresensky would not be listed today among the pioneers of Russian cosmonautics. The little Katyushas provided our great rocket space technology with more than just two generals. Future chiefs of firing ranges and cosmodromes Vasily Ivanovich Voznyuk and Alexey Ivanovich Nestorenko came to rocket technology from posts where they had commanded combat guards mortar units. The future chief of Scientific Research Institute 88, NII 88, and future first deputy to the Minister of General Machine Building, Georgy Alexandrovich Tyulin was chief of staff of a Katyusha regiment commanded by General Alexander Fedorovich Tveritsky. At the end of the war, Tveritsky was deputy commander of a Guards mortar unit group. Such a position existed because the Guards mortar units were subordinate to the Supreme Command headquarters. But in 1945, Tveritsky was instructed to form the 1st Special Assignment Brigade, which began the combat launching of A-4 rockets in 1947 and R-1 rockets in 1948 at the firing range in Kapustin Yar. Here, I would like to return again to Gajikov's feat. Reporting to Stalin, he requested that someone from among the ministers of the defense industries be instructed to further develop and produce rocket technology. Stalin did not make hasty decisions and proposed that Gajikov himself talk with the ministers and then prepare the appropriate resolution. Gajikov met with Boris Vanikov, who announced that he had quite enough responsibility with the production of the atomic bomb and that it was absolutely no use talking to him about rockets. The Minister of Aviation Industry, Alexei Shukurin, was preoccupied with the production of jet aircraft. For him, too, the troubles of unmanned rockets seemed excessive. Armaments Minister Dmitry Ustinov thought about it, but before making a decision sent his first deputy Vasily Mikhailovich Ryabykov to Germany to examine everything on site. Our rocket space technology was obviously lucky in terms of great chief designers. But we were no less fortunate when it came to talented, brilliant organizers of state industry. One of the results of the Second World War was not the waning, but rather the substantial acceleration of science-intensive technologies. The push was beginning for the use of new physical principles in the creation of weaponry. The statesmen of the victorious powers devoted particular attention to fundamental scientific research. It was statesmen rather than scientists who had the primary responsibility for developing strategic doctrines to achieve national and international military security through the effective use of pure and applied science. Ustinov was one of the Soviet statesmen who met this challenge. Ustinov and Chief of the Main Artillery Directorate, GAU, Marshal Nikolai Dmitrievich Yakovlev drew up a memorandum for Stalin with proposals for organizing rocket technology work in occupied Germany and the Soviet Union. This memorandum, dated April 17, 1946, was signed by Beria, Malenkov, Bulganin, Voznesensky, Ustinov, and Yakovlev. Of these six, Voznesensky, an outstanding economist and organizer of the national economy during the very difficult war years and during the period of transition to peacetime life, was executed in 1950 on Stalin's orders. In 1953, Beria was tried and executed. For a certain period of time, Malenkov formally directed rocket affairs, but of the six signers, the actual organizer of the Soviet rocket industry was Ustinov. Ustinov and Ryabykov were among the main authors of the Historic Council of Ministers Resolution No. 1017-419 SS, dated May 13, 1946 and signed by Stalin under the stamp Top Secret, Special File. This decree laid the foundation for the creation of the country's entire rocket industry infrastructure, from the very top state agencies to the scientific research, design, and production organizations and enterprises to the military units that tested and used the rocket armaments. The resolution created a higher state agency for rocket technology, the Special Committee under the Soviet Council of Ministers chaired by Georgy Maximilianovich Malenkov. Not one of the chief designers was appointed to the committee. They simply were not there yet in terms of power and influence. They had only begun to grow accustomed to one another in Germany at the Rabi, Nordhausen, and Berlin institutes. Dmitry Fedorovich Ustinov, Minister of Armaments, and Ivan Savlyevich Zubovik, who was relieved of his duties as Deputy Minister of the Electric Industry, were appointed Deputy Chairman of the Special Committee. The committee was given the responsibility for the development of the new field and invested with very broad powers. The resolution of May 13, 1946 made projects concerning rocket technology the most important state mission, and it was imperative that their execution be given top priority. Georgy Nikolaevich Pashkov, who directed the Department for the Development and Production of Armaments in Gosplan, determined the distribution of work between the ministries. 6. The Ministry of Armaments with Minister D.F. Ustinov was appointed the head ministry for the development and production of rocket projectiles with liquid propellant engines. The 7th Main Directorate, headed by Sergei Ivanovich Vedoshkin, was formed within the ministry. In the city of Kaliningrad in the Moscow region, the State Scientific Research Institute No. 88 of the Ministry of Armaments was created using the infrastructure of Artillery Factory No. 88. In the USSR Armed Forces Ministry, the former People's Commissariat of Defense and the future Ministry of Defense, the Directorate of Reactive Armaments was created within the GAU, and a corresponding directorate was created in the Navy. The military also created the NII-4 of the GAU and the State Central Firing Range, GTSP, to serve all ministries involved with missiles. 7. A resolution defined the responsibilities of the other ministries, with the exception of the Ministry of Armaments, for the creation of reactive armaments. The Ministry of Aviation Industry was entrusted with developing and manufacturing liquid propellant rocket engines and conducting aerodynamic research. The Ministry of Electrical Industry was responsible for ground-based and onboard equipment for guidance systems, radio equipment, radar tracking stations, and ground testing and electrical engineering equipment. The Ministry of Shipbuilding Industry was entrusted with gyroscopic stabilization instruments, shipboard launch systems, and homing warheads for use against submarine targets. The Ministry of Machine and Instrument Building was instructed to develop launch equipment, fueling units, compressors, pumps, all of the lifting and transport equipment, and all the systems comprising the ground equipment. The Ministry of Chemical Industry was tasked with research and production of liquid propellants, fuels and oxidizers, catalysts and plastic articles, paint and lacquer coatings, and industrial rubber articles. The Ministry of Agricultural Machine Building, the former Ministry of Ammunition, was tasked with developing explosive devices, filling warheads with explosives, and manufacturing pyrotechnic compounds. Main directorates for rocket technology were created in all of these ministries. Additionally, the Ministry for Higher and Secondary Special Education was ordered to organize the training of specialists in reactive technology. The Ministry of Armed Forces was assumed to be the final customer for every type of combat rockets. At the same time, the ministry's specialists were obliged to participate in their development, the organization of flight tests, the creation of firing range tables, standard documentation for troop operation, and the formation of special troop units. The resolution of May 13, 1946 can serve as an example of the precise definition of strategic priorities at the highest state level. Work for the development of reactive technology shall be considered the most important state mission, and all ministries and organizations shall be obliged to fulfill reactive technology assignments as top priority. 8. Over the course of many years, very important resolutions concerning rocket technology signed by Khrushchev and then Brezhnev borrowed the Stalinist turn of phrase. Shall be considered the most important state mission. Within 3 months after the resolution, all of the pertinent ministries had determined the organizations and enterprises responsible for work on rocket technology, and the directors of the new enterprises had been appointed. In August 1946, Lev Robertovich Gonner, Major General of the Technical Engineering Service and one of the first heroes of socialist labor, was appointed director of the Head Scientific Research Institute No. 88, NII 88. 9. He had spent the war, from the first day to the last, as director of artillery factories. In 1942, he heroically defended the Barikady factory in Stalingrad, and was appointed director of NII 88 after being released from his post as director of the Bolshevik factory in Leningrad. During the first post-war years, the apparatus of the Communist Party Central Committee and the KGB began to zealously follow the anti-Semitic moods of Stalin. Gonner was not only a Jew, but a member of the Soviet Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee. His appointment to the post of director of the main scientific research institute could not have passed without the approval of Stalin and Beria. In January 1947, I arrived from Germany as chief of the guidance department and deputy to the chief engineer of the new head institute NII 88. I had been appointed on Ustinov's orders. During a confidential conversation, Gonner warned me we were appointed to leadership posts in the new field at Ustinov's insistence. Over in Germany you did not sense that here. Anti-Semitism has been inculcated into the consciousness of the officials of the state apparatus by secret instructions from above. I worked under Ustinov for many years and I could never accuse him of that syndrome. But even in his own ministry he will not be able to oppose that policy for long. Gonner was right. In 1950, Ustinov sent him far from Moscow to Krasnoyarsk, to be director of an artillery factory. But in January 1953, during the infamous doctor's plot, Gonner was arrested. 10. Ustinov could not save him. What saved him was Stalin's death. In terms of their historical significance in the field of armaments during the war and during the post-war organization of work on a broad spectrum of rocket space technology, I would equate the accomplishments of Dmitry Ustinov with the feats of Marshal Zhukov. The Special Committee on Reactive Technology under the USSR Council of Ministers, which was created by the resolution of May 13, 1946, was soon reorganized into Special Committee No. 2 under the Council of Ministers. In all, there were 3 special committees. No. 1 was the Supreme State Agency on Nuclear Technology and No. 3 was the Agency for Radar and Air Defense Issues. In February 1951, Special Committee No. 2 was reorganized into the Main Directorate for Rocket Technology, under the USSR Council of Ministers. In 1953, it was temporarily combined with the Council of Ministers' Main Directorate for the Nuclear Program. In 1955, a new state agency was formed on the basis of these organizations, the sole Special Committee of the USSR Council of Ministers for the 3 most important strategic and most science-intensive programs, nuclear, rocket, and radar. This union, however, did not last long. Vasily Mikhailovich Ryabykov was the de facto head of these committees from 1951 through 1957. In the system of all the special committees, Vyacheslav Alexandrovich Malashev and Boris Lvovich Vanikov were the directors of the nuclear program. Dmitry Fedorovich Ustinov was director of the rocket program, and Valery Dmitrievich Kalmykov was director of the radar program. All of these directors and the personnel of the state apparatus of the special committees and ministries went through a rigorous school of leadership and industrial organization during the years of World War II, and the post-victory euphoria did not dull their very acute sense of responsibility to the state. They exercised their state power in the most advanced sectors of the scientific technical front, with the intensity of the Cold War increasing each year. During the Second World War, the Soviet Union suffered enormous material and human losses on a scale that cannot be compared with that of other countries. During the post-war years, the most urgent need was to restore the destroyed cities and towns, to provide the people with the basic conditions for work, and to expand production for the entire domestic economy. In this situation, the development of science-intensive nuclear, rocket space, and radio-electronic technology diverted significant resources from many industries that were vitally necessary to the national economy. During the first decade after victory, the country's material, intellectual, and spiritual resources were expended neither for the sake of political prestige nor to prove the superiority of socialism, but because the very real threat of nuclear aggression on the part of the United States hung over our country. The political leaders of the United States, not without reason, feared the expansion of the Soviet Union's hegemony and the weakening of American positions in Europe and Asia. Striving to eliminate the threat of nuclear aggression and World War III, the Soviet Union achieved parity with the United States in the basic types of strategic armaments. The experience of mobilizing industry during the war was used by prominent state leaders to organize work for the new fields of research using the method of progressive mobilization economics. It is difficult to name the actual authors of this new economic system. It was, undoubtedly, a collective creation that relied on confidence in the heroic labor of the people, on the country's scientific technical potential, and on the active political support of the party's Central Committee. One of the authors of mobilization economics was no doubt the outstanding statesman academician Nikolai Alexandrovich Voznesensky. During the pre-war and war years, he was chairman of the USSR's Gosplan, a member of the State Defense Committee, and a candidate member and then full member of the Politburo. His book, War Economy of the USSR During the Period of the Patriotic War, 1947, confirmed the nickname secretly given to him of economic dictator. But he was a progressive dictator. He unwaveringly supported Gajikov's rocket initiatives, and then those of Ryabikov and Ustinov in 1945, and he was one of the authors of the note addressed to Stalin concerning rocket issues in April 1946, and of the carefully formulated text of the aforementioned resolution of May 13, 1946. Voznesensky was too noticeable and progressive an individual in the higher lead airship of the country. In 1950, he was executed for the fabricated Leningrad affair. 11. This was a heavy blow for our economy. The story of the famed R-7 missile, which was the basis for the Soyuz U launch vehicle known to everyone in the world, serves as one example of the rapid solution of the most difficult scientific technical problems using progressive mobilization economics. In 1954, under the directorship of S.P. Korolev, who already had experience producing intermediate-range missiles, the development of the first intercontinental missile was begun. Tests were prepared for the R-5M missile, which would carry a nuclear warhead with 4 to 5 times the yield of the one dropped on Hiroshima by the Americans. It was natural that such a nuclear device, which had already been perfected, be the proposed payload for the warhead of the first ever intercontinental missile. By design, a missile with such a warhead had a launch mass of 170 metric tons and a range of 8,000 kilometers. The range was specified by governmental decree as early as 1953. At that time it was believed that such a nuclear charge was completely sufficient to have a sobering effect on the American Hawks. But on August 12, 1953, near Semipalatinsk, tests on a thermonuclear, hydrogen, bomb were successfully conducted. One of the directors of these tests was Vyacheslav Alexandrovich Malyshev, a member of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, of Bolsheviks, VKP, B. 12 At that time he was Minister of Medium Machine Building and subsequently Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers. When it became clear that in principle the problem of the hydrogen bomb was solved, Malashev confronted its creators with the task of reducing its mass and dimensions so that it would be acceptable for the missile that Korolev was designing. The effectiveness of the hydrogen bomb was 10 times greater than the atom bomb. But no matter how hard they tried at the famed Artemis 16, the mass and dimensions still greatly exceeded those of the atom bomb. 13 The charge for the atomic warhead had a mass of 1 metric ton, while the hydrogen warhead was around 3.5 metric tons. Nevertheless, on his own initiative, and who was there to ask, as Stalin and Beria were already gone, and Khrushchev and other members of the Politburo did not know about this business, Malashev took this data, went directly to Korolev in May 1954, and proposed changing the design of the intercontinental missile so that the atomic warhead was replaced with a thermonuclear warhead with the compulsory stipulation that the flight range of 8,000 km be preserved. The first calculations showed that the mass of the payload had to be increased from 3 metric tons to 5.5 metric tons, while the launch mass of the rocket had to be increased by 100 metric tons. The design had to be completely redone. In June 1954, a government resolution was issued concerning the production of R-7 two-stage ballistic missiles, which satisfied Malashev's proposal. According to this resolution, the production of this missile was a goal of special importance to the state. Korolev's designers, and those of allied organizations, went nuts, to use a slang expression. Serious conflicts arose between Korolev and Barmin. 14 Now a fundamentally new system would have to be created. Thus, the now world-famous launch system for the R-7, the modern Soyuz U, emerged. The deadline stipulated previously by the government had to be shifted somewhat, but in accord with Korolev's famous motto no later than May, the first launch of the R-7 took place on May 15, 1957. Since then, 2 of the first stages of the R-7 have remained the reliable basis for manned and many other space programs up to the present day. The world owes gratitude not only to Korolev and the other creators of the R-7 packet, but also to Vyacheslav Malashev, who in 1954, using the state's power, obliged Korolev to redesign the rocket. Unfortunately, Vyacheslav Alexandrovich himself, the initiator of such a historic turning point in the fate of the first Soviet intercontinental ballistic missile, did not live to see its first launches. The powerful doses of radiation that he received participating in the tests of the first nuclear devices had taken a toll on his health. 15. As a rule under Stalin, the creation of the first scientific research organizations and the industrial base for missile production did not take place in a vacuum, but at the expense of, and frequently to the detriment of, work in the other defense industry fields. The NII-88 Head Institute was created on the basis of Artillery Factory No. 88. Production of anti-aircraft guns was transferred to other factories. Factory No. 456 in Khimki, which had mastered the production of transport aircraft even before the war under license to the American firm Douglas, was appropriated from the aviation industry for use as a design bureau and factory for liquid propellant rocket engines. NII-885 was created on the basis of an electromechanical factory to serve as an institute and factory for guidance systems. The automobile industry was hardest hit. In the city of Dnepropetrovsk, the construction of the largest automobile factory in the country had been completed. It was supposed to produce amphibious vehicles for the infantry, and in the future, all-terrain trucks and tractors. In 1951, the factory was handed over to the Ministry of Armaments for the series production of Korolev's R-1 and R-2 missiles and their engines. Ustinov personally directed the reconstruction of the factory, the organization of the new production, and its staffing. Dnepropetrovsk Factory No. 586 literally mushroomed. A Council of Ministers resolution, dated April 10, 1954, called for the design department of the factory to be converted into a special design bureau OKB 586. 16 On July 9 of that year, M.K. Yangel was appointed chief designer of OKB 586. In 1991 Yuzhnoye Design Bureau, formerly OKB 586, was named after academician M.K. Yangel. The Soviet leaders Stalin, and then Khrushchev and Brezhnev, devoted particular attention and patronage to the development of missile, and subsequently, space technology at Dnepropetrovsk. The present-day state-owned Yuzhnoye Design Bureau and Yuzhny Factory enable an independent Ukraine to lay claim to the title of space power, thanks to Ustinov's initiatives in the early 1950s. It is necessary to pay particular attention to the role of Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev in the history of Russian cosmonautics. There were many contradictions in his activity as General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee and as head of the government. However, without any doubt one should recognize his unequivocally positive role in the history of cosmonautics. As head of state, he not only made the final decisions concerning the production of the first intercontinental missiles, but also, in spite of objections from the military, personally decided to allocate two R-7s which were undergoing flight design tests for the Ministry of Defense for the launch of the first artificial satellite. After this success stunned the world, he demanded that Korolev immediately launch a second satellite. In response to the timid objections of the Minister of Defense, he announced that the political success of space flights was more important to us than 10 combat missiles. At that historic stage he was right. In 1959, during a visit to the United States, Khrushchev presented President Eisenhower with the gift of an exact copy of the pennant delivered by an R-7 rocket to the surface of the Moon. In 1961, he very happily accepted congratulations from heads of state across the world on the occasion of Yuri Gagarin's triumphant flight. The logic of the Cold War required convincing proof about the advantage of the social structure in each opposing side. This political requirement advanced science and technology more than 100 abstract scholarly dissertations. A great service performed by Khrushchev was his skillful use of the first practical achievements in cosmonautics to unite society politically and spiritually. However, it is worth remembering that, while sparing no resources for the development of space technology, Khrushchev did not dare break the taboo imposed by the security agencies on divulging the names of the true authors of our space conquests. Academician Kapitsa wrote that the author and organizer of such a scientific feat as the launch of the first artificial satellite is entirely deserving of the Nobel Prize. 17 There is no doubt that worldwide public opinion would have been positive if the Nobel Committee had awarded this prize to the chief designer of the launch vehicle and first satellite. But the name of the chief designer was kept secret until his death, and the Nobel Prize is not awarded to anonymous authors. After the launch of the first satellites, the rocket space industry was forced to rapidly expand its industrial base and attract new production capacity. It needed to further improve the coordination of operations for armaments and military technology production for the conventional and new branches of the armed forces. Obsolete military doctrines needed to be revised. The interaction between industries, and the organization of new and broader cooperation between enterprises required the restructuring of industrial management. Khrushchev consistently implemented a policy of developing the rocket space industry to the detriment above all of the aviation industry. He believed that if the Soviet Union had intercontinental missiles it did not need heavy long-range bombers, and he believed the number of intermediate-range combat aircraft and ground attack aircraft could also be reduced if we learned how to crank out rockets like sausages. One of the first gifts to cosmonautics was the handing over of Kubyshev Aviation Factory No. 1, also called Progress Factory, to the rocket industry. The factory was commissioned to take over the series production of the Korolev R-7 intercontinental missiles. In 1962, Progress Factory also took on space technology. It started its own monopoly in the field of reconnaissance and surveillance spacecraft. Today the Central Specialized Design Bureau, TSSKB, and the Progress Factory are a single enterprise. In 1951, at Philly in Moscow at the base of the huge aviation factory No. 23, Experimental Design Bureau 23, OKB 23, was formed for the development of heavy bombers. By the late 1950s, OKB 23 chief designer Vladimir Mikhailovich Myasishchev was producing bombers that, in terms of their parameters, surpassed the American B-52, but in spite of his indisputable achievements, he was transferred to the post of director of the Central Aerohydrodynamics Institute, TSAGI. The staff of OKB-23 became branch number 1 of OKB-52, headed by V.N. Chelomi, while factory number 23, named for M.V. Khrushchev, was transferred in its entirety to the production of missiles and proton launch vehicles. Today the Khrushchev State Rocket Space Scientific Industrial Center is the largest rocket space enterprise in Russia and the pride of the Russian Aviation and Space Agency. One can assume that if the Khrushchev factory had remained in the aviation industry, it would have gone begging during the years of the devastating market reforms, as did our entire aviation industry, which was once the second most powerful in the world. The full list of enterprises that were retooled for rocket space production is very long. I have cited only the most significant examples. In 1957, at Khrushchev's initiative, the defense ministries were converted into state committees. The primary scientific research institutes and experimental design bureaus remained under their management, but production, primarily series production, was transferred to regional economic councils. The problem of coordinating the work of all the fields of defense technology turned out to be very acute. In this regard, in December 1957, the CPSU Central Committee and the USSR Council of Ministers decided to create the Commission of the Presidium of the USSR Council of Ministers for Military-Industrial Issues. Subsequently this body was named the State Military-Industrial Commission of the Presidium of the USSR Council of Ministers and later the State Military-Industrial Commission of the USSR Cabinet of Ministers. 18. The Military-Industrial Commission was tasked with coordinating the work of the state committees, i.e., the former ministries, and monitoring operations for the creation and very rapid production cycle of military technology, including rocket and space technology, without regard to the departmental affiliation of the executives. The Commission had the right to make rapid decisions on behalf of the state, but did not have its own money. The Ministry of Finance provided resources to the agencies only per the decisions of the Central Committee and the Council of Ministers. Dmitry Fedorovich Ustinov was appointed the first chairman of the Military-Industrial Commission, and simultaneously, deputy chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers. Thus, Ustinov, until then Minister of Armaments in charge of artillery and rocket space technology, became the actual boss of the entire military-industrial complex of the USSR. One must say that his experience, his strong-willed and decisive nature, and his, at times, very strict and exacting temperament were in the right place at the right time. In March 1963 Ustinov was appointed chairman of the All-Russian Council of the National Economy. At a later plenary session of the Central Committee, he was selected to be secretary of the CPSU Central Committee for Defense Issues and a candidate member of the Politburo. Finally, in 1976, the Rocketeer's dream came true. Ustinov was named USSR Minister of Defense, and thereby became one of the most influential members of the Politburo. After Ustinov, Leonid Vasilyevich Smirnov was appointed chairman of the Military-Industrial Commission. He held that post for 22 years. Smirnov was replaced in 1985 by Yuri Dmitrievich Maslyukov, formerly of Gosplan. Subsequently the Military-Industrial Commission was headed by Igor Sergeyevich Belousov, the former Minister of Shipbuilding. During the last phase of this complex period for our defense industry, the commission was headed once again by Maslyukov. The commission was liquidated in December 1991 after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Traditionally, the Military-Industrial Commission oversaw 9 ministries, which corresponded to 9 key industries: nuclear, MSM-19, aviation, MAP-20, rocket space, MOM-21, shipbuilding, MSP-22, radio engineering, MRP-23, electronics, MEP-24, defense, MOP-25, communications equipment, MPSS-26, and machine building, for munitions, MM-27. According to data that Oleg Dmitrievich Baklanov cites in a yet-to-be-published work, by the late 1970s, the military industry, i.e., what we refer to as the military-industrial complex, was concentrated into 1,770 enterprises under these 9 main ministries, of which 450 were scientific research organizations and 250 experimental design organizations. A total of 10.45 million individuals worked in the industry. In addition, another approximately 546,000 persons were involved in civilian industries associated with the military-industrial complex: chemical, electrical, textile, automobile, etc. In all, in spite of the Cold War, no more than approximately 10% of the scientific, technical and industrial potential of the USSR was working in the interests of the military-industrial complex. This is approximately 12 million persons, or around 30 million persons when counting family members. This figure does not count the industrial and construction organizations of the Ministry of Defense, which did not formally enter into the Big Nine of the military-industrial complex. From the total number of industry personnel involved in defense production, 33.7% worked in aerospace, 20.3% worked in radio engineering, electronics and communications, and 9.1% worked in shipbuilding. Meanwhile, the military-industrial complex contributed more than 20% of the volume of the gross nation product. Thus, rocket technology and cosmonautics were far from being the only concern of the Commission on Military-Industrial Issues. It would be a simplification to suggest that the rapid development of rocket space technology during the period of the progressive mobilization economy was a process devoid of conflict. Not only were there confrontations between design schools, but also embittered debates surrounding the doctrines and strategies of development between the very statesmen endowed with real power. These debates were not antagonistic, since no one was struggling to appropriate or seize state public property for mercenary aims in the interests of some clan. A great qualitative advancement that resolved many organizational conflicts was the resolution of 1965 under the Brezhnev Politburo concerning the creation of a special Ministry of General Machine Building, MOM. The name of the new ministry had nothing in common with the actual content of its work. However, to openly announce to the entire world that in the Soviet Union a rocket space ministry or nuclear industry ministry had been created was considered impermissible. There was not a problem with aviation or radio engineering, but rocket space was strictly forbidden. Sergei Alexandrovich Afanasyev was named Minister of General Machine Building. Afanasyev's biographical early life is typical of many other defense industry managers. In 1941 he graduated from the Bauman Moscow Higher Technical Institute, MVTU. 28 During the war he was a foreman and designer at an artillery factory, as well as shop chief and deputy chief mechanic. After the war he was transferred to the Ministry of Armaments, where, beginning in 1955, he headed the main technical directorate. In 1957, he became deputy chairman, and beginning in 1958, chairman of the Leningrad Economic Council. In 1961, he became deputy chairman of the All-Union Council of the National Economy. And then on March 2, 1965, he was appointed MOM minister. He worked in this high-level state post for 18 years. Afanasyev left for another ministry not voluntarily or for reasons of health but at the will of a member of the Politburo, Minister of Defense Marshal Ustinov. In 1965, unexpectedly for many, Ustinov promoted Afanasyev to the post of Minister of the Rocket Industry and supported him in every possible way. However, he did not forgive him for his opposition in the conflict that we called the Little Civil War, which resulted from disagreements between general designers Yangel and Chelomy on principles of defense doctrine and the development of strategic nuclear missile armaments. The Little Civil War began in 1964 under Khrushchev and did not end until 1976 when Ustinov, having become Minister of Defense, ended it. Ustinov profoundly felt and understood the importance of science for state security. At one of the meetings on the lunar program, while addressing the president of the USSR Academy of Sciences, Akademician Keldysh, he said that science must be the headquarters of government. He also suggested this to Afanasyev, who was beginning his ministerial career. The fact that Afanasiev succeeded in convincing Brezhnev to transfer to his new ministry not only all of the main rocket space design bureaus, scientific research institutes, and series production factories from the other state committees, but also all of the other allied enterprises as well, should be considered his first personal contribution. Under Afanasiev, the legendary Council of Chief Designers was placed for the first time under a single ministry. The chief designers were transferred as follows: Korolev came from the State Committee on Defense Technology, Glushko came from the State Committee on Aviation Technology, Pylyagin and Ryazansky came from the State Committee on Radio Electronic Technology, Barman came from the State Committee on Machine and Instrument Building, Kuznetsov came from the State Committee on Shipbuilding. Accordingly, the tens of factories that fulfilled the orders of these chief designers as well as other factories were transferred to MOM. Georgy Alexandrovich Tyulin was appointed first deputy minister of MOM. He was very familiar with our history. He participated in the work in Germany, was a former chief of NII4, and former deputy chairman of the State Committee on Defense Technology. Tyulin was an organizer/scientist, very much a kindred spirit to Korolev and to all the members of the Council of Chief Designers. He also enjoyed the support of Ustinov, but in his own subsequent work his relationship with Afanasiev did not improve. During the so-called small civil war he and Afanasiev were on opposite sides of the front. MOM was given almost all of the duties that NASA had in the United States in terms of cosmonautics, plus a whole host of other responsibilities, including the production of all onboard and ground equipment, the weighty responsibility, together with the Ministry of Defense, of producing strategic nuclear missile forces, and ensuring the social well-being of all the workers in this branch of industry. Therefore, Minister Afanasiev and the corresponding deputies had to bear the responsibility for all unmanned and manned flights, for the N1L3 lunar program, had to speak in front of the Central Committee either for or against Kilome's alternative proposal concerning the creation of the UR-700 lunar launch vehicle, had to sort out the debate between Minister of Defense Andrei Grechko and Yangel concerning his proposals about the mortar-type launching of strategic missiles, had to have a new mission control center built in order to be ready for the Soyuz Apollo program, and had to keep track of construction progress at hundreds of other industrial and social facilities from Dnepropetrovsk, Ukraine to Usharaisk in the Russian Far East. In and of itself, the epic of the major construction of the rocket space industry deserves separate historical study. The MOM enterprises, which formed entire towns, created new living conditions in the cities of Korolev, Khimki, Rutov, Persvit, Yurg, Niznaya Salda, Zheleznogorsk, Novopolotsk, Myas, and many others. Independent of MOM, because it had its own budget, the Ministry of Defense made a large contribution to the creation of rocket space science cities. The cities of Leninsk, today Baikonur, Murny, Plesetsk, Yubiliny, Krasnoznamensk, the military towns of the Command and Measurement Complex, and finally the grandiose complexes of the engineering and launch sites of the cosmodromes were all primarily the contribution of the Ministry of Defense builders. Today, our capital and other large cities are filled with advertisements about the construction and sale of luxury homes for the modern elite of Russia. For only $1 million you can acquire a very nice apartment. It would be useful for the modern slanderers of our history to remember that, during the period from 1966 through 1990, the rocket space industry alone built more than 14 million square meters of residential housing. In terms of modern housing prices, that is $1.5 trillion. In addition, MOM alone built schools for the general public to accommodate 59,300 pupils, kindergartens to accommodate 74,000 children, hospitals with 8,550 beds, polyclinics accommodating 19,100 visits per shift, professional institutes accommodating 14,360 students, clubs and cultural centers accommodating 7,400 individuals, sport complexes, swimming pools, dispensaries, pioneer camps, recreational areas, and holiday retreats. Practically all of this was accessible to hundreds of thousands of individuals, creating the necessary psychological frame of mind for the field of cosmonautics and the people's belief in tomorrow. In light of these facts, one must say that Afanasiev was a unique minister. He, his deputies, and the directors of the Allied ministries bore personal responsibility for a broad range of scientific, technological, political, and social issues that were critical to the prestige, security, and might of the state. Afanasiev and his deputies worked in close contact with many of the scientific institutions of the Academy of Sciences. Virtually every fundamental decision concerning cosmonautics was made with the participation of the president of the Academy of Sciences. The experience of working in rocket space technology shows that success occurs where and when each individual anywhere in the enormous and complex system always performs his or her duty. In this sense, it is difficult for history to select leaders in politics, economics, and science. It would be a mistake to think that statesmen, who possessed an elevated sense of responsibility and who were personally interested in the successes of cosmonautics, always made the optimal decisions. An example of this is the history of our N1L3 program, the manned expedition to the Moon. The lunar program required the expenditure of great resources and the concentration of design and production capacities under a single painstakingly selected project. Khrushchev personally tried to reconcile the technical disagreements between chief designers Korolev and Glushko. He did not succeed. Moreover, he supported Kilomy's alternative proposals. Khrushchev, and after him Brezhnev, as the secretaries of the Central Committee, Ustinov, who was responsible for rocket space technology, Minister Afanasiev, the ministers of defense, and all the others comprising the Big Nine of the military-industrial complex were required to obtain the resources for achieving both military space strategic parity and the peaceful lunar program from a single state budgetary pocket. In the final analysis, parity was not only achieved, but according to some indicators, we passed the United States in terms of nuclear missile armaments. In any case, the threat of a Third World War was removed. The two superpowers began to understand that bad peace was better than mutual annihilation. But the initial economic positions at the start of the moon race were considerably stronger for the Americans. In the early 1970s, we won the nuclear missile race, but lost the moon race. Statesmen did not support the designers' proposals to hold on to what had been begun on the lunar program, modify the N1 launch vehicle, and gain prestigious revenge by creating a permanent lunar base by the end of the 1970s. It really would have been possible to achieve this. But every cloud has a silver lining. The successful landing of Americans on the moon prompted the rapid acceptance of the program for creating a series of Salyut long-duration orbital stations, which served as the scientific technical basis for the Mir orbital complex. The Mir station, in turn, initiated the beginning of American operations to construct an even larger orbital station. American officials in charge of NASA were convinced that using Soviet-Russian intellect and the experience gained on Mir it would be possible to reduce both the costs of the station and the time required for the program's implementation. Thus, the International Space Station, ISS, appeared, the total cost of which, according to predictions, would be significantly higher than the American expenditures on all 7 lunar expeditions. 29 An outstanding achievement of Soviet rocket space technology was the creation of the Energy Yaburan reusable space system. This time, the initiative for the creation of the system, which is similar in performance to the American Space Shuttle system, originated not from scientists and designers, but from the top, from the state, which for prestige and for political purposes, and also out of fear of an American advantage in a new space system for delivering sudden strikes, spared no resources on this exceptionally complex program. The Energy Yaburan system was the largest-scale program in the history of domestic cosmonautics. More than 1,200 enterprises and organizations and almost 100 ministries and departments participated in its creation. As a result, using mobilization economics methods, the Soviet state produced the Energy Ya launch vehicle, which in terms of its capabilities had no rivals in the world, since the Americans had halted work on the Saturn V Super Heavy launch vehicle after the lunar expeditions. The Energy Ya Super Heavy launch vehicle offered cosmonautics the broadest of possibilities. The Buran space carrier vehicle in its single unmanned flight also demonstrated advantages over the American space shuttle. The success of the Energy Ya Buran program was made possible by the fact that expenditures on the nuclear missile shield were substantially reduced after parity was achieved and treaties had been concluded for the reduction of strategic offensive arms. In a struggle for personal power, new statesmen without asking the permission of their people destroyed the Soviet Union with a swiftness that not even its most ardent enemies could have dreamed. The collapse of the Soviet Union led to the creation of sovereign states that were not concerned with the fate of cosmonautics. They were no longer in the mood for Energy Ya and Buran. In spite of the efforts of the leading enterprises, which had developed proposals for the practical use of the very rich resources on hand from the Energy Ya Buran system, all operations were terminated. Russia is the legal heir of the space programs and achievements of the Soviet Union. Over the last decade of the 20th century, Russian cosmonautics virtually had no state support. According to various estimates, the amount of actual funding from the Russian state budget for the rocket space industry was between 0.05 and 0.01% of the amount it received in the mid-1980s. The new Russian governments that came to power and rapidly replaced one another proved to be incompetent and did not want to assess and claim their very rich intellectual and technological legacy. But then they quickly assessed the tremendous value of our natural resources and legalized their plunder with impunity. An enormous safety margin enabled our cosmonautics to survive under conditions of general systemic crisis, economic crisis, and ideological, moral, and spiritual crises. The new government leaders were in a great hurry to reject previous political and social doctrines, and together they discarded our enormous experience in state planning and the organization of the economy. In exchange, neither a new strategy nor new prospects appeared. A significant portion of the rocket space enterprises were organizationally combined under the management of the Russian Space Agency, RKA. This saved them from the threat of greed-driven privatization and plunder. The aviation industry did not act fast enough to carry out a similar self-organization at the state level. Under the threat of the total destruction of the domestic aviation industry, the latest Russian government handed over the surviving portion of this industry to the Space Agency. The RKA was converted into the Russian Aviation and Space Agency, RAKA or Rosaviakosmos. 30 Modern cosmonautics has acquired vital military strategic importance. The military doctrines of the United States for the 21st century stipulate fundamentally new methods for conducting future local wars. Space navigation, space omniscience, communications, and data transmission and control play a defining role in them. During the times of the Soviet Union, our military space and missile forces, in terms of their potential capabilities, nearly matched similar American forces. Almost every type of literary memoir proves that we are products of our childhood. Normally, childhood is defined as ranging from infancy to the early school years. I am not about to break with literary tradition, and I will confirm this thesis with an example of my own biography. My passport and all manner of questionnaires that I have filled out over the course of at least 80 years claim that I was born March 1, 1912, in the city of Lodz, Poland. The initial conditions imposed by an individual's parents and childhood environment determine the fate of the majority of people. Initial conditions are the critical factor in solving any problem in the scientific disciplines. There are no super powerful computer systems that modern science or the science of the foreseeable future can use to describe the life of a human being. Literary memoirs solve this problem with an essential simplification of reality and the initial conditions. I will begin the description of my initial conditions, as in classic memoirs, with my parents. When I arrived in this world, my father was 42 and my mother was 32. I was an only child. My mother, Sofia Borisovna Yevgenovskaya, was the third daughter in a wealthy Jewish family in the city of Gomel. Her parents, my grandmother and grandfather, had 5 daughters. I never met any of my grandparents. My aunts and uncles, under various circumstances and for various reasons, unanimously confirmed that of the 5 Yevgenovsky daughters, Sofia, my future mother, was the most beautiful and capable. Finding worthy suitors for 5 daughters who met the strict requirements of wealthy and conservative parents was not easy. No one doubted that the beautiful Sofia would be left wanting. Quite unexpectedly, however, Sofia Yevgenovskaya was expelled from her last year of preparatory school for belonging to an illegal revolutionary organization. To the horror of her family and admirers, she expressed no remorse for her beliefs, and instead turned into a professional revolutionary. To be independent, she completed doctor's assistant and midwifery courses in St. Petersburg, and returned home an active member of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, RSDRP. After the crushing defeat of the revolutionary movement of 1905, she was threatened with arrest, trial, and in the best-case scenario exile to Siberia. Almost all of her comrades in arms had been repressed, and she had gone into hiding, using the connections of her venerable parents and 2 elder sisters, who had married representatives of the hated bourgeois class. Her only salvation was to flee Russia. Relatives quickly found a respectable but quite poor teacher named Yevzy Menezayevich Chertok, whom they finally talked into immediate marriage and emigration. In 1907, teacher Yevzy Chertok and midwife Sofia Chertok lived peacefully for some time in Poland. There the elder sister of Sofia's mother, who had married a Lodz textile manufacturer, watched over them. However, Poland was not outside the reach of the Tsarist secret police, and my future parents emigrated farther west. In Germany, father learned bookkeeping and perfected the German language, and in France my future mama completed her education in medicine and mastered French so that she could study the history of the French Revolution in the original texts. In 1911, my parents returned to the Russian Empire and began to work in Lodz. My father worked as a bookkeeper in the textile industry. Mother worked as a nurse and finally started to dream of having a baby. She ended any activism, but remained a sympathizer of the Mensheviks and the Jewish Social Democratic Party Bund. In March 1912, mother completely switched her energy for absorbing revolutionary activity over to caring for my health and upbringing. At the very beginning of the First World War, my parents decided that Poland was an unsafe place for their only son, and they moved to Moscow. And so, in 1914, I became a Muscovite. I remember the red brick, 4-story building on Okhovskaya Street near Razgulyai. We lived there until the autumn of 1917. The structure of human memory is amazing. I do not remember important telephone numbers, and often I am not capable of recalling events from the previous week. It is my random access memory that cannot perform those operations. But my long-term memory still remembers the broad street filled with jubilant, shouting, and singing demonstrators with a multitude of red flags. My father is holding me tightly by the hand and the whole time saying, "Look, we're having a revolution." This was the February Revolution of 1917. I vaguely remember the platform at some train station. For some reason, soldiers were on the roofs of the freight cars pushing about with bags, and old women were shouting things I couldn't understand. Mother offered something shiny to some man, and he measured out something for her into a white bag, maybe flour, or groats. I was often sick. A significant portion of father's small income went for consultations with luminaries on childhood diseases. But it was not I who became seriously ill, but father. He became severely lame, and I remember the diagnosis was water on the knee. It was very difficult for him to get to work in the center of Moscow. Uncle Maizy, the husband of my mother's elder sister, came to his aid. He offered both of my parents work and an apartment on the far outskirts of Moscow beyond the Presninskaya Gate. There, at the textile factory, they needed a good bookkeeper and wanted to set up some kind of medical attendant's office, preferably with a midwife, because there were no maternity homes in the surrounding areas. We received a 2-room apartment in a 1-story wooden house. The same building housed the factory office, and they set up the medical nook in the hallway. There were no city conveniences like running water, a sewer system, or central heating, but to make up for that, our windows overlooked an apple orchard. Clean air, nature, and produce supplied by the closest villages, Nevniki and Chalepika, were far more available here than in Razgulyai. Our factory-owned house stood right on the bank of the Moscow River, which at that time was very clean. To the south of the factory were the vegetable gardens of the peasants from the village Shalepika, and the potato and rye fields of the villages Nevniki and Koroshevo extended from the northern side. I am eternally indebted to my parents. In the first place, I am grateful to them for selecting the place where we lived. They chose wisely. In order to show how the geography and social environment of the former outskirts of Moscow influenced my fate, I shall excavate some not yet faded fragments from my memory. I have selected something that, to my way of thinking, should be of interest to everyone who is interested in the unique history of Russia and Moscow. Boys today have hardly taken their first steps before they have gained a knowledge of the different models of automobiles. For me, knowledge of transport issues began with the temperaments and nicknames of the horses that were the basis of all the factory's transport services: trips to Moscow, trips to the villages for potatoes and vegetables, and the ambulance service delivering the gravely ill. To the famed Soldatenkovskaya, today Botkinskaya, hospital. The factory committee and the governing body of the Nizhnekodinskaya textile factory, where my parents lived and worked, provided horses during the most difficult and hungry years to bring joy to the children of the workers. On New Year's Eve in 1919, these horses brought us, dozens of children, in sleighs to the first New Year's party in Russian history in the Hall of Columns of the Noblemen's Club. This was my first visit to the Hall of Columns of the future House of Unions. I have since been in that most popular old Muscovite hall innumerable times. Many visits to the Hall of Columns have been completely erased from my memory. But some of the events associated with it have been stamped in my memory forever. I remember the New Year's celebration of 1919 in the Hall of Columns clearly after 80 years. Pieces of real white bread with jam have stuck in my memory just as clearly as the enormous fir tree that stunned my childhood imagination with its vast assortment of ornaments, the radiance of the electric chandeliers, and the music. Indeed, at home, the primary source of light was kerosene lamps. The factory, located 10 kilometers from the center of the capital, did not have transmission lines from the Moscow electric grid until 1922. For people of the younger generation, it is difficult to imagine that in today's prestigious region of Serebryanny-Bor, in Koroshevo-Nevniki, and along the entire Koroshevskoy highway, people lived and worked without enjoying such basic achievements of civilization as gas, electricity, telephones, refrigerators, running water and so on. At the factory, all of the machines were driven by a single diesel engine with a complex system of multi-stage belt transmissions. This same diesel engine also provided the factory village with light for a couple of hours in the evening. The factory workers and their children, with whom I quickly became friends, determined the social microclimate. The Civil War was still going on, and we, of course, played Reds and Whites, rather than cowboys and Indians. Nobody wanted to be white. Frequently, when visiting the workers' dormitories, which were called bedrooms, I heard conversations about the imminent victory of our side. Our side was the Red Army, and there were no doubts as to the just cause of the proletariat. At home, the Sotsialistik Vestnik, Socialist Herald, sometimes appeared. It was an underground Menshevik newspaper that was somehow delivered to mother. She carefully hid it, but that was the very thing that made me curious. In all, 300 men worked at the factory, which had its own Communist Party cell, its own factory trade union committee, and even a pioneer unit. For I recall that the pioneers put on a play at the Red Army Club at the Prisna station about the French Revolution. My father chuckled, "What do you know about this revolution?" But mother encouraged my social exploits in every way possible. She was the first to tell me about the times of Robespierre, Marat, and Danton, and she explained what the Bastille and the guillotine were. The geographic location contributed to my being a pretty good swimmer by the time I reached the age of 7, and soon my comrades and I took a liking to river voyages. We rowed against the rapid current to the mysterious Studeni ravine. Archaeology students often visited this ravine, which was really cold even on hot days. They filled their knapsacks with ancient fossils and gladly enlightened us curious natives about who was who hundreds of thousands of years ago. At the bottom of the ravine was a spring that produced water that was crystal clear and, as they used to say, even had healing properties. In 1932, these places were completely wiped out by the construction of the Karamashevskaya Dam of the Moscow-Volga Canal. To begin with, they filled in the ravine. In its place they built a camp surrounded by barbed wire for the prisoners who built the canal. Now a major transportation line runs through these sites. As we got older, we rode upriver to Philly, and then to Kuntsev. Our dream was always to reach Krylatskoye. On its high bank, like a beacon, rose a white bell tower. It was very difficult to overcome the rapid current with our oars. I began to read at a young age. During our journeys along the Moscow River we made rest stops on the willow thicket banks. My traveling companions made a campfire, roasted potatoes, and demanded one of my celebrated readings of the literature that I used to snatch from my parents' library for such occasions. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn met with the greatest success, while Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin gave rise to aggressive moods. Hey, after the Revolution in Europe, we'll deal with the American slaveholders. By the time we were 10, my comrades and I got to know the outlying areas, on bicycles made by the Dux Factory. The Dux Factory, the future No. 1 Aviation Factory, and subsequently the Progress Factory, produced surprisingly durable road bikes in those years. Skilled workers could afford to buy such a bicycle for their sons. The area surrounding Moscow was amazingly pure ecologically. One could judge this simply by the fact that our table was never without fish caught in the Moscow River or the factory pond, which was formed by a dam on the Kidinka River. During those hungry years of rationing cards, this was a great help. The Khoroshevskoye Highway, which connected Krasnaya Prisna with Khoroshevsky Serebryanny, bore past a kilometer from the factory. This highway was paved with cobblestones and therefore considered to be an all-weather thoroughfare. At the age of 7, some friends of the same age and I ran off to the highway to watch the few cars that drove by. We secretly hoped we would see them blow up the powder depots located across the highway next to the Kadinsky radio station towers. I got into a lot of trouble for such absences, since the Khoroshevsky arsenals instilled fear in everyone living in the vicinity. There was talk that enemy counter-revolutionaries would sooner or later blow them up, and then our factory and every living thing in it would be obliterated. The interesting thing was that the arsenals really did blow up. It was the summer of 1920 and I had asked for permission once again to go see how the radio station operates. Along the way, I saw smoke and flame of an extraordinary height dancing over the powder depots. People were running toward me shouting, "The depots are burning." I was a pretty good runner and I took to my heels as fast as my 8-year-old legs could carry me toward the village of Shalepika. Behind me it was already rumbling and thundering. The people running beside me were yelling that we needed to take cover behind the water tower. There was a very sturdy embankment there. When I reached the riverbank, I ran at full speed to the stone water tower building looming up ahead. Suddenly flames leapt up in front of me, and a hot wind full of sand and clumps of earth hit me in the face. It seemed as if I had fallen into some sort of pit. Someone's strong arm pulled me out and did not let go of me. Now I tried to break into a run, drawn in by that arm. Only when I heard the cry, "Don't try to break loose, I'm still not going to let go of you," did I recognize Vera, the young worker from the dye shop who often came to see my mother. In the rushing stream of people we reached the railroad bridge by Philly. The guard let everyone across, and finding ourselves on the other Philly bank, we were able to catch our breath. Back where I had run from, a mushroom-shaped column shot high into the air. Out of the cloud, hot clumps of some unknown material were flying in various directions. I remember being given water to drink and eating from the mess tins of our Red Army soldiers. That night we slept in their tents. The next day we were allowed to return. Under Vera's protection, I arrived home. My mother had been convinced that I had died or lay wounded near the depots. She had rushed to the fire, and according to eyewitness accounts, remained alive only because Red Army soldiers stopped her and held her in a shelter until the most dangerous phase of the explosions was over. Then they helped her in fruitless searches, and finally despairing, they drove her home. A line had already formed there of people with minor injuries who needed bandages. Amazingly, no one had been killed or seriously wounded among all our acquaintances. Our neighbor the factory foreman, a former artilleryman, had taken cover during the explosions with his entire family in the cellar. When the most terrifying part was over, he also attempted to search for my remains. When he saw me whole and unharmed, with my mother almost beside herself, he offered to give me a thrashing as a warning. He often used this method on his own 5 children. This time his offer was not accepted. But soon another occasion presented the opportunity for such an educational lesson. The immediate destruction and fires from the depots in the area blowing up were surprisingly small. However, thousands of artillery shells of various calibers, hand grenades, and boxes of cartridges were scattered over a radius of more than 3 kilometers. Red Army units mobilized to collect this ammunition that was so hazardous for the populace and so essential to the army, but they could not manage to gather and neutralize it all. No one could clearly explain why such a large amount of artillery shells had been stored at the depots, since they had been in catastrophically short supply during the Tsarist army's war with the Germans. The Red Army was also on hunger rations and was compelled to make use of booty captured in battles with the Whites. Sappers, who had blown up whole piles of ordnance in the Studeni ravine, enlightened the curious little boys as to what was what as far as ammunition goes. I decided that the war was continuing, and that in any case, it wouldn't do any harm to have my own arsenal. Unbeknownst to the grown-ups, my comrades, and I stashed a couple dozen 3 and 6-inch unexploded shells and bottlenecked and fragmentation hand grenades under the porch of our house, which was at the same time my parents' place of business. Fortunately, the grenades had no fuses. We learned how to get the explosive out of the ammunition and were delighted by the lighting effects when we threw it into the campfires that we made on the riverbank. While putting away gardening tools under the porch, a grown-up discovered our arsenal. The sappers were called immediately, and the factory cell of the Communist Party demanded an investigation into the possible counter-revolutionary plot to seize power in our area, or at least, at the factory and in the village of Shalepika. I confessed our secret plan to my parents. We had been preparing a gift for the Red Army for the crushing defeat of the White Poles. The plot scenario faded, but in this case, the neighbor insisted that his educational method be applied. For the first and last time in my life, my father gave me a thrashing, using an ordinary office ruler as the implement for the corporal punishment. The edge of the antenna field of the Kadinsky radio station, the largest in Russia, lay just 2 kilometers from the annihilated powder depots. The steel and wood towers, which were over 100 meters high, stood at intervals of 100 meters. Strung between them, on garlands of insulators, hung the sausage-shaped antenna. A wire net for counterbalance was suspended above the ground. Barbed wire surrounded the entire area, and it was considered closed to the public. However, the Factory Trade Union Committee organized tours for workers and school children to the radio station. At the station, I got my first glimpse into the work of the powerful wireless transmitter sending its dots and dashes into the ether in a series of blinding sparks. Next, they showed us what they called the accumulator hall. 12,000 of these glass jars produce 24,000 volts. Any contact with them is lethal, explained our tour guide. It was frightening, mysterious, and terribly interesting. In another hall, the high-frequency generators were humming. Here, for the first time, I saw the famed machines of Professor Vologdin. I later met the professor himself when I was a student. I went on at least 3 tours of the Kadinsky radio station, trying to understand why it was possible to hear it thousands of versts away. Perhaps living in such close proximity influenced my subsequent passion for electricity and radio engineering. My cousin Mikhail Solomonovich Wolfson often came to visit us. He was 6 years my senior and knew how to hold interesting conversations about the wonders of technology. he introduced me to the literary genres of adventure and science fiction, which often resulted in conflicts with my parents. As soon as the opportunity arose, I set aside Turgenev's sportsman sketches and became absorbed in Ellida, Captain Grant's Children, or one of the books from James Fenimore Cooper's famous Indian series. 7. Somehow father took me to Moscow, and for the first time I found myself at a real movie. It was the Ars Movie House on Tverskia Street. On the screen I saw the Martian beauty Ellida and was completely stunned. Here was my calling in life. It was possible to receive secret signals via radio from Mars and Adili, Yuta. This meant, where are you, son of Earth? And so I became mad about radio engineering. This enthusiasm went in tandem with an enthusiasm for airplanes. About 5 kilometers to the east of our house was the notorious Kidinka. There on the day of the coronation of Tsar Nicholas II, hundreds of people died in a stampede for free vodka. In the 20th century, they filled in the multitude of pits and ditches and it became the central airfield of the Republic. I used to love to go to the airfield with my friends, and sometimes alone. After making myself comfortable in the sweet-smelling grass, I'd watch the takeoffs and landings of the airplanes, which looked a lot like bookcases whose shelves were tied together with string. Soon my knowledge of the construction and layout of airplanes became more substantial. The same Very who dragged me away from the firestorm of the burning powder depots married a flight mechanic who worked at Kidinka. With his assistance I began to study the various types of aircraft. Whenever I saw an airplane in the sky, I had to make a public announcement of its name. And there were a multitude of them, single and two-engine, biplanes, monoplanes, even triplanes, and all of them were foreign: Junkers, de Havilland, Avro, Fokker, Dornier, Sopwith Vickers, Newport. Just wait, the flight mechanic assured us, we will have ours. Soon our airplanes appeared at Kidinka. They were very similar to the de Havillands. These were the first domestic reconnaissance aircraft, the R-1 and R-2. During this time of the new economic policy, NEP, in 1923, aviation had already arrived at our factory. 8. The meadow on the opposite side of the Moscow River became the airfield of the Junkers subsidiary factory. The Soviet government offered the German company Junkers the vacant buildings of the Rusko-Baltijski, Russo-Baltic, factory in the forest tract of Philly. German designer Hugo Junkers was the first to begin construction of all-metal military aircraft. The Treaty of Versailles forbade the production of military aircraft on the actual territory of Germany. It was therefore at this factory in Soviet Russia where the technology was created for the manufacture of all-metal aircraft. Until then, throughout the world, airplanes were constructed using wood and textile technology. Swimming across the river, we had the opportunity to walk right up to the Junkers standing at the edge of the forest. There was no strict security. In return for doing small chores and helping the flight mechanics, we young boys were allowed to look at the airplanes and even touch them with our hands. The Philly plant had been set up to produce single-engine, two-seater Ju-20 and Ju-21 reconnaissance planes. The Junkers aircraft had the later classic, cantilevered monoplane design made completely out of corrugated duralumin. 9. Some of the airplanes were assembled on floats rather than on wheeled landing gear. The seaplanes were hauled down to the Moscow River on special carriages. The seaplanes' takeoffs and landings on the river, which we had imagined to be our home territory, disrupted the peaceful coexistence of fishermen, Red Army soldiers bathing their horses in the river, and guests arriving from Moscow for relaxation and boat outings. A year or two later, 2- and 3-engine Junkers appeared at the airfield. These airplanes also flew in the winter after the landing gear wheels were replaced with skis. In 1923, yet another event took place that gave me reason to consider myself a person fully steeped in aviation and announced to my chums that in the future I would select a flying career. In Moscow, the first agricultural and crafts exhibition opened in the area that today is Gorky Park. The exhibition was a big event in the life of the nation, making the transition from a system of war communism to a new economic policy NEP, which allowed and even encouraged capitalistic enterprise in small manufacturing and commerce. Our Nezhnekodinskaya factory was transferred from the state sector for lease by a private stockholder company. Cloth wares from the factory, expensive for those times, were presented at the exhibition. On one of these occasions my father took me along. He was occupied with business matters, and I roamed around the exhibition the entire day, studying the tents of northern reindeer herders, the yurts of Central Asian nomads, and the new show houses of average peasants. The housing was presented together with the proprietors, live camels, reindeer, fattened horses, and various and sundry fowl. At the same time, agricultural produce from every geographical area of the country was on sale. But for me, the most interesting sight was the passenger junkers. On the bank of the Moscow River there was a small line of respectable citizens, who for a price unknown to me, were seated 4 at a time in the seaplane. It took off, circled over Moscow, and 5 minutes later taxied back up to the dock. At the end of the day, after hunting for my father, I evidently made him feel so sorry for me, that after speaking with someone who obviously had connections, he led me to the line for the junkers. The rest was like a fairy tale. For the first time in my life, I flew. Afterwards, this first commercial flight gave me the gumption to look down on all those who had never flown. On January 21, 1924, Lenin died. In spite of the regular publication of bulletins concerning Lenin's grave illness, the news of his death was perceived as a great misfortune in our family and among the factory workers. The grief was sincere. I remember my mother's words, "Now everything could be lost." Father was cautious and asked her not to speak unnecessarily, especially with her many patients. During the days of mourning, the factory almost came to a standstill. In spite of the intense cold, the temperature fell to -25°C. The majority of the workers went to stand in line at the House of Trade Unions to say goodbye to Lenin. After some domestic dissension, Mother announced that she must go to say goodbye to the great man, and she took me and other children whose parents gave their permission. Bundled up beyond recognition, 8 or 10 boys led on foot by my mother headed for House of Trade Unions. I remember that we often warmed ourselves by campfires that the Red Army soldiers kept burning along the length of the entire line. We entered the Hall of Columns after spending 6 hours in the sub-zero cold. I recall that someone said, "Let the children come closer." And so, for the second time in my life I found myself in the Hall of Columns. This time it was nothing like the New Year's celebration. The people moved slowly, trying to get a better look at Lenin lying in the red coffin. My friend Pashka Lebedev said rather loudly, "Looks like in the portrait." In response, someone immediately gave him a whack in the back of the head. My mother leaned down and whispered to me, "Look, there are Krupskaya, Bukharin, Zinoviev, and Dzerzhinsky." 11. But we had already been gently nudged out the door, and once again found ourselves outside in the freezing cold. The 10-kilometer march back home, now in the dark, was an arduous trial, but everyone returned without frostbite. 2 days later, a newspaper devoted to Lenin's mourning was posted on the wall of the factory. It contained my drawing Lenin in the coffin and a description of our march to the Hall of Columns. After Lenin's death, the Central Committee of the Communist Party announced the Lenin enrollment. All upright workers were called to join the party in order to compensate for the loss that it had suffered from the death of Lenin. The factory's party cell proposed that my mother join the party. Sofia Borisovna selflessly works without regard to the time spent caring for the workers' health, announced the secretary of the party organization. A family council was convened to discuss this issue. One of my uncles, the husband of mother's younger sister Berta Borisovna, had been a member of the party since 1917. He told Mama that she should not be hasty. There was to be a purge in the party and she might be expelled as a former Menshevik. Being purged from the party was far worse than simply not being a member. And so, my mother, who before my birth was an active member of the Russian Social Democratic Party, remained a non-party woman. In the 1920s, 9-year schools provided comprehensive education. The first 4 years were called the first level or primary school. The next 3 years completed the compulsory 7-year education. After completing 7 years of school you could enter a technical school, go to work, or continue to study for another 2 years. For the last 2 years, The 8th and 9th grades, each school had its own emphasis, a specialization enabling graduates to obtain a certificate conferring on them one profession or another. Factory Educational Institutions, FZU, also provided comprehensive education. I dreamed of getting into a radio and electrical engineering FZU, or if worst came to worst, an aeronautical engineering FZU. But there was nothing of the sort in our immediate vicinity. In autumn 1924, I went straight into the 5th grade of the 9-year school, having passed the exams for the first level, which I got through thanks to my parents' efforts. Father exhibited a great deal of patience and spent long hours trying to secure in my memory the fundamentals of Russian grammar and syntax. I persistently failed to understand the difference between the genitive and accusative cases, and I hated penmanship, but gladly solved arithmetic problems. I was more enthusiastic about the fundamentals of physics and chemistry than the prescribed reading of Turgenev's sportsman sketches and Tolstoy's childhood. My mother kept track of my literary training. I remember how exasperated she was when she found me in the garden reading a volume of Pushkin's selected works edited by Valery Bryasov and published in 1919. It turned out that the rest of the famous poem The Blush of Dawn Covered the East was quite involved and not at all what one would find in a primer, and many of Pushkin's epigrams were absolutely inappropriate for my age. The book was returned to the airplane mechanic who lived at our factory with the aforementioned Vera. He was surprised. Why hide this from children? Everyone knows that Pushkin was a hooligan. Another of Mama's passions was her desire to teach me French. To this day I regret that during my childhood, under the influence of my neighborhood friends, I showed no zeal for studying French, and later none for English. As far as German was concerned, my father laid the foundation, combining it with mathematics and Russian lessons. I was accepted into school number 70 of the Krasnaya Preshna region. It was located on Sadavo-Kudrinskaya Street. Until 1918 that building had been occupied by a girls' preparatory school. The teachers of the lower grades, having shown their loyalty to the Soviet authority, remained in their positions. New teachers came from the former technical school that had been located next door. The girls' preparatory school and boys' technical school, the teachers told us, had been schools for the privileged in that area of Moscow. Both buildings, which were built in the late 1800s, were distinguished by the architectural monumentalism of the classical Russian Empire style and the grand scale of the interior spaces. The extremely wide hallways, spacious classrooms, excellently appointed offices, sumptuous library, and large assembly hall were all now given to workers' children. Incidentally, the class in which I was placed had considerably more children of the intelligentsia, white-collar workers, and the new net bourgeoisie than Krasnaya Preshna workers' children. Bordering the school building was a park with ancient linden trees. The park contained sports fields and even an equestrian school. Sadavo-Kudrinskaya Street was very garden-like, as was the case with the entire garden ring of that era. Linden trees separated all of the buildings from the roadway, the width of which was mostly taken up by the streetcar tracks of Ring Line B. The street noise did not interfere with our activities in the least when we had our windows wide open during pleasant weather. The large territory of the schoolyard bordered on the sprawling Moscow Zoo. Getting a little ahead of myself, I will add that soon thereafter the country's first planetarium was built between our school and the School of Higher Marxism, which had taken over the former technical school building. After the war the school building was transferred into a scientific research institute for biophysics that handled the problems involved with preserving Lenin's body. In 1984, while enlightening my grandson Boris, I felt like boasting a bit about my old school. Driving up in fine fashion in my Volga to the old familiar entrance, I tried to gain entry with him into the building. My attempt was cut off right at the entrance. I had to change our itinerary and instead showed my grandson Patriarch's Ponds, which in the winter months in the 1920s was one of Moscow's best skating rinks. After skating to exhaustion I would accompany one of my classmates to her home on Krasina Street. I explained to my grandson. "Let's drive there." "Show me," he proposed unexpectedly. We rolled out onto the garden ring. Turning at Mayakovskaya Square, We arrived at Krasina Street. I drove very slowly here, convinced that the arch leading to the courtyard and the familiar building itself would be long gone. But to my surprise, everything was in place. Okay, you saw her to her house, and then what? Then I went home. I walked to Kudrinskaya Square, then I waited about 30 minutes for the bus. For 5 kopecks I rode the bus to the silicate factory on Koroshevsky Highway, and then I walked, or rather, since it was freezing cold, I ran the 2 kilometers home. Can we drive there? Let's see. And we set out on the reconstructed Koroshevsky Highway to look for the road to the former Nizhny-Kudinskaya textile factory. When I got lost on unfamiliar streets, it occurred to me that it was a lot simpler 60 years ago without an automobile. Now I had to make out the numbered Silikatny thoroughfares jammed with trucks. With difficulty I turned onto Karamashevskaya Riverside Drive and finally stumbled onto a building site, beyond which I surmised where our little wooden house on the riverbank had been located in those days. Every day except holidays, I used to make my way from here to the school that they wouldn't allow us into today. And in the evening I went back, sometimes on foot if I missed the last bus. If I walked, I went as the crow flies, not along Korshevsky, but through Krasnaya Prisna, along the Zvenigorodsky Highway, and past the Vagankovsky Cemetery. It took me an hour to walk home from school. Judging by a modern map of Moscow, it's impossible to drive that route today. And look here. Down there is the river where we used to swim to our heart's content in the summer. On the opposite bank there was a sandy beach, and over there, where those factory buildings are standing, was a marvelous meadow. This was the Junkers airfield, and then later, Factory No. 22. And you flew from this tiny, little airfield. I flew, though of course not as a pilot, but as a technician and later as an engineer. It's too bad I can't show you the airplanes that I flew on. Not a single museum has them. From the not-so-distant 80s, let us return to the school days of the 1920s. As I explained to my grandson, I usually made my way to school on Leland buses, which began making runs from Theater Square to Serebryanny-Bor in 1924. This was the first bus line in Moscow. I was only given money for the trip and for a 6-kopeck loaf of French bread. Pupils received free breakfasts until the 7th grade, so the French bread took the place of lunch. Officially, the school had a liberal arts and library science emphasis, but the mathematics, physics, and chemistry teachers had just as much class time as the humanities teachers, and moreover, they showed initiative in organizing study groups for their subjects. The physics teacher organized a radio study group. Soon the group's activity extended beyond the confines of school. I became a member of the school section of the Central Ham Radio Club, which was located on Nikolskaya Street. There I saw Professor Mikhail Alexandrovich Bunkbruyevich in person for the first time, and ham radio operators and engineers who were already well known to me from radio journals, Shapashnikov, Pavel Nikolaevich Kuksenko, and Lev Sergeyevich Theremin, inventor of the world's first electronic musical instrument. My next meeting with Kuksenko took place 21 years later in the office of the Minister of Armaments. I will write about the events of this meeting in the chapter Air Defense Missiles. In 1926, at the Ham Radio Club at No. 3 Nikolskaya Street, Lev Sergeyevich Theremin demonstrated the first electronic musical instrument in the world, the Theremin Vox, the voice of Theremin. This concert sparked enormous interest not only among radio aficionados, but also among professional musicians. The audience was captivated by the elegant 30-year-old engineer who literally pulled sounds from the air. The wooden box had 2 antennas, one in the form of a loop, the second a rod. Using light, fluid hand movements, Theremin changed the pitch and volume of the sound. The music emanating from out of nowhere was reminiscent first of a violin, then a flute, then a cello. The leader of our section told us that Lev Sergeyevich first demonstrated his instrument in 1921 for the 8th All-Russian Electrical Engineering Convention, and then again at the Kremlin for Lenin himself. Not long thereafter we were distressed to learn that there would be no Theremin concerts in Moscow for the time being. He was going abroad. I forgot about Theremin for a long time. In 1928, I subscribed to the Technical Encyclopedia. This was a costly publication, but my parents, encouraging my passion for engineering, spared no expense. The 26 volumes condensed a colossal mass of technical knowledge encompassing the enormous realm of the applied science and practical technology of the time. In the last volume I discovered a description and electrical diagram of the theremin box. It turned out that the box contained a circuit assembled from 11 electronic tubes. No mention was made about the fate of theremin himself after he emigrated from the USSR. 65 years after the concert on Nikolskaya Street, I once again heard the sounds of the theremin box and saw it seemed incredible theremin in person. The meeting took place in the apartment of Natalia Sergeyevna Koroleva, the daughter of Sergei Pavlovich Korolev. In honor of her father's birthday, Natasha gathered his relatives and colleagues. She used to track down and invite people to these events who had known Korolev long before he became chief designer. Only after the gathering at Natasha Koroleva's home did I find out a bit about the astounding fate of theremin. A talented writer or journalist could simply describe theremin's active, creative life and without making anything up produce a bestseller. Theremin emigrated to the United States from the USSR not against the wishes of the government, but with its consent. With its assistance, from 1929 through 1938, he organized and headed a company in New York that produced electronic musical instruments. The company thrived and theremin himself, while remaining a Soviet citizen, became an American millionaire. In America he got married, but in 1938 was called back to Moscow and immediately arrested. Taking into consideration his contributions, a special conference sentenced him to 8 years in a labor camp. He was sent not to Kolyma, but to Central Design Bureau. 29, TSKB 29, a Sharaga headed by enemy of the people Andrei Tupolev. 3. There he was tasked with developing the guidance system for an unmanned radio-controlled aircraft. Convicted prisoner Sergei Korolev was a consultant on the aircraft's design. In 1941, theremin was evacuated to Omsk along with all of the workers at TSKB 29. By then, however, the leaders from Lavrentiy-Beria's department had found a more urgent subject for theremin's talent. They transferred him to a Sharaga to develop equipment for secret communications, eavesdropping, encoding, and voice recognition. Alexander Solzhenitsyn describes the activity of this institution in detail in his novel First Circle. Theremin continued to invent until the last days of his 97-year life. In and of itself, the meeting with the 93-year-old theremin was utterly fantastic. He arrived at Natasha's home on January 12, 1986 with his theremin box and proposed that we try out our musical abilities. In 1926 we young radio enthusiasts had not been allowed to touch theremin's marvelous wooden box. 60 years later Lev Sergeevich theremin himself patiently taught me to play the instrument he had invented in 1920. Let us return from this digression to the 1920s. My parents could not provide me with enough funds to acquire new, expensive radio parts. We had only enough money for new shoes and clothes, I was growing rapidly, and for new textbooks, and I still needed skates and skis. Father gave me money for literature on radios separately. I bought all 3 of the popular radio journals that were published at that time: Radio Enthusiast, Radio for Everyone and Radio News. For in order to read serious literature, I headed after school to the reading room at the Lenin Library, which was located in the famous Pashkov House, and from force of habit still often called the Rumyantsef Library. I often sat there late into the evening over the journal Wireless Telegraph and Telephone, John Moorcroft's Electronic Tubes, and novelties of radio engineering literature. 5. Sometimes I did not have enough knowledge to read such works, especially when they involved higher mathematics. Beginning in 1923, book fairs were held on Tversky Boulevard once a year. There you could acquire the latest literature at lower prices. When I became a schoolboy, my parents looked over the literature syllabus for the next 3 years, checked through our home library, and drew up a list of the Russian classics we lacked. After providing me with money, they instructed me to go to Tverskoy Boulevard and buy the most inexpensive publications on the list. Imagine their anger when I revealed that instead of Hero of Our Times Rudin and collected poems of Nekrasov, Bloch, and Bryasov, I had bought 6 small books from a series on theoretical physics published in Berlin. 6. During this domestic scandal, my older cousin advised my father to hide the expensive editions of War and Peace and Anna Karenina and 8 leather-bound volumes of Gogol, lest I exchange them for amateur radio literature. During the wartime relocations we were unable to keep the unique edition of Tolstoy, but of the 8 volumes of Gogol, only 1 disappeared. 5 of the small volumes of the 1923 edition of Theoretical Physics are still in my library, intact to this day. A year later, the domestic scandal recurred. Father noticed the absence of the 3-volume Life of Animals by Alfred Bram given to me as a birthday present. I confessed that I had sold the books in order to buy brand new microtubes so that I could assemble a 2-tube receiver. I had urgently needed to make a receiver that was better than the one that my classmate Sergei Lozyakov had devised. I remember my school years with contentment. Learning was interesting, I had consuming new interests and a circle of good comrades. The boys were into chess, physics, and radio engineering. But there were study groups where girls also thrived. Our chemistry teacher made the potential effects of the chemical industry on our economy sound so fascinating that when he organized a chemistry study group, almost the entire female contingent of our class joined it. I excelled in chemistry and was also involved with the study group for 2 years. The skills that I gained during that time proved extremely useful to me later. Another thing we were crazy about was the military. The daughter of one of the prominent military chiefs of the Moscow military district studied at my school. Her father sponsored a military training program for the school. Small arms groups were formed. We fired small caliber weapons once a week at the military shooting range, and then at the Kamov-Nishiskoye range we fired real 3-line rifles. 7. At a marksmanship competition, I won what was for those times an expensive prize, a chess set. The military training course ended with mastery of the Maxim machine gun and field firing. During the course no time was wasted on drill training, regimentation, or studying the guard duty manual. During our last 2 years, an emphasis was placed on library science. Having studied the classification of literature in theory, we were expected to put this into practice in large libraries. I found myself at the military library of the Central Airfield once again on the renowned Kadinksa. The liberal arts emphasis required us to read the Russian literary classics and study art history and the history of the revolutionary movement. Izzo was what we called the young architect who spent a great deal of time strolling around Moscow with us explaining different architectural styles. We went with him to old churches, the Tretyakov Gallery, and the Museum of Fine Arts. We could look at a building and say without error, that's Empire, or that's Baroque. Modern. Russian classicism, and so on. The school had the resources to organize field trips. In the spring of 1928, I visited Leningrad for the first time. Not only was the reading material in the 9 grades completely free of charge for school children, but so were the expensive long-distance field trips. All 8 classes of our school spent a week getting to know Leningrad. First we went to the Tsar's palaces and saw the actual bronze horsemen. 8 in Kronstadt we visited the cruiser Oktyabrskaya Revolyutsiya. We shivered with cold in the chambers of the Peter and Paul fortress and admired the works of the Italian and French architects. On the verge of exhaustion, we made our way to the site of Pushkin's duel on the Chernaya River, and then in the evening, out of fatigue, we fell asleep at the ballet in the former Imperial Mariinsky Theater. Leningrad won us over with its grandeur and its history. My love for the city has been preserved from those school years to this day. The scope of the humanities we studied in school was not great, but I often recall with gratitude the teachers who at the risk of losing their job digressed from the instructions and literally sowed reason, kindness, and the eternal. 9. We studied neither Russian nor world history. These subjects simply were not offered. Instead we had 2 years of social science, during which we studied the history of communist ideas from Thomas More to Lenin, as well as the worldwide revolutionary movement. Our clever social sciences teacher conducted lessons so that, along with the history of the French Revolution and the Paris Commune, we became familiar with the history of the European peoples from ancient Rome to World War I, and while studying the Decembrist movement and 1905 revolution in detail, we were forced to investigate the history of Russia. Many years later I understood what tremendous educational impact there is in direct contact with living history, with genuine works of art and architecture. I understood that this was because I received a greater dose of the humanities in a Soviet 9-year school in the late 1920s than my sons did in the post-war 11-year schools, or my grandson 60 years later. True, they had television, modern cinema, and extensive home libraries at their disposal. However, it is one thing to feel for yourself the dampness of the Alexeyevsky Ravlin and quite another to look at the Peter and Paul fortress in the comfort of your home on television. 11. Of course, during those 5 years of school, as far as I can remember, I never had enough time. On winter evenings you still had to manage to go skating. Patriarch's Ponds Iskra on the Prisna and the Young Pioneers Stadium were 3 of the rinks where we would meet in our free time. We did more than just skate there. Rinks were venues for rendezvous and declarations of love. In those strict puritanical times it was considered inappropriate for a young man of 14 or 15 to walk arm in arm with a young woman. But while skating, you could put your arm around a girl's waist, whirl around with her on the ice to the point of utter exhaustion, and then accompany her home without the least fear of reproach. Such was the code of honor at skating rinks. Skiing competitions were held at Petrovsky Park, the section of what is now Leningradsky Prospect between the Dynamo and Aeroport metro stations was an excellent route. On Sundays it was filled with Moscow's cross-country skiing elite. The rare cabs and automobiles were no obstacle. Schoolboys did not shy away from politics, particularly the noisy campaign over the struggle with Trotskyism. It was the autumn of 1927. At that time, a fierce battle was going on between the Stalinists and the Trotskyite opposition. On November 7, returning from a demonstration on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, we witnessed an attempt by Trotsky supporters to make a speech on Makhofeya Street. They hung out a portrait of Trotsky on the building of the Central Executive Committee, TSIK, where the Kalinin reception room was located. 12 Zinoviev was giving a speech from the 4th-floor balcony. Suddenly, soldiers appeared on the balcony and began to tear down the portrait of Trotsky with long poles. The crowd below broke into a rage. You could not tell who outnumbered whom, the Trotsky supporters or their opponents. A column of Trotskyite University students emerged from the gates of Moscow State University, MGU, singing the Internationale. 13. On the street a brawl broke out. In the melee it was difficult to determine who was fighting for whom. The next day our Class 7A had a lively discussion about ways to fight Trotskyites entrenched in the school. During recess, shouting "Beat the Trotskyites," we fought with the neighboring Class 7B. Their defenses were ready. The following slogan was inscribed on the blackboard: "Shoot the Kulak, the Enipman, and the bureaucrat." 14. We were met with shouts of "Opportunists, traitors." After a slight brawl we agreed to conduct our discussions in a more civilized manner. By the time we had reached the 6th grade, groups had been formed according to interests. I struck up a friendship with Sergei Lozyakov and Slava Kutovoy that would last for many years. It all started with each of us trying to prove his superiority in mastering the art of ham radio and his erudition in those fields of science not included in our school program. Sergei surpassed Slava and me in his mastery of Einstein's theory of relativity and Freud's psychoanalysis. To talk freely and solder circuits we usually met at Lozyakov's 2-room apartment on the broad Kondratyevsky Lane, near Belorussky train station. Sergei was the only son of a single mother. His father had abandoned the family when Sergei was 6 years old. His mother worked in a railroad accounts department. She managed to make ends meet, though with difficulty, and was completely devoted to her son. Of the 3 of us, only Sergei had his own separate room. When we gathered at Slava's house on Protokny Lane, the close quarters of his radio nook prevented us from tinkering with a soldering iron, much less debating issues of world order. Slava's father was a Ukrainian man of letters with a vividly expressed nationalist bias. He was eager to show his son's comrades how much we were missing by not studying Ukrainian literature. Slava's mother was a literature teacher, also with a pro-Ukrainian bias. Slava's younger brother Igor fluently spoke the languages of both fatherlands, and under coercion had also mastered French and German. When we met at the Kutovoy's house, instead of fiddling with the latest single-tube regenerative receiver, we listened to fascinating stories about the works of Taras Shevchenko. 15 With obvious satisfaction and inspiration, Slava's father read to us in Ukrainian the poetry of Shevchenko and other Ukrainian poets who were unknown to Sergei and myself. After finishing the 7th grade, Slava transferred to a different school. There, after the 8th and 9th grades, the students acquired the specialty of electrician. Sergei, Slava, and I remained friends. During our subsequent years as married engineers and then respectable scientists and family men, we went on vacations together, celebrated anniversaries, and yes, tried unsuccessfully to teach one another some sense. Both Sergei Lozyakov and Slava Kutovoy acquired their PhDs in technical sciences. Until his final days, Sergei was a professor in the Department of Radio-Controlled Devices at the Moscow Institute of Radio Engineering and Electronics. His boyhood passion never changed. I saw Slava Kutovoy off to his final journey in the summer of 2001. I was accompanied by scientists from the Institute of Engines, where until the last days of his life he was the most highly respected specialist on the injection, atomization, and combustion of fuel in diesel engines for tanks. After this sad digression, the time machine again returns me to the 1920s. In the 8th and 9th grades, during the lessons on various subjects, a practice was established whereby during the lessons on various subjects the teacher would seat the boys and the girls in pairs, underscoring the fact that, unlike Tsarist times when there were separate schools for boys and girls, schools under Soviet authority were unified and for the workers. Mathematics teacher Maria Nikolaevna Yakhontova was in charge of our class. She fostered in us a love for mathematics and strove to arrange the pupils in pairs so that the young people were indifferent to each other and all their attention was devoted to mathematics. During mathematics lessons I sat with the stuck-up, taciturn Nadia Sukhatskaya, who never asked for prompting, and in every way possible demonstrated her complete indifference not only to me, but to all boys in general. In German class, I sat next to the class monitor, Zhenya Taratuta. She was from a family of pre-revolutionary intellectuals. She had spoken German since childhood, honestly fought for discipline during lessons, and fearlessly defended the honor of our class during intra-school competitions. Having her as a neighbor worked to my advantage in mastering German. Zhenya Taratuta did not finish school. At the beginning of her last academic year, fulminant tuberculosis took the life of the most advanced and, in the opinion of our teachers, the most promising young woman of our class. Freedom reigned during literature lessons. The tall, handsome, bearded, and dark-haired Alexander Alexandrovich Malinovsky seated his pupils according to ladies' choice. He read us his own poems, which were far from the prescribed syllabus, all the while attentively noting how the female contingent of the class reacted to them. When it was announced that we were free to sit anywhere, Zoya Sudnik, generally recognized as the prettiest girl in the class, sat next to me. She was Polish. Our observant and sharp-tongued teacher did not pass up the opportunity to say to me, "Chertok, you now have the responsibility for the literary success of the beautiful Pole." We had already read Gogol's Taras Bulba in the 7th grade, so I wasn't shaken. 16 I said, Andrei's fate does not threaten me. The beautiful Pole and I have already mastered range rifle firing together and Taras Bulba doesn't have a pass to the Kamyshskoye range. I never had enough time to read all the literature in the syllabus. Alexander Alexandrovich knew this and did not miss his chance to put me in my place. Your charming neighbor will not enhance the fighting efficiency of our Red Army with her rifle. But Zoya has gotten through 3 volumes of War and Peace ahead of schedule and I hope that she will help you to get a decent grade in my class. Soon our literature teacher got his chance to check whether his instructions regarding War and Peace had been fulfilled. In the winter of 1928, in search of earnings and glory, I decided on a venture. I had gotten an idea for a fundamentally new radio receiver from the German journal Radio für alle, Radio for Everyone, but having neither the time nor the means to manufacture a receiver that really worked, I decided to develop the circuitry and design on paper only. The description of the two-tube reflex receiver that I invented was very detailed. I attached its external view to a separate sheet in accordance with all the canons of design of that era. Completing the detailed article, I cited a list of European radio stations that anyone who reproduced my circuitry could successfully receive. I sent all of this to the editorial staff of the journal Radio for Everyone. On a sunny spring morning on my way to school, I passed a newspaper kiosk on Kudrinskaya Square and saw my drawing in living color on the cover of Radio for Everyone. Shelling out every kopeck I had, I bought 2 copies of the journal. In class, it wasn't so much the content of the article as the very fact of its appearance that caused a sensation. It became the object of admiration, jests, and practical jokes. During our first class, mathematics, we were supposed to be called up to the blackboard to be grilled on the binomial theorem. When Maria Nikolaevna entered the room and began to look around at her inexplicably excited class, Lev Nirenberg, the class wit, stood up and announced, "Maria Nikolaevna, we have a request. Rather than test our knowledge of the great Newton's binomial theorem today, let's listen to the report of a scientist who, though not yet great, is one of our own." Nirenberg strode to the teacher's desk and placed a copy of Radio for Everyone in front of the perplexed and formidable grande dame of our class, whom we secretly called Mariasha. 17. To our surprise, she began thoughtfully to peruse the journal. Chertok. To the blackboard. The class fell silent. The command performance by the hero of the day, in spite of the collective appeal, did not bode well. Chertok would start swimming in Newton's theorem, and in the best-case scenario Mariasha would give him a C and tell him that the article would get him no special treatment when it came to evaluating his knowledge of the subject at hand. You will draw a diagram of your reflex receiver without referring to the journal, explaining to all of us its operating principle and why you call it a reflex receiver. This was so unexpected that I stood speechless for a minute in front of the stony silence of the class. Gradually, the same inspiration came over me that I had experienced when I had thought up and drawn the diagram of the receiver at home. I spoke for about 30 minutes. To everyone's surprise, Mariasha began to pose questions about the electronic tube specifications and the variable capacitor design. When the bell rang she explained, "That's it. Today during second period I am not going to call anyone to the board. I'll waste time again on examples of the binomial theorem. Next Tuesday there will be a test for everyone. And a week from now, if the weather is good, we will take a field trip to Barvikha." The class applauded, but during the break it was Nirenberg who was showered with gratitude for his successful initiative, not me. After 2 hours of mathematics the schedule called for literature class. As soon as the teacher had taken his seat my neighbor Zoya, inspired by Nirenberg's example, leaped up and approached our teacher with my journal. Without a trace of a smile, she loudly pronounced, "Alexander Alexandrovich, instead of my report on the image of Natasha Rostovaya I propose that we listen to the new writer from our class. Here is his article." The class fell silent. Our teacher, after leafing through the journal, returned it, commenting, "I see that today it is going to be difficult for you to transport yourselves back to the time of war and peace. I excuse you, Zoya, from your report, but a week from today you and the new writer will present a report together on Natasha and Prince Andrei. Meanwhile, today I will deviate from the syllabus and tell you about Russian symbolists." The class broke into applause. We already knew about our teacher's penchant for the symbolists, he was a bit of a poet himself. For 2 hours, holding our breath, we listened to what was for those times a forbidden lecture about the poetry of Balmont, Villiers, Early Bloch, and Bryansov. 18. With their initiatives, Nirenberg and Zoya had eclipsed my glory for the time being. But the following week, the school newspaper Iskra, Spark, was posted on the wall. In the traditional comic quiz section the following question appeared. How do you use radio tube reflexes to change a D to an A in mathematics and literature? 3 months later I received an honorarium of 60 rubles, which for those times was not much at all, but it was my first paycheck in the field of science. This article was the crown of my radio engineering activities during those years. In the spring of 1929, having completed 9 grades, we were triumphantly given certificates attesting to the successful completion of comprehensive school. We were released into a life where each of us was faced with selecting our own path. We of course all dreamed of going straight into an institute of higher learning. The resources that school number 70 had given me did not go to waste. 40 years later, after meeting with several former classmates, we calculated that our class alone had produced 4 doctors of science, 5 candidates of science and 3 or 4 production managers. Only 3 girls became professional librarians, the others had obtained higher pedagogical, civil engineering, or literary education. One of our classmates even graduated from the conservatory as a pianist. Everyone whom we recalled from the graduating class of 1929 had sooner or later obtained higher education. 3 did not return from the front during World War II. My entry into school coincided with the end of the Russian state's general systemic crisis, 1914 to 1923. Industrial production during the crisis period was 1/5 of the production level for 1913, and agricultural production 2/3. 6 years later, when we finished school, industrial production had already surpassed the 1913 level. The country's integrity was restored and the backward peasant nation had begun moving headlong toward achieving the status of a great industrial power. A universal, burgeoning passion for technology and precise science had already begun in those years. 7 to 10 individuals competed for each opening in the technical institutes of higher learning. Entrance exams were not the only barrier to admission. In addition to the usual admissions board, a sort of screening board was at work. Such boards were supposed to ensure that the vast majority of those admitted were workers who had served at least 3 years in an industrial internship, members of a trade union, or children of pure proletarian lineage. Next priority was given to peasants, and white-collar workers and their children were admitted to the remaining positions. According to the social lineage chart, I was the son of a white-collar worker and had virtually no hope of being accepted the first time around. Nevertheless, I applied to enter the MVTU School of Electrical Engineering. Out of naivete, assuming that my radio engineering works might play some role, I wrote about them in detail in my autobiographical essay, citing the 3 inventors' certificates I had already received and my journal publication. I passed the exams, but naturally did not fit into the social lineage chart. A member of the acceptance board, who was specially designated to interview applicants, explained this to me quite frankly: work about 3 years and come back. We'll accept you as a worker, but not as the son of a white-collar worker. Of all the working class specializations, the most attractive to me was electrician. The Krasnaya Presna silicate factory was the closest to our house. Equipped with imported processing equipment, it began to produce white silicate brick. I was accepted at the factory as an electrician on a probationary basis. Finding myself placed under the charge of a stern senior electrician, a Latvian who spoke Russian poorly, I probably would have been taken on as an apprentice. But suddenly it turned out that the factory had acquired a German power shovel with electric drives. The company sent a German fitter to assemble the machine and put it into operation. The German didn't know Russian and he needed an assistant who understood him. My reserves of German vocabulary from my school days proved to be sufficient for this man to say "Sehr gut," very well, and after working with him for a month, I received a high evaluation as a foreign specialist. Thus, I skipped over the humiliating, in terms of self-esteem and income, apprentice level and became a 4th-class electrician on a 7-class scale. The work of an electrician at a brick factory proved to be anything but easy. Silicate brick was manufactured from a mixture of sand and unslaked lime. The sand was added using the German power shovel. It chomped into a mountain of sand that in the winter had served as the favorite and sole venue for alpine skiing. Carts loaded with sand were raised by a cable drive along a trestle to high towers where the sand was mixed with the lime. The electrician's duties included, among other things, splicing the steel cable, which frequently broke. To this day I remember how many times I cursed that cable when I had to splice the frayed steel wires with bare hands in an icy winter wind, while following all the safety regulations. The wires pricked my numbed, disobedient fingers until they bled. Troubleshooting a failure in the electric drives of the ball mills that pulverized the lime was even less pleasant. The acrid cloud of lime dust made it impossible to breathe without a respirator, which prevented you from closely examining the tangle of wires in the distribution boxes. One false move and the shock made you remember the rubber gloves and galoshes that were mandatory for such work. But no galoshes were available and the thick gloves prevented you from adjusting the delicate mechanisms of the switches manufactured by the Swedish company ASEA. I learned to talk back at the comments of our excessively fault-finding foreman, who was always drunk by the end of the workday. As punishment, under the ridicule of the other electricians, I was sent to run power lines on the poles in the workers' settlements and to do the dirtiest electrical work of all, repair the lighting network in the dormitories. However, after a year in the School of Hard Knocks I became a full member of the Workers' Collective, a member of the trade union, and proved that I was fully capable of sustaining myself. Soon, my comrades from my former boyhood expeditions began to campaign for me. Their parents were quitting work at the textile factory, they had set up a boat crossing over the Moscow River, and were now working in Philly at Factory No. 22. They had found jobs for their own sons there too. They promised to pull strings for me. More and more I gazed longingly at the opposite bank of the river. There at the airfield factory, along a forest clearing, stood a row of new, two-engine TB-1 bombers. In the autumn of 1929, a TB-1 named Land of the Soviets completed a Moscow-New York flight. The entire country followed this flight with tremendous excitement. The names of the pilots, S.A. Shestakov and F. Yet. Bolotov, the navigator, B.F. Sterligov, and the flight engineer, D.V. Fufeyev, appeared regularly in the newspapers from August through October. In the autumn of 1930, the brick factory authorities conferred on me the title of job hopper when I left that factory and was accepted at Factory No. 22, named after the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. I worked at Factory No. 22 for 8 years. In August 1930, I was hired to work in the electrical shop of the equipment department, OBO, as a Class 4 electrician. In August 1938, I was already the chief of a design brigade for airborne weapons and special equipment. For those times, this was a senior engineering position. But I still did not have a higher education diploma, so I left in September to complete my studies at an institute. I had managed to get through 4 years at the Moscow Power Engineering Institute, May, while continuing my work at the factory. The 5th year, the last one, required daily attendance. I promised Boris Nikolaevich Tarasevich, the factory director, that I would return in a year and do my degree thesis on the cutting-edge subject of a new high-speed dive bomber. I was guaranteed work in the factory design bureau with a substantial raise in pay, and I was even promised an apartment. However, I did not return to Factory No. 22 a year later. 30 years would go by before I would pass through that same entrance gate to the territory formerly occupied by Factory No. 22, which is now the M.V. Khrushchev Factory, ZIKH. Since then, I have often gone to ZIKH on space-related business, and each time it reminds me of my days there as a young man. After that brief orientation, I will begin with the history of Factory No. 22, which I did not yet know when I went to work there. The aircraft factory in Philly traces its roots back to 1923. Everything started with the unfinished buildings of the Russian Baltic carriage works that lay forgotten in a forest tract. In 1923 the German company Junkers started to develop these buildings. According to the Treaty of Versailles, Germany did not have the right to build combat aircraft on its own soil. At that time, Junkers was the only one in the world that had mastered the technology for building all-metal aircraft. Hugo Junkers had already developed and was building all-metal aircraft out of corrugated duralumin before World War I, but they did not manage to see action. According to the contract with the Soviet government, the Germans were obliged to arrange for the construction not only of all-metal combat airplanes, but also aircraft engines. However, engine production simply never started. This was one of the pretexts for breaking off the relationship. In 1926, the Soviet government abrogated the concessionary contract with the Germans. The few Soviet specialists remaining at the factory were faced with the task of using German experience and mastering the series production of the first domestic all-metal airplanes developed at the Central Aerohydrodynamic Institute, TSAGI, by Andrei Nikolaevich Tupolev. These were two-seat reconnaissance AN-3, R-3, aircraft and AN-5, I-4, fighters. With difficulty, Fedor Malakhov, the factory's first director, assembled a group of 40 designers and production engineers who began to rework the Tupolev aircraft drawings for series production. The factory equipment and buildings were in a sorry state. With the onset of winter, the workers built campfires right in the shops to keep warm because the heating still did not work. The workers lived in neighboring villages. Muscovites rode to work on the train and slogged from the Philly station through kilometers of mud. The streetcar line from Dorogomilov to the factory was not built until 1929. 44 years old, with light brown hair and a powerful physique, Director Malakhov rallied his workforce under the slogan "Working people, build an air fleet." At the initiative of Deputy Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, Revoensovet, Mikhail Tukhachevsky, and Air Force Commander Petr Baranov, the decision was made to build a gigantic aircraft factory at Philly. The factory was subordinate to People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs Kliment Voroshilov. They assigned it the number 22 and named it after the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. Construction of new production buildings, hangars, dormitories, and multi-story apartment blocks was underway on a grand scale. In the summer of 1928, Tupolev R-3S and I-4S began to take off from the factory airfield instead of Junkers. They were flown by the first factory test pilots, Yakov Moiseyev and Petr Lazovsky. The same year, the Factory Design Bureau, which was named KOSTRA, Design Department for Construction, also began to release drawings of the TB-1 and 4 aircraft for series production. THIRD-WORLDISM's own experimental design factory had built only 2 of them. At that time the TB-1 was the best all-metal, heavy, 2-engine bomber in the world. Its low-wing cantilever monoplane design subsequently became the basis for the development of long-range heavy bombers in the USSR and elsewhere. Boeing engineers do not hide the fact that their first flying fortresses and superfortresses trace their genealogy to the TB-1 design. Americans first saw the TB-1 airplane, dubbed Land of the Soviets, Strany Sovtov, on October 30, 1929 in New York. The famous flight tour of the unarmed series-produced bomber from Moscow to the Russian Far East to Japan to the United States lasted 69 days. This was the first flight in history from Russia to America. The Americans enthusiastically greeted the aircraft's crew, Commander S.A. Shestakov, co-pilot F.Yet. Bolotov, navigator S.A. Sterligov, and flight mechanic D.V. Fufeyev. In all, 212 TB-1 airplanes were built. This was good training for our aircraft industry in terms of the organization and technology required for the production of all-metal airplanes. I saw this aircraft in 1930 when it returned from the United States for repairs at the factory. The silver surface of the duralumin skin was completely covered with the scribbled autographs of enthusiastic Americans. An inscription in Russian stuck in my mind. I, a Russian Tsarist gendarme, am thrilled with this feat of my people. The signature was illegible. The TB-1 was series produced at factory number 22 until the beginning of 1932 and remained standard equipment until 1936. It was used by the main directorate of the Northern Sea Routes, Glabs Morpud. On March 5, 1934, pilot A.V. Lyapidovsky flew crew members of the stranded Kiliaskin expedition from an ice floe to the mainland. He was the first to receive the title, Hero of the Soviet Union. For when I came to work at the factory, the new Tupolev R6 was going onto the assembly line. According to its design, this was to have been a long-range reconnaissance aircraft and air cruiser for escorting bombers and for air battles. Factory number 22 released 50 of these aircraft and then turned their production over to another factory. Production of the first Tupolev Ant-9 passenger airplanes began at factory number 22 in 1930. This was a 3-engine, 9-seat aircraft with a 2-man crew. In contrast to the Junkers and Fokker passenger aircraft of that time, it had a more spacious cabin, comfortable wicker seats, and even a buffet. In 1929, with 8 passengers on board an Ant-9 dubbed Wings of the Soviets, Krylia Savtov, Mikhail Mikhailovich Gromov completed a remarkable series of flights, Moscow to Travemont, Berlin, Paris, Rome, Marseille, London, Paris, Berlin, and Warsaw back to Moscow, a distance of 9,000 kilometers in 53 flight hours. The factory released more than 70 Ant-9s. Their production was halted in 1932. The release of hundreds of heavy TB3 and 6 bombers brought the greatest fame to Factory No. 22. At that time, this aircraft was Tupolev's most outstanding work. The TB3 was the first 4-engine cantilever monoplane in the world, built as a further development of the TB1 design. The design of 4 engines built into cantilevered wings was later used as the model for many aircraft in other countries. The first TB3s had a speed of 200 km per hour and a range of 1,400 km. For the goal of the Kiliaskin expedition was to travel from the Barents Sea through the Arctic Ocean all the way to the Sea of Japan during a single navigational season. The crew was, however, stranded in a heavy ice floe in the Chukchi Sea on February 13, 1934, and was later saved in a daring rescue that was widely publicized in the Soviet Union. The hero of the Soviet Union was a famous national award instituted on April 16, 1934, given to both military and civilian persons for heroism in service to the USSR. They were capable of carrying 3 metric tons of bombs. 5 machine gun turrets were included to protect the bomber against fighter planes. Reconstruction and new construction was underway at the factory to produce a spacious, lofty final assembly shop, hangars, and painting facilities for the airplanes. It seems to me that with the torrent of one new aviation achievement after another, much in aviation history has been undeservedly forgotten. In the 1930s, the Soviet Union attempted to create the most powerful strategic military air force, with the TB3 heavy bomber as its foundation. Over a period of 5 years, the young aircraft industry produced more than 800 of these aircraft. This took place during a time of peace, which was also a time of hunger. The majority of the country's population was in acute need of foodstuffs and the most fundamental necessities of civilized life. I would like to tell the history of the TB3 heavy bomber in greater detail for 3 reasons. First, the mastery of the large-scale series production of an aircraft that, at that time, outstripped the technological level of aircraft construction in Europe and the United States was an indicator of the effectiveness of mobilization economics for a country that lagged behind in its scientific and technical development. The mastering of TB3 production technology shows that the motto of those years to catch up and pass up the leading capitalist countries was not empty propaganda, but was based on the Soviet society's creative upsurge. In this regard, the history of the TB3 anticipates the history of the creation of our domestic nuclear missile shield. There was a 35-year break between these two technological and economic feats of the Soviet people, but the historical analogy is instructive. Second, it was not the fate of the TB3 heavy bomber to serve the global military political assignment that the nuclear missile forces fulfilled. By the beginning of World War II, the airplane was hopelessly obsolete. However, it brought fame to the Soviet Union with its conquest of the North Pole, just as 20 years later the modified R-7 intercontinental missile stunned the world with the first satellites and first manned space flight. Third, and finally, the TB3 played a decisive role in my own personal life. The history of the TB3 goes back to 1925. The Leningrad Special Technical Bureau developed heavy remote-controlled naval torpedoes that were supposed to be dropped from an aircraft and then controlled by radio. TSAGI, which was effectively directed by Andrei Tupolev, received the assignment to develop the aircraft. 5. To begin with, they tried to use a TB1 equipped with floats instead of wheeled landing gear as the torpedo launcher. However, the full-scale, radio-controlled torpedoes proved to be too heavy for the TB1, and its flight range did not satisfy the Naval Command. The design work on a 4-engine modification of the TB1 at TSAGI was completed in 1929, and as early as December 22, 1930, Mikhail Gromov executed the first flight. During that flight, Gromov just barely avoided an accident on the ground. The throttle levers that the pilot used to control the engine's RPM became deformed and vibrated. During takeoff, the right engines pulled so much harder than the left engines that the airplane turned toward the hangars. With tremendous effort, using the rudder, Gromov successfully avoided a collision and took off. There were also many other problems that were corrected during the test process, which continued until February 1931. In the early 1930s, during the production of the heavy bombers, the Moscow-based Central Design Bureau, TSKB, in the Kidinka region and the K.A. Kalinin Design Bureau in Kharkov competed with Tupolev's Design Bureau, KB. The Air Force Command was going to select one of these design bureaus and then make a decision on the design to be used for the large-scale series production of bombers. However, in those years General Secretary of the Communist Party I.V. Stalin and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs K.Y. Voroshilov made the final decision. Tupolev and TSAGI had a significant advantage. Factory number 22, which served as Tupolev's main production facility, had already mastered the technology for the large-scale series production of Tupolev all-metal TB-1 bombers, the R-6 air cruiser, and the Ant-9 passenger plane. On its own, TSAGI had manufactured only 2 TB-3 aircraft for state tests. Without wasting time, they needed to hand over the drawings and begin preparation for production at factory number 22. Air Force Commander P.I. Baranov did not hesitate, but now it was up to Stalin. In June 1931, Stalin, Voroshilov, and the other Politburo members arrived at the former Kidinka, which was now the central airfield of the country. The Air Force NII, which conducted the state tests on all combat airplanes, used this airfield. Without its final report, not a single airplane could be released into production. At the airfield, the Politburo members were shown all the aircraft prototypes that were competing to be accepted as armaments. Air Force NII test pilots flew demonstration flights. The highlight of the program was the Tupolev TB-3. Stalin climbed into the aircraft. Its dimensions and weaponry made the proper impression, and he wanted to see how this hunk flew. It turned out that only 2 pilots, Gromov from the Air Force NII and Fokovoynov from TSAGI, had mastered control of the airplane. But Gromov was ill and Fokovoynov was out of town. After consulting with Air Force NII Chief Terzhansky, Air Force Commander Baranov decided to take a risk and entrust the TB-3 flight demonstration to pilots Kozlov and Zolovsky, who had never before flown that airplane. It was a very big risk. The future fate of the airplane literally hung in the air. However, the new pilots coped with the task brilliantly. After a 40-minute flight, they landed safely on the very edge of the airfield. Stalin was told the reason for the delay in the flight. The length of the flight was explained by the fact that Kozlov and Zolovsky were learning to control the aircraft to keep from crashing it while landing. The decision to begin series production was approved and the aircraft was accepted as an armament, though with serious reservations. Flight tests were begun with American Curtiss engines, which were soon replaced with German BMW 6 engines under the condition that our industry would master their licensed variant, the M17 engine. I began to work at factory number 22 when the first domestic M17 flaming engines were just being mastered. In a popular march we sang that we had a flaming engine instead of a heart. M17 engines could literally make this claim. The problem for the engine designers was the torsion vibrations in the crankshafts. These vibrations caused the deterioration of the shafts and fire in the engine, which could cause a fire in the airplane if the crew did not shut down the engine and close the emergency fuel cut-off valve in time. But every cloud has a silver lining. The M17 engine failures taught pilots how to land with only 3 and sometimes 2 engines. Updated M17s were not introduced until 1932, but they were not powerful enough for the TB3 in its further modernized state. In 1933 Alexander Mikolin's AM-34 engines were introduced. The TB3's low altitude speed increased, but its other parameters did not improve. The aircraft engines required boosting, the introduction of a reduction gear to reduce the rotation of the large propellers, and supercharging to increase speed at altitude. Thus, the AM-34 FRN engine was introduced. The series-produced version of the TB3 with these engines, with a takeoff mass of 20 metric tons, an 8-man crew, and a bomb payload of 1,000 kilograms, had a range of up to 2,200 kilometers. Its speed at an altitude of 3,000 meters was only 220 kilometers per hour. These specifications might provoke no more than an ironic smile in today's readers, but I would remind the reader that in the early 1930s the military doctrine of air power was under the powerful influence of Italian General Giulio Douerhet's theory. Douerhet asserted that the emergence of the airplane revolutionized all military strategy, and he placed absolute significance on strategic bombers. Douerhet's theory depended on the creation of powerful, independent air forces capable of deciding the outcome of a war through independent actions. At a lecture for the factory's managerial staff in 1932, I heard an instructor from the Air Force Academy assert that hundreds of TB-3 bombers flying in a solid formation would protect one another against fighters. Dropping thousands of high explosive and incendiary bombs, they would ensure strategic success. General victory would be guaranteed. During the production process, in addition to replacing the engines, the TB-3 aircraft underwent other updates that entailed changes to its weapons, bomb payload, and chassis design. TB-3 airplanes set several world records for altitude while carrying large loads. The Arctic version of the aircraft became world-renowned after the landing of Ivan Dmitrievich Papanin's expedition on the North Pole in 1937. 6 Factory Number 22 produced more than 800 TB-3 bombers between 1932 and 1937. In 1939, the aircraft gained fame in combat at Khalkhin Gol. 7 This was the last successful use of the TB-3. At the beginning of World War II, German fighter planes annihilated the TB-3 bombers with impunity. TB-3s flying in formation at low altitude, each equipped with 5 small-caliber machine guns, proved powerless when under attack by maneuverable Messerschmitt 109 fighters armed with rapid-firing guns. Douerhet's doctrine also failed to vindicate itself when a large number of American flying fortresses appeared on the scene. They delivered sensitive strikes against German cities in the rear, but could not break the German war machine. The infantry forces and tactical air force of the USSR accomplished this goal. By the way, if we had started World War II rather than the Germans, and in 1937 rather than in 1939, it is possible that 600 to 700 TB-3s might have saved the world from Nazi aggression. But in 1937 Stalin was too carried away with the struggle against enemies of the people. This saved Hitler. But let's return to the history of the factory. In 1927, Sergei Petrovich Gorbanov, a 25-year-old graduate of the N.Y. Zhukovsky Red Army Air Force Academy, was appointed chief of the Factory Technical Bureau, which today would be called the Chief Production Engineers Department. He had already done practical work at the factory when the Germans were there in 1924. During his studies at the academy he demonstrated brilliant capabilities. Sergei Gorbanov could have become an outstanding aircraft designer. Before he entered the academy, Gorbanov was a Komsomol secretary, and then secretary of the party organization in Zarayskoye Yezd Ryazan province. 8. He was a delegate to the Third Komsomol convention and heard Lenin's famous speech. 9. It is possible that his aspirations for organizational work got the upper hand. He was at the factory day and night. He developed plans for capital reconstruction and new construction. At that time there were not many design institutes. Gorbanov, Malakhov, and a small group of enthusiasts designed the giant aircraft factory on their own. In 1929, Gorbanov became chief engineer, and in 1930, technical director. He introduced what were then new ideas for aircraft construction line production, closed-cycle shops, and laboratory tests of new technologies. He created an abundantly equipped laboratory for general factory use along with shop test benches, and he regularly held conferences on quality with representatives from military units. In 1930, the factory was made subordinate to People's Commissar for Heavy Industry Sergo Orjanikij. At his suggestion, the entire aircraft industry was combined into a single entity called Aviatrayist. In August 1931, Orjanikij appointed Malakhov chief of Aviatrayist. At the same time, at age 29, Sergei Gorbanov became director of the largest aircraft factory in Europe. Gorbanov was fated to be the sovereign factory director for only 2 years. I will take the liberty of saying that those were the best years in the pre-war history of the factory. During those years Gorbanov also managed to meddle with my fate. In August 1930, before the final staffing had been completed in the personnel department at factory number 22, I was interviewed by the chief of the OBO department, who was interested in my work history, general educational training, and knowledge of the fundamentals of electrical engineering. Each applicant had similar interviews with the directors of the production departments and shops. If a group of technical school or FZU graduates was sent to the factory, or applicants transferred from other enterprises, a chief engineer or technical director conducted the interview. The director himself personally interviewed each young specialist who had graduated from an institute of higher learning and wanted to work at the factory. The day after my interview, I received a photo ID pass, a time card, a cafeteria lunch card, and something especially valuable at that time, a pair of workers' coveralls that fit me perfectly, with many pockets. The chief of the electric shop explained that I would be the duty electrician for the factory for at least 3 months on a 3-shift team. A duty electrician's work required that he learn the general layout of the factory and the technological processes of each shop. I quickly gained an idea of how airplanes were built. Working the second and night shifts enabled me to attentively observe the production processes in each shop, get to know people, and hear their complaints about equipment or their praise of new gadgets. More than anything, the round-the-clock mechanical shops kept the duty electricians hopping. Hundreds of new, imported metalworking stands were grouped according to the sort of production operations they performed. An unmanned section of Pitler machines turned out almost the entire list of standard hardware, screws, bolts, and nuts. 10. The stands had a multi-step belt drive driven by a common transmission, which in turn was driven by the only electric motor on the entire line. If the electric motor's drive belt broke, a line of 5 to 8 machines shut down. The shop foreman would then storm around the factory in search of the duty electrician, whose job it was to sew together and retighten the belt, start up the transmission for the entire line, check the lubrication of the bearings and see whether the electric motor was overloaded. The shop foreman also noted in the duty logbook how long the stoppage lasted. If the total stoppage time over the course of a month exceeded the norm, this had a substantial impact on your paycheck. It was much more pleasant to do business with the milling machines section. The Wanderer milling machines had individual electric drives with their own circuit breakers. 11. Work on the milling machines was considered women's work. The female milling machine operators beat out their male counterparts in terms of the cleanliness of their machines and entire workplace. In terms of productivity, however, especially on the night shift, the women lost. For a respite, the cleverest millers learned how to select an operating mode that would trip the circuit breaker relay. Then a meeting with the duty electrician was unavoidable. A mutual exchange of pleasantries about the accident might end with an instructive admonition, or even an agreement to meet at the factory stadium where we trained to pass the physical fitness tests to receive Ready for Labor and Defense, GTO, pins. 12. It was primarily the old guard of workers who worked on the various models of lathes at the factory. Lathe operators tried to outdo each other and receive orders for the most complex operations. They knew how to correct simple electrical failures themselves if the lathe had an individual drive, and they did not bother the electricians without good reason. The fuselage, center wing section, and wing shops thundered with the din of hundreds of pneumatic hammers. The manufacture of a single all-metal airplane required the pounding of hundreds of thousands of rivets. The corrugated exterior skin made of duralumin was secured to the truss-like structure of long ailerons, ribs, and frames using covered rivets. The long ailerons along the length of the wing were riveted using tubes in special building cradles. The covered, blind method of riveting required the participation of two persons, a skilled driller/riveter, and an assistant who supported the rivet that could not be seen in the long tube. Next, the riveted structures of the entire center wing section, wing, and fuselage were assembled in the cradles. Riveting entailed such bursts of noise that it was only possible to communicate with gestures. The primary concern of the electricians in these shops was to provide all the cradles with portable lights and make sure that the insulation on the electric drill cords was in good condition. The workers had not been instructed in electrical safety engineering. It was the duty of the electricians to make sure that the 220 volts of tension did not stun the riveters working at the cradles. We were not always successful. Once during the evening shift, a young fellow came to me in the duty room carrying a young woman in his arms, his riveting assistant. She had been shocked by a damaged electric drill, lost consciousness, and fell from the cradle. For some reason the first aid station was not open, and the young man decided that the person responsible for the electrical malfunction was obliged to help. Like all electricians, I had taken an exam on rendering first aid to a shock victim, and according to all the rules, for the first time in my life, I started to revive her using artificial respiration. After about 15 minutes, the young woman came to, and the strapping young man, overcome with joy, began to hug me. Hug her, not me, I advised him. I can't, she's really strict, she'd never forgive me, he objected. Several times as I passed by the center wing section shop, when our shifts coincided, I saw this pair working with great concentration on the building cradle. When the guy saw me, he would smile affably, but the young woman pretended that she didn't notice anything. The danger of shock dropped as we replaced the electric drills with pneumatic ones. A complete switch to pneumatic drills was finished in a year. The characteristic howling of compressed air escaping from hundreds of drills joined the thunder of the pneumatic hammers. The supply shops and chassis and frame shops caused a lot less trouble for the duty electricians. Skilled metal workers, tinsmiths, and welders worked in them. As a believer enters God's temple, so I entered the final assembly shops with a combination of joy and trembling. Here it was clean, quiet, and bright. The aircraft mechanics and assemblers were considered to be the worker aristocracy. They did not call the duty electricians for trivial problems. They had their own aircraft electricians who could also cope with the routine repair of auxiliary equipment and electric tools. The airfield flight mechanics stood at the highest level in the worker hierarchy. The preparation of an airplane for release to the military representative and factory flight tests depended on them. Nikolai Nikolaevich Godovikov was the director of flight mechanics. There were legends about his ability to find defects in the propeller group by ear. From the night shift duty electricians, he demanded failure-free operation of the powerful lights where the aircraft were parked outdoors and portable lights that could reach any place inside the aircraft. During the first months on the job as the duty electrician, I gradually became steeped in the technology worship prevalent at the factory. The shop walls were plastered with the slogans "Technology solves everything," "Technology for the masses," "Every worker should be a rationalizer and an inventor," and "What have you done to master technology?" These slogans were not just empty appeals. They found a very lively response among the mass of young workers. Each proposal for improving production methods was quickly reviewed by the shop boards, and if it was accepted, it was encouraged with tangible material goods. Shock worker and Stakhanovite cards were introduced, granting their holders the right to attend the best cafeteria. 13A coupon was issued enabling those individuals to acquire clothing that was otherwise virtually impossible to obtain. Tangible monetary prizes were issued for especially valuable proposals. I soon succeeded in this field. I made several suggestions about switching from transmissions to individual drives for the machines. Not a single machine had yet been converted along the lines of my proposal, but I had already gained possession of my very own shock worker card. Soon I received an inventor's certificate for a photoelectric circuit breaker for electrical devices and was accepted into the USSR Society of Inventors. Some time later, I proposed that the building cradles be equipped with distribution sockets for plugging in drills and lights. This idea was accepted. Then I proposed that the voltage of the portable lighting be reduced to a safe level. The latter suggestion was far from novel, but it was not implemented at first because 12-volt lamps were not available. Having obtained the authority of the Komsomol Committee, I assembled a delegation that set out for Elektrozavod in Moscow. 14 We were able to demonstrate to our Komsomol counterparts at Elektrozavod how vital their 12-volt lamp production was to the aircraft industry. They very rapidly arranged for the release of the lamps, which were in short supply, and step-down transformers. For this coup I was awarded a coupon for a leather jacket. During the Civil War, black leather jackets had been in fashion among Cheka agents and Red Army commanders. 15 During the NEP years this fashion had spread to the proletarian youth. I was very proud of the jacket that I had honestly earned. In the spring of 1931, there was a movement to transfer shops and even individual teams of workers to a self-financing operating basis. The Komsomol Committee took the initiative and organized self-financing teams of young workers in several shops. Such a team was also formed in our electrical shop and they included me on the team. Our 8-man team was given the critical assignment of providing, within a very short time frame, all the electrical equipment for the automated canteen being built for the factory, which included 4 dining halls and a restaurant for Stakhanovites. We were supposed to put into operation a multitude of electrical processing equipment, lighting, ventilation, etc. We labored with an increased workload, and together with the construction crew, met the deadline to put Moscow's second canteen into operation. Because of our team's labor victory, they sent me as part of a delegation from Factory Number 22 to a rally of shock workers from young Muscovite self-financing teams at the House of Trade Unions in the Hall of Columns. Moscow Komsomol leader Sasha Lukyanov asked our delegation to present a report about our accomplishments. They called on me to speak from the podium. My third time in the Hall of Columns I received the opportunity to pontificate at the top of my voice about the labor triumphs of the Factory Number 22 Komsomol members and of our self-financing team in particular. I probably overdid it. My voice cracked. Later they told me that I squeaked, and suddenly instead of normal speech there was high-pitched childlike babbling. The hall fell silent and then thundered with laughter. Without losing his cool, Lukyanov started to applaud and the audience affably joined in. I regained my composure, and encouraged by a shout from the audience, "Come on, keep going, don't be shy." I finished my fiery speech in a normal voice. Under repeated applause I proudly left the podium. Back at our company they had to make fun of me. Great idea. They'll forget all the other speeches, but the fame of Factory Number 22 is going to spread all over Moscow. Fame did not come easy. To run the power and lighting cables we manually chiseled grooves and holes in the concrete walls. My left hand swelled from being hit with the heavy hammer. Sometimes I missed and hit it rather than the chisel. The fingers of both hands were permanently coated with the black resin that we used to separate the high voltage cables. Now when you enter the institute, they won't even have to look at any questionnaire information. It's obvious that you are a real proletarian, Mama joked as she applied salve and bandaged my work injuries. It would be 2 more years before I could realize my dream to enter the School of Electrical Engineering. However, if I had had the time back then to make the most fantastic predictions concerning my fate, I never would have dreamed that 70 years later, sitting in a luxurious restaurant on the 3rd floor of that same canteen, academician Chertok, hero of socialist labor, holder of many orders and honored titles, that is to say, I would be delivering a speech before the elite of the former Soviet military-industrial complex reminiscing about my work as an electrician. It was April 2002 and I had been invited to an evening celebration in honor of the 70th birthday of Oleg Dmitrievich Baklanov. Baklanov's career path had taken him from foreman at the Kharkov instrument building factory to minister in the rocket space sector, and then CCCPSU secretary of the defense industry. It was likely that after the collapse of the USSR he would have occupied high posts in the government of the new Russia. However, his participation in the GKCHP putsch, which attempted to wrest power from Mikhail Gorbachev before Boris Yeltsin could seize it, precluded the possibility of a subsequent political career. 16 Baklanov has remained a symbolic figure for the former elite of the Soviet Union's military-industrial complex. When compared to the catastrophic degradation of the defense industry in the period of criminal market reforms, the Soviet past seems great and heroic. And there is nothing surprising about that. In the first-class restaurant, the assembled crowd included former defense ministers, the former chairman of the military-industrial complex and deputy chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers, the former minister of the once powerful shipbuilding industry, pilots, cosmonauts, and many others who could rightfully consider themselves the true creators of the former superpower's might. I began my toast by commenting that we were in a building that was opened the year our birthday boy was born. I provided this testimony as one who participated in the construction of the historic canteen and in the construction at Factory Number 22 of an Air Force that even then, 70 years ago, was the most powerful in the world. The thunderous applause that followed my toast, with its nostalgic remembrances of the former canteen, reminded me of the first applause I had earned after its construction at the Hall of Columns. Then I was 20 years old and now I was 90. You couldn't dream this up if you tried. The country was enduring a difficult period of transformation from being technically backward and primarily agrarian to being industrially developed. The government supported and encouraged all measures to shorten the time required to complete new aircraft in every possible way. In June 1931, the newspaper Pravda published a USSR TSIK decree on the awarding of orders of Lenin to a group of workers from our factory. Among them were Malakhov and Gorbanov. They received awards for fulfilling the 5-year plan in 2.5 years. The slogan "Technology solves everything" was joined by the new slogan "Personnel who mastered technology during a period of socialist reconstruction solve everything." Halfway through 1931, Kostra began to develop drawings for the series production of the TB-3 airplane. Kostra handed the drawings over to TEKHNO, the process preparation department. 17 Here, the drawings were divided up according to the appropriate shop. Process documentation and instructions were developed at PRIPO, the department that designed appliances, construction cradles, and all manner of engineering riggings. 18 Political hoopla surrounded the program designed to produce hundreds of TB-3s. Voroshilov came to the factory twice. In one of the shops they even conferred on him the title Honorary Riveter, Class 5. In the spring of 1931 VKP, B, Central Committee Secretary Pavel Petrovich Postashev attended the factory Komsomol conference. He spoke with a characteristic Okanayi, and called for the factory Komsomol to lead a movement to catch up with and pass up the leading capitalist nations in technology and science. 19 Postashev said, "The aircraft industry is the one that is capable of pulling with it the other industries that lag so far behind the world standard. Only you young people are capable of this great historical feat." I am citing the gist of Postashev's speech from memory. It was received with sincere, youthful enthusiasm. I was introduced to Postashev as part of a group of especially distinguished youth. 25 years later, we learned of Postashev's tragic fate in Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev's speech. 20 He was liquidated as an enemy of the people in 1939 without any publicity. Between 1929 and 1933, the extremely complicated problem of creating a domestic material and technical basis for aviation was being solved in practice. The decisions of the Politburo and party conventions stemmed from the possibility of a military attack by capitalist nations on the world's first proletarian state. Competent, rational military intellectuals who had the power and the right to make decisions developed the doctrine for the Air Force's development and use during that time. They included, first and foremost, Mikhail Nikolaevich Takaevsky, Petr Ionovich Baranov Yakov Ivanovich Alksnis, and the elite of the Air Force Academy instructors. The design workforces united around Tupolev at TSAGI did not just create airplanes. Tupolev used the specialists from his workforce to organize the management of the aircraft industry, which set its sights on the massive production of heavy airplanes. Personnel who mastered technology really would solve a problem on a historical scale. In the aircraft industry's upper echelons of power, managerial staffs were rearranged. All aircraft factories were subordinated to Orjonikij. He started off by convincing first Voroshilov and then Stalin to release Baranov from the Red Army Air Force Command and make him head of the first main directorate of the All-Russian Council of the National Economy, VSNKH, which managed the aircraft industry, and at the same time appoint him first deputy People's Commissar for Heavy Industry. Baranov's deputy, Alksnis, took his place as head of the Air Force in 1931. The strengthening of the upper management structures did not eliminate the main problem. The rate of development in the aircraft industry was being held up by an acute shortage of personnel. There were not enough workers, skilled workers, designers, and engineers. An unusual situation developed at our factory. Construction workers built new, turnkey shops earmarked for the production of TB3s, but there was no one to work in them. The personnel department hired dozens of new workers every day. These were primarily young people who had fled the hard life of the villages and had absolutely no clue what factory work or work discipline was, much less aviation technology. 2-month courses were set up to provide them with accelerated training. After this they were distributed among the job openings. The low skill level of the new workers caused a sharp reduction in quality and a drop in productivity, directly threatening a breakdown in the projected rates of TB3 series production. Having received a green, poorly trained bunch of workers, the shop chiefs demanded skilled workers, production engineers, designers, technicians, and engineers. It was not possible to train such leaders over the course of 2 or 3 months right in the shops. The personnel training problem needed to be solved at heretofore unprecedented rates. Baranov promised to assist Gorbanov in every way possible with the placement of specialists who were graduates of the Air Force Academy, the new Aviation Institute and Technical Institutes. But this took time and more time. Having become head of the factory, Gorbanov turned to the party and Komsomol committees, demanding that all means at their disposal be used to help educate the young workers. He also demanded that they set up their own system for training managerial personnel. That same August 1931, the new secretary of the factory Komsomol committee, Petya Petukhov, approached me. He was a man who was quick to start up unexpected initiatives and ardent about the reorganization of personnel. Behind his back they called him Petushik. 21 Petushik was overflowing with new ideas. His predecessor, the intelligent and serene Sasha Vasilyev, was promoted to the post of secretary of the Frunze District Committee of the Komsomol. He was destined for the Moscow Committee. Vasilyev frequently came to the factory and did not always support Petushik's intrepid actions. Alluding to the authority of Postashev, Vasilyev, and Gorbanov, Petushik announced that TB3 production was a matter of honor for the factory Komsomol. But holding rallies would not help matters. He proposed that I become his deputy and at the same time hold the position of production economic department manager that had been instituted in the committee. Your task, Petushik persuaded me, in the development of the TB3 is essentially to become the Komsomol deputy to the technical director. It's guys our age who should develop this airplane. That means we should be production managers. You're an inventor. You're a quick study and you know all the shop leaders. You'll take those shop secretaries in hand. Come on, you can always go back to the electrical shop. I had only worked at the factory for a year and a half. I earned good pay in the self-financing team. In a year I would complete my 3-year stint as a worker and I had dreamed of entering the Moscow Power Engineering Institute School of Electrophysics. Surely they would admit a worker, inventor, and Komsomol member who already had a start in a factory. I did not doubt this. I justified my refusal pointing out that a mere Class 5 electrician would be ejected with a bang from the Komsomol for the inevitable failure of such a critical assignment. Patushik did not back down and promised me a serious talk with the party committee. 2 days later the chief of the electrical shop, the terror of all social activists, approached me. He announced that after work I should report to the director. That evening Gorbanov received me immediately. I did not know why he needed to see me, much less in his office one-on-one. He stared straight at me with his intent, dark eyes. The straight, handsome lines of his face were accentuated by the side parting in his thick, dark, carefully combed hair. The sky-blue gorget patches of his dark blue military tunic displayed the diamond-shaped insignias of his high military rank of brigade engineer. A brand new Order of Lenin sparkled on his chest. People had told me, "We have a young, strict, well-built, and handsome director." Now I was convinced they were right. Patushik had set up my meeting with Gorbanov. He had calculated correctly that the director's authority would overcome my stubbornness. Gorbanov said that I would receive an engineering education in 3 to 4 years. He intended to create a higher technical institute affiliated with the factory. Capable workers who had completed their comprehensive education would obtain a higher education without leaving the factory. My first task was to familiarize myself with the specific production plans and the key tasks of the main shops. Next, I needed to organize Komsomol activities so that they would reach every young worker. "I don't want to deal with a faceless mass of young people and a bawling bunch of party cell shop secretaries," said Gorbanov. "There are talented people in every shop and we need to identify them. They should be role models in terms of productivity, innovation, and quality. Let the young convince the young. After work we need to keep as many people as possible in technical schools. Find and showcase people who knew nothing yesterday and today have become experts in their own job. Shock workers. Fedor Shpak, the factory chief of production, will give you all the help you need. He will talk with the shop chiefs." Within 30 minutes, the young director had charmed and convinced me. He was a man who radiated energy rather than verbosity when he spoke with you. The following day I was no longer an electrician, but a high-level Komsomol worker. Shpak acquainted me with production planning and provided me with graphic charts that modern science refers to as networks. Before my conversation with Shpak I arrogantly thought that I knew what was going on in every shop. Now I was convinced that I was a complete ignoramus. Shpak showed me the most critical places and patiently explained where the primary focus of Komsomol enthusiasm needed to be directed. I had to alter my whole way of life. I was often at the factory for all 3 shifts. I had to meet with someone after a shift, conduct shop meetings with the young workers, discuss the content of the factory newspapers that were posted on the wall or the technical training programs, participate in executive production meetings, report my activities to the Komsomol committee, and travel to the Komsomol district committee and to other enterprises to exchange experience. Gorbanov really tried to set up a factory institute that provided an education similar to that of a higher technical institute. For the sake of respectability he called it the Special Purpose Faculty or FON. 22 Almost all active party and Komsomol members attended lectures on higher mathematics, physics, strength of materials, and philosophy 4 times a week in a semi-conscious state until 9 o'clock in the evening. Training was underway at full speed in the shops, and parts and assemblies for the TB3 were already being manufactured. In order to gain some idea of the new airplane I was sent to Kostra. Larissa Dobrovolskaya, the secretary of the Kostra Komsomol, managed a group involved with interior special equipment. With her assistance, I became acquainted for the first time with the airplane's design and general layout. For me these were also my first lessons in reading the working drawings of aircraft designs and my first acquaintance with the general system of drawing documentation used in aircraft construction. Often I had neither the strength nor the time to make my way home across the Moscow River, and I would spend the night in the Komsomol commune. In those days they had a sort of dormitory. In spite of this stressful pace of factory life, we somehow found time to visit theaters and movies together. Such outings, distracting us from the bustle and burdens of life, rallied and unified the active Komsomol members. Vishnevsky's optimistic tragedy at the Chamber Theatre, Pagodin's poem about an axe at the theatre of the Revolution, Katowice Onward Time, at the Experimental Theater, and the film Vystrykny all stuck in our memories. 23 artists renowned throughout the country considered it an honor to come to our factory. For such occasions a temporary stage was set up in the new final assembly shop. Opera singers would give inspired performances of classical arias before an audience of several thousand, seated amongst half-assembled bombers. Of the factory's 12,000 young laborers and white-collar workers, half had already become members of the Komsomol organization. The committee heading the Komsomol enjoyed great authority among the masses of young workers. Compared with the Komsomol, the factory's party organization was relatively small, a fact explained by the age demographic and workers' brief period of service. The old Bolsheviks viewed the Komsomol's emergence out from under party influence as a dangerous phenomenon. They alluded to Trotsky, who had flirted with the youth under the slogan "Youth is the barometer of the revolution." Party Committee Secretary Arilov was one of the factory veterans who had worked there since the time of the Junkers Company. He was promoted to that responsible post by the party organizations of the shops, which saw him as one of their own, a man who had emerged from the working masses, who knew about production, and who understood the needs of the workers. Arilov was respectful of the Komsomol initiatives. Most of the members of the Komsomol committee, including myself, were always invited to the party committee meetings. We even prepared for them in advance so that we could participate in the discussion of issues that worried the young workers rather than just listen passively. At one of these party committee meetings, Arilov proposed to all the Komsomol committee members and secretaries of the leading shops that they join the party. In his words, this was supposed to ensure party influence and enable the actions of the active Komsomol members to be monitored. So it was that in 1931 I became a candidate and in 1932 a member of the VKP-B. One day in early 1932 I was summoned to the party committee during work, which was quite unusual. The active members of the party and Komsomol were assembled. District Committee Secretary, at that time it was the Frunze district, Rubin had come to see us. We had seen him at the factory on a number of occasions, and moreover, I had also been in the district committee building on Zubovsky Boulevard when I was received into the party. A woman unknown to us accompanied Rubin. She was tall with short hair and wore a dark English-style suit. She appeared to be over 40 years old, and had the aura of a strict school matron, the terror of girls' preparatory schools. Rubin said that we had been assembled at his request to familiarize ourselves with a secret Politburo resolution. He read a brief excerpt from the document. Signed by Stalin. The resolution stated that for the defense of the nation, Factory Number 22 had no less significance than an army corps. To strengthen the factory leadership and ensure control of its work by the Central Committee, the Politburo had deemed it necessary to introduce the position of Central Committee Party Organizer. This position was also given the responsibilities of the Factory Party Committee Secretary. By decision of the Politburo, Olga Alexandrovna Mitkovic was appointed VKP-B, Central Committee Party Organizer for Factory Number 22. As regards Party Committee Secretary Comrade Arilov, he is being transferred to work at our District Committee, concluded Rubin. This report was totally unexpected for Arilov and for everyone assembled there. Are there any questions? Asked Rubin. Everyone was dumbfounded and silent. Suddenly our Komsomol secretary, Petukhov, got up and demanded, "Tell us about yourself." Mitkovic, now we knew who Rubin had brought with him, stood up, and serenely moving her intent gaze from one person to another, began to speak. She was born in 1889 to a broken family of the nobility. She had taken part in the revolutionary movement since 1903. In 1905, she joined the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, RSDRP, Bolsheviks, and began the illegal life of a member of an underground organization. She studied at the Moscow Commercial Institute and later graduated from the chemistry section of the Moscow Higher Courses for Women. In 1917, she participated in the October battles in Moscow. During the conflict with Denikin she was named Commissar of the 8th Army 13th Division. 24 As a member of the Red Army, she marched from Voronezh to Grozny. In 1920, she was transferred from military fronts to economic ones. She worked in the Donets Basin, Nikolaev, and Kharkov. She managed a mining office and was director of a textile factory in Yaroslavl. In April 1927, as a member of a Soviet delegation, she took part in the First Pacific Conference of Labor Unions in Canton. She spent a long period of time in China as a representative of the Comintern Executive Committee. 25 She participated in the Party Committee Congress in China. In 1930, she was called back to Moscow from China. Now she was deputy head of the party organization department, Argodel, within the Central Committee. And by decision of the Politburo I have been sent to you at the factory. I am counting on your help. And with that, Mitkovic ended her speech. We dispersed from our meeting convinced there would be subsequent personnel reassignments. I told Dobrovolsky my thought that a woman invested with Stalin's confidence must promote other women. There were only 2 women at the meeting today, and Mitkovic gazed especially intently at you, I remarked. Judging by her biography, Mitkovic will be a real commissar for us, replied Larissa. It is difficult to predict how she will use her military experience. Too bad she doesn't possess the feminine charm of the heroine in optimistic tragedy. Indeed, in outward appearance, Olga Mitkovic and Elisa Kunin, whom we had recently seen on stage at the Chamber Theatre in the role of a female commissar, had nothing in common. Mitkovic began to make personnel changes in the party leadership very quickly. New people arrived from the Central and Moscow committee staffs and even from the Institute of the Red Professionate. They replaced the secretaries of the party organizations in the main shops. New faces appeared on the party committee staff. Next it was time for changes in the Komsomol. Mitkovic replaced factory Komsomol leader Petya Petukhov with Nikolai Bogdanov, whom she brought over from the Moscow committee. Bogdanov decided that the main shops needed to have Komsomol cell secretaries who were freed of all other obligations. He reduced the committee staff, took over the managerial duties of the production department, and proposed that I be the secretary of the largest shop organization, the Final Assembly Shop, OS. 26. I was well acquainted with the shop and the young staff gladly received me. My transfer from general factory activity to work in the OS shop coincided with the rush to produce the first TB3 airplanes. Even at the beginning of the year, work was already intense but steady, as Spock had scheduled it. At the end of March, Gorbanov called a meeting at which he announced that Baranov had just called him. At Stalin's instructions, Baranov had requested that several TB3s be made ready for an air review on May 1, 1932. Not a single one of the airplanes had yet made it to the assembly shop, and in just a little over a month they were expected to fly over Red Square. Nothing like this had ever happened. We agreed to assemble and make 3 flights ready for the review, 9 aircraft total and a 10th as backup. Kostra was given the assignment to urgently simplify everything possible. Get rid of the armaments, remove the side fuel tanks in the wings and any equipment for night flights, and whatever else. The rush job throughout the entire factory was unusual even for veterans who had seen all kinds of production spurts. By the time it reached the OS, shop chief Morozov, who was always very calm and unflappable, had carefully thought through the assembly process, prepared a closed-cycle team, and assigned the individuals responsible for each aircraft. When the assemblies began to arrive at the OS shop, the assemblers worked around the clock. A week before the May Day celebration, they started performing test flights over the factory airfield. All the airplanes took off and landed without incident, although the pilots were not at all accustomed to these behemoths. On the eve of the celebration, all 10 aircraft were transported to Katowice, the central airfield. On May Day, a column from our factory traditionally led a festive stream of demonstrators from the Frunze district. We were the first to enter Red Square after the troops had finished marching through. Numerous biplanes and sesquiplanes, reconnaissance planes and fighters rumbled overhead. Next, several squadrons of TB-1s flew by. We tried not to hurry. Where were our TB-3s? We had already come alongside Lenin's tomb when we let out a frenzied hurrah. Stalin himself was greeting us and pointing to the sky. Overhead a rumble such as had never been heard before came rolling in from the direction of Tverskia Street. It was very risky to fly 9 four-engine giants in precise formation, in rows of 3, at an altitude of no more than 500 meters. I saw neither Lenin's tomb nor the reviewing stand nor the military attaches who were later mentioned in the newspapers. I felt a lump rise in my throat out of sheer delight. I slapped someone on the shoulder and someone slapped me. We were all pushed and asked to move on quickly. I saw that fellow marchers throughout the shop column were wiping away tears. These were tears of joy that were impossible to conceal. I, too, needed a handkerchief. OS Komsomol members initiated the establishment of a factory flight school and glider and parachute clubs. With Gorbanov's active support, a full-fledged flight school began operation in 1931. The chief of the school, Semyon Zalmanov, was a very energetic member of the Komsomol committee. Along with him and the new secretary, we assembled a noisy Komsomol committee delegation and burst in to see hero of the Civil War, Army Commander Idiman. At that time he was chairman of the powerful Osovyakim, the All-Union Society for the Promotion of Aviation and Chemical Defense. He oversaw hundreds of flight glider and parachute schools. Many graduates of these schools filled openings at aviation institutes, having received good flight training. Idiman granted our request for 2 U-2 training planes, subsequently the famed Po-2. In addition, he instructed the well-known pilot and parachutist Moshkovsky to be the sponsor of our parachute club, and he sent sport parachute instructor Lyman to work there permanently. There was no end to the number of people who wanted to fly. Petr Lazovsky, the factory test pilot, was an instructor at the school on a volunteer basis. The school trained pilots without taking them away from the production line. The Komsomol committee devoted particular attention to the flight school, supporting the initiative of the school's chief in every possible way. Zalmanov enjoyed particular favor with Gorbanov, who found the means to acquire flight suits, parachutes, training planes, and everything that a flight school needed. By the end of 1933, the school had trained more than 40 amateur pilots. Many of the school's graduates became professional pilots. One of the factory school graduates was Alexei Godovikov, the son of Nikolai Godovikov, to whom I said farewell forever before his flight in the N-209 across the North Pole to the United States on 12 August 1937. Alexei Godovikov died in 1942 in a ram attack on an enemy Ju-88 bomber. Not far from Academician Korolev Street, where I live, is Godovikov Street, named in memory of pilot and hero of the Soviet Union A.N. Godovikov. He died during a war when the death of pilots was seen as an unavoidable law of nature. The factory flight school was also touched by tragic events. On a hot July day in 1931, during a demonstration flight executing an aerobatics maneuver in an I-4 fighter plane, Petr Lazovsky didn't pull out of a spin and crashed straight into the ground. The death of the pilot, the favorite of the Komsomol members, stunned us all. The very existence of the flight school was threatened. By then the school already had Osovyakim staff instructors. Gorbanov stood up for the school, and it continued to train young pilots. More accessible and popular than aviation was sport parachuting. Parachute jumping from a special tower and then from airplanes became a real craze. Being a leader in the Komsomol organization of the OS shop, it was my duty to act as a role model to entice the shop's Komsomol masses into the parachuting school. The school's parachuting classes began under the leadership of Lyman, who had made more than 500 jumps, including delayed jumps. After learning how to pack a parachute and executing several jumps from the tower, we went on a fly-around in AU-2, impatiently waiting for the real jumps to begin from an altitude of 800 meters. We gathered for the first jumps on a Sunday at the factory airfield. Lyman himself had lined up the first 5 to jump. I was fourth on his list. The airfield flight mechanic jumped first. Second was a female Komsomol activist from our shop. The third to jump was a shock worker and aircraft assembler. The first 2 jumps went off without a hitch. On the third jump, the parachute failed to open. Completely shaken, we ran to the site where our comrade had fallen. He was lying in the tall grass on the bank of the Moscow River. His right hand tightly clutched the ring of the main parachute, which he simply had not pulled. What kept him from pulling the ring? Lyman cautiously freed the ring from his firmly clenched, still warm fingers. We helped him put on our dead comrade's parachute. He persuaded the pilot to take off right then and there, and he jumped, demonstrating that the parachute was completely functional. Classes at the school were called off. A month passed before we once again gathered at the factory airfield and jumps were permitted to continue. Lyman decided to make a ranging jump to allow for a correction for the stiff wind. As the airplane took off and reached the site he had selected, the wind intensified. After the parachutist jumped, we saw that he was being carried away to the far corner of the airfield toward the Karamashevskaya Dam. He came down in the middle of the river. The parachute canopy covered him completely, preventing him from breathing, and his flight suit pulled him to the bottom. Several of the prison laborers at the dam rushed to the water. One even managed to enter the water and started to swim. The guards' shouts of "back," and the firing of warning shots followed. We ran to the bank at the same time a launch was leaving the factory pier. By the time they had dragged Lyman out, brought him to shore and freed him from his parachute gear, about a half hour had passed. He could not be saved. After this event, the parachute school virtually ceased to exist. Central Committee Party organizer Olga Mitkovic and factory director Gorbanov often made rounds through the shops and held production meetings. Production of the TB3 was at a fever pitch. A large number of changes in the design and equipment makeup had been made. They changed the number of wheels on the landing gear from 2 to 4, they changed the material of the landing gear half-axle and the engine mount frames. I have already mentioned the replacement of the M17 engines with a modified version of the more powerful M34. They altered the glazing of the Moselprom, their name for the navigator's cockpit in the nose of the TB3. 27. The TSAGI designers called the nose section Arkangelsky's snout. 28. They also decided to remove the two retractable machine gun turrets on the underside that TSAGI workers called Natashkevich's trousers. 29. They replaced the low-power external electric generator that had a wind turbine with a generator that was driven from an aircraft engine. There were many other changes, including alterations made in response to the negative assessments that poured in from the Air Force in abundance. During a routine quality conference, Gorbanov stated that, compared with the standard set by TSAGI, our factory's aircraft were overweight by 800 to 900 kilograms. Such a loss of bomb payload could not be tolerated. Therefore, among other measures, he announced a weight reduction competition. A prize of 100 rubles per kilogram was set, if a suggestion was accepted. Soon Kostra and other factory services were flooded with a stream of suggestions. Over a period of 6 months, the airplanes managed to slim down by a little more than 800 kilograms. The transfer of our production bombers ready for Air Force aviation units took place at the factory airfield in a rather humdrum fashion. Crews from military units conducted the technical acceptance over a period of 2 to 3 days. On hot days they found time to swim in the Moscow River. In the end the aircraft flew away to military airfields without any particular fanfare. The majority went west to the Kiev and Byelorussian districts. During the summer of 1932, when the handover of several dozen aircraft to the Special Far East Military District was coming up, Mitkovic proposed to the Komsomol leadership that the humdrum handover process be turned into celebrations to mark the transfer of our powerful airplanes to the heroic Soviet Air Force pilots. The hero of the first legendary Moscow to New York flight, pilot Shestakov, was in charge of the aircraft acceptance. He commanded an Air Force formation of TB-1 bombers in the Far East. Now they were going to replace the TB-1S with TB-3S. By the time the Far East contingent arrived, the 18 aircraft had logged extra test flight time and had undergone supplementary inspections to eliminate any defects that could possibly be found. The handover festivities opened with a rally at the airfield. After the first aircraft inspection, Shestakov and his crews were invited to a fun-filled picnic that included boating on the Moscow River. The pilots from the Far East spent several days becoming familiar with their new airplanes and doing the paperwork for the acceptance. Mitkovic introduced Shestakov to a team of Komsomol members who had supervised the airplanes for the Far East. I took advantage of this opportunity to tell him that the factory was storing the Land of the Soviets airplane that had returned from America completely covered with American autographs. To Shestakov's great chagrin, no one could tell him exactly where the airplane was. Not just then but also in subsequent years we fecklessly lost material evidence that had ever-increasing historical value. Our museums of aviation history cannot show our descendants the Land of the Soviets and many other Soviet airplanes that have entered world aviation history. The aircraft handover festivities ended with a magnificent banquet in the canteen. Early the next morning we accompanied Shestakov and his crews to the airfield. The airplanes took off one after another, fell into formations of 3, and departed for the east. The TB-3S could manage the distance to Khabarovsk with 4 stopovers. Mitkovic reported to us that she had received a telegram from Shestakov thanking us for the warm reception and the powerful airplanes. The super-intense rates of industrialization during the period between 1931 and 1933 required that vast human resources be lured into the ranks of industry. Unskilled and often barely literate people were pumped out of the villages. In spite of socialist competitions, the introduction of ranks for shock workers and Stakhanovites, and moral and material incentives, labor discipline and production quality remained low. One of the severe measures taken to improve discipline in industry was the law of 1932 on waste and absenteeism. According to this law, if one was more than 20 minutes late to work, one was fired. Persons guilty of absenteeism and waste were prosecuted. Even taking a smoke break during the workday was considered the same as tardiness if it exceeded 20 minutes. Such severe laws were far from necessary at our factory. Administrative measures, keen interest in technical training, effective incentives, and the active involvement of social organizations maintained a spirit of factory patriotism in our workforce. The overwhelming majority of our people worked enthusiastically. In the first weeks after the law was made public, many innocent people suffered when it was applied out of the zealous desire to set an example. There was a Komsomol member, a fitter in the propeller group named Igor, I forget his last name. He possessed the talent of a real inventor. Many of his suggestions concerning the assembly and design process for the TB-3 airplane were implemented. His last suggestion, which brought him fame throughout the factory and a substantial prize, was to simplify the complex system for the manual control of engine revolutions and power. They used to cite this suggestion at all kinds of meetings as an example of the inexhaustible potential of a worker's creativity. One not so fine day, I was taken aback when the shop chief told me, our renowned inventor was absent a half day. I am obliged to fire him, and if they go after him, he'll be prosecuted. This is your Komsomol member. That's why I'm filling you in. The stunned Igor explained everything to me very simply. Yesterday I got married. We celebrated. I just overslept. My wedding night. You understand? I decided to go to the director and tell him the whole situation. Gorbanov heard me out, the whole time staring off somewhere to the side. For a long time he was silent and then he snapped, we didn't make this law and it's not up to us to abolish it. Without wasting any time I headed to the party committee. Mitkovic said, the director is obliged to set an example for the execution of laws, no matter how cruel they might be. I can promise that they will not prosecute Igor. Today you will convene an open Komsomol shop meeting. Igor must be dropped from the Komsomol. Show by this example that the law is the law for everyone. And explain to Igor that in around 3 or 4 months, after he has worked somewhere at a construction site without violations, if he feels like coming back to the factory, we will take him. Igor did not return. We lost a man who really had a divine spark. In spite of all the difficulties, by spring of 1933 the TB-3 had been put onto the production line. During the military parade on May 1, 1933, Squadrons of TB-3s flew over Moscow at an altitude of 800 meters, rousing an elated hurrah from the hundreds of thousands of spectators and a stressed reaction among the military attaches invited to Red Square. In the British Parliament's House of Commons, Harold Balfour came out with a special inquiry. I have read the Russian newspaper Izvestia dated May 4, which contains a description of the May Day celebration in Moscow. There is a photo of the Russian parade in which the number of four-engine Tupolev aircraft in the field of view exceeds 158, and there were probably some that didn't fit in the shot. Unfortunately, this photograph cannot be considered a fake. The Russians have demonstrated not only the might of their fleet of bombers but also the capabilities of their industry. In August 1933, by decree of the USSR TSIK Presidium, the factory was awarded the Order of Lenin for mastering the construction of special heavy aircraft and for the effective organization of factory operations. At that time this was a great honor. Orders of Lenin and the Red Star were awarded to 18 of the most distinguished workers, including Gorbanov and Godovikov, who received orders of the Red Star, and Mitkovic, who received an Order of Lenin. A large meeting was held in Philly Park for this event. RKKA Air Force Chief Yat I. Alksnis spoke at the meeting. 30 in their speeches Alksnis and Voroshilov both appealed to the aircraft industry workers to produce aircraft and engines that were superior to foreign ones. In 1933, the TB-3 had no equals in terms of carrying capacity. But in terms of speed and altitude, it could have been much better were it not for the lagging of our engine industry. That same August 1933 Aviation Day was celebrated for the first time. This celebration was used to the full extent to inspire young workers to new production feats. At all of our mass events we said that the land of the Soviets must have airplanes that will fly higher, faster and further than all others. Factory No. 22, the aircraft industry's best factory, would bear direct responsibility for realizing this task. The factory experienced a boom period. Traveling out to regional and Moscow area rallies and conferences, we always felt that a special respect was shown to the delegates of Factory No. 22. The continuous, single-minded public relations campaign was working. The new organization secretaries who joined the party leadership in the main shops, Mitkovic's people, had created an atmosphere of unity and a continuous festive labor upsurge. During this period Gorbanov and Mitkovic enjoyed deserved authority. For us in the Komsomol, they were teachers and idols, models whose lives we should copy. Unexpectedly, these idols struck a blow to their own authority. In the beginning, whispered rumors had circulated about an intimate relationship between the director and the Central Committee party organizer. In Komsomol circles, Gorbanov's authority and cult of personality were so great that the first reaction was, nonsense and gossip, it can't be. Gorbanov has a young, beautiful wife, his friend from Komsomol work in Zaraysk. Mitkovic is not so much a woman as a party commissar with a long record that predates the revolution. She is 14 years his senior. If he does something crazy, she should have enough self-control and common sense not to give cause for all kinds of gossip. But the gossip and rumors turned out to be true. Gorbanov left his wife the apartment in the factory settlement in Philly and moved in with Mitkovic, who lived in a new government house on the riverside. This was quite incredible, especially since Gorbanov was exceedingly scrupulous in matters concerning nepotism at the factory. His younger brother Vladimir, who was later involved in the production of Lavokin, Gorbanov and Gudkov fighters, complained that Sergei had not hired him just because he had feared accusations of nepotism. This impasse was quite suddenly broken. Gorbanov died in the crash of an R-6 airplane. This model of aircraft was obsolete. Koster came up with the idea to convert it into a transport/passenger plane. The factory manufactured a single prototype. They removed all the aircraft's weaponry. 8 passenger seats were placed in the fuselage. The crew cabin was glassed in. The airplane made its first test flights in the area of our airfield. Unexpectedly, the order came to install additional fuel tanks to prepare the R-6 for long-range flight. On September 5, 1933, this airplane set off for the Crimea carrying Gorbanov, Glavaviaprom Chief Baranov, Council of Ministers Civil Aviation Directorate Chief Goldsman, his deputy Petrov, Gosplan Presidium member Zarzar, and Baranov's wife, who had asked her husband to take her with him to visit their children vacationing in the Crimea. 31 Glavaviaprom senior pilot Dorfman and flight mechanic Plotnikov piloted the plane. The weather that day was not suitable for flying, but Baranov insisted on departing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the overloaded aircraft headed south. 20 minutes after departure, the airplane crashed in the Moscow suburb of Podolsk. All of the passengers and crew were killed. According to the findings of the aviation board, the cloudy conditions forced the plane to fly very close the ground. The aircraft had no instruments or radio equipment for flying blind. Dorfman was forced to fly the plane so that he did not lose sight of the ground. While flying over Podolsk, the aircraft's landing gear ripped the wire of an amateur radio antenna off the tall poles to which it had been secured and dragged it behind. Then the aileron of the left wing grazed the top of a tall willow. The left wing panel fell off, the airplane's nose hit the ground, and the plane disintegrated. The news of the death of Gorbanov, Baranov, and the civil aviation leaders stunned the workforce. On the morning of 6 September a sorrowful meeting was held at the factory. There were words shared by a man from Gorbanov's home district of Zaraysk, future CPSU Central Committee Secretary and future academician B.N. Ponomarev. At the meeting an appeal was made to the government to change the factory's name to the SP Gorbanov Factory. Now, instead of factory named after the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, it would be called Gorbanov Factory No. 22. Gorbanov's name was also conferred on the Palace of Culture and a street in the Kuntseva area of Moscow. The dead were laid in state in the Hall of Columns. Baranov and Goldsman were buried in Red Square. The others were buried at Donskoy Cemetery. It was up to Orджonikidze to propose a new director candidate for the country's best aircraft factory. Everyone expected Mitkovic to tell us about potential candidates. Someone who had mingled with officials from the People's Commissariat of Heavy Industry, Narkomtyazprom, shared the rumor that Mikhail Moiseyevich Kaganovich, brother of Politburo member Lazar Moiseyevich Kaganovich, would be the director. The rumor proved false. Mikhail Kaganovich was appointed to replace the deceased Baranov as Glavaviaprom chief. At the end of 1933, Olga Mitkovic herself was appointed director of Gorbanov Factory No. 22. For experienced workers in the aircraft industry, this was a second shock. They respected Mitkovic as an intelligent, strong-willed, and strict party leader. But experienced aircraft builders could not imagine her in the role of directing the largest aircraft factory in Europe. Moreover, general opinion had it that her immediate superior, Mikhail Kaganovich, was also an aircraft industry dilettante. Those most aggressively disposed toward the director on account of her lack of credentials in aviation technology were the test pilots, airfield flight mechanics, factory flight testing station, LIS, specialists, and old foremen of the final assembly shop. 32 They had not minced words with Gorbanov when he first came on the job, when the low quality of the shop's work or delays in providing components exasperated them. The tardiness and absenteeism law was a direct threat to the airfield's free spirits. Mechanics felt no compunction when they got a chance to bask a while in the sweet-scented grass or swim in the river on a hot day before climbing back into an airplane that had become scorching hot in the sun. For them Mitkovic personified a party that had intensified their stress and invented a new, brutal law. Head flight mechanic Nikolai Godovikov tried to suppress the most zealous critics, but was not always successful in this. When the weather was not suitable for flying or simply for other reasons, LIS pilots and flight mechanics thought up various practical jokes. Dobrovolskaya related to us how they tried to make her the object of their ingenuity in January 1932. The chief of Kostra got a call from the airfield requesting that he send out designer Dobrovolskaya to explain a drawing that she had signed. Her drawings had absolutely nothing to do with the activity of the flight station, but you can expect anything from these degenerates, said her boss. Possessing an attractive appearance and flushed from the freezing cold, the young woman entered the smoke-filled room where the airfield elite was shooting the breeze. Known for his weakness for pure alcohol, Kryzantov, the LIS chief and a former military pilot, turned to the flight mechanic Barabanov, Look what a beauty they sent at your request. Explain what the deal is. Flight mechanic Barabanov, a man who loved all kinds of practical jokes, explained, there was a design defect in the aircraft, but the trouble is that I just forgot the number. A propeller got stuck on the skid. But we looked into it ourselves and fixed it. We can go out to the flight field and check. The assembled company could not contain themselves and burst into gleeful laughter. The joke was so old it had a beard, and Dobrovolskaya herself felt like laughing, but she stood firm. At the next quality conference, I will without fail ask for the floor to recount how successfully you eliminate design errors. She turned and left, slamming the door behind her. One who loved practical jokes and awkward situations even more was the new LIS party organization secretary, Kulvinsky. When he heard about the propeller and skid episode he was amused, but he persuaded Dobrovolskaya not to speak at the conference. If one were to tell such a story in front of Mitkovic, who knows, she might in all seriousness ask, can you show me how a propeller can get stuck on a skid? Kulvinsky warned the flight mechanics that if Mitkovic were to make a routine visit to the airfield and somebody got it into his head to complain to her about quality with jokes like that, he would see to it that they were fired. Test pilots, flight mechanics, and engine mechanics did not display a friendly attitude toward the party and Komsomol leadership. Calls for mastering technology, for socialist competition, using all 420 minutes in a shift, none of this was for them. Mitkovic, who had a great deal of experience taming the obstinate masses, understood that for the post of LIS party leader she needed to find an individual who would command trust and respect by the force of his or her special human qualities. She had hunted down Kulvinsky at the Moscow Komsomol committee. He had a well-developed sense of humor and always had jokes, proverbial sayings, anecdotes, and funny stories in reserve. When the timing was right they could defuse the most strained situation. He rallied the LIS workforce, eliminated drinking binges, increased discipline, and achieved a high evaluation for his activity from the party committee. However, Kulvinsky stunned us all. The party leadership headed by Stalin did not permit any slackening of intra-party tension. Under the slogan of a struggle against the vestiges of capitalism in the economy and in the people's consciousness, the leadership demanded heightened vigilance. They called for the exposure of harmful activity perpetrated by the bourgeois technical intelligentsia Trotskyists and those deviating to the right. 33. In addition to learning the technology of their own job, party members were also required to systematically expose the ideology of hostile classes. A campaign to purge the party under slogans of freeing its ranks of alien and degenerate elements followed the general appeals. The atmosphere of the widespread labor boom was poisoned by the need to expose, stigmatize, and uproot. The factory party organization still did not know that Kulvinsky's father, a prominent economic planner, had been expelled from the party for his ties with the Trotskyists. The exclusion of his son for failure to provide information was preordained. Kulvinsky, the soul of party/Komsomol society, the merry optimist, shot himself. In his suicide note, Kulvinsky wrote that he could not live if he were expelled from the party. Kulvinsky's suicide stirred up a campaign to expose hidden class enemies in all of the factory's organizations. This campaign also affected my subsequent fate. Among various sorts of statements, the party committee received a denunciation wherein the author asserted that I had concealed the truth about my parents when I joined the party. It stated that my parents lived abroad, that my mother was an active member of the Menshevik Party, and that during the NEP years, my father was a bookkeeper in a private enterprise. A party purge was looming ahead, and it was proposed that in my situation this personal matter be dealt with so that it would not reach the purging commission, in which case the factory party committee would be considered guilty. Why hadn't they been aware of this? Why did they wait for the purging commission? Outflanking the party committee, Bogdanov convened an enlarged session of the Komsomol committee and gave a speech exposing me. Chertok is not a class enemy, but we cannot tolerate anyone in our ranks who is not completely candid and who hides his past. The majority of those who spoke were people with whom I had almost no contact on the job. My close comrades sat in dispirited silence. In my own defense, I said that my mother had left the Menshevik Party 3 years before I was born. My father had worked at a state-owned factory that the state had leased to a private company in 1922. All the workers and office workers had kept their jobs. My father had not been deprived of his right to vote, and they had even recommended that my mother join the VKP-B during the Lenin enrollment. I had told my parents' entire history in detail to Wasserman in 1931 before I was received as a VKP-B candidate. He was the standard of the party conscience and a model technical leader with a pre-revolutionary record dating from 1905 in what was then the OBO department. After attentively hearing me out and consulting with the shop party cell secretary, Wasserman said that I should not expand on that subject in detail in the meeting. Your parents are honest people. You do excellent work. You're a shock worker and an inventor. The fact that you were born in Poland has been written in all the questionnaires, and everyone who needs to, knows this. Having succinctly recounted this history, I concluded by saying that I could not imagine life outside the Komsomol and the party. The majority voted for my expulsion from the Komsomol ranks, but my close comrades voted for a severe reprimand and a warning. Formally, I was expelled from the Komsomol but remained a member of the party. This took place during very troubled times for the factory. Gorbanov had died, and Mitkovic had not yet been appointed. My situation was put on the back burner. At home, without holding back, I told my parents what had happened. Without warning me, my mother headed for Philly and had a meeting with Mitkovic. Neither one of them told me then about this encounter. The party committee finally found the time to discuss the Komsomol committee decision and unanimously voted for me to receive a severe reprimand with a warning. This was also to be noted on my registration form. In a private decision, it was recommended that I be transferred to a job in my specialty. Mitkovic gave instructions placing me in the same OS shop where just the day before I had been the Komsomol boss. And so I once again became an electrician, no longer an industrial electrician, but one who worked on avionics. My fall from grace and my brush with expulsion from the party was a very painful experience at the time. Many years later, I assessed everything that had happened not as a blow, but as a gift of fate. They knew me well in the shop, and for re-education they sent me to Lydia Petrovna Kozlovskaya's female shock worker team. This team's job was to wire ignition systems. They were releasing them to flight mechanics on the airfield to be checked out on working engines. Kozlovskaya was happy. Finally I have at least one male subordinate, and one of the former leaders, to boot. She kept her young female subordinates in a state of fear. Incidentally, it was not just subordinates who were afraid of Kozlovskaya. She had been hired by the factory after several years in a correctional camp on the infamous Solovetsky Islands. 34 The labor discipline and quality of work in Kozlovskaya's team was exemplary. It was hard to believe that she had a criminal past. She made very sure that every member of her team devoted 420 minutes per shift to production. Always together, affable, and sociable with her shop comrades, she even knew how to win over carping bosses. The most spirited troublemakers, the airfield flight mechanics, who carped about every piddling thing to the foreman and assembly shop team leaders, were careful not to clash with Kozlovskaya. She said exactly what she thought about unfair fault finding, using language that would make a veteran engine mechanic's jaw drop. If somebody still needed to be taught a thing or two, she had developed a high-voltage shock technique using the manual magneto used to start up aircraft engines. When work was being done inside the spacious fuselage of a TB-3, the opportunity presented itself to unexpectedly touch an offender with an ignition wire. The sparking 20,000-volt discharge made a hole in his clothing, and while it didn't cause burns, it did give a brief jolt to the nerves. A portrait of Kozlovskaya stood out vividly on the honor board, and in 1935 she was awarded the Red Banner Order of Labor. It is probable that the personnel department where the biographical data from questionnaires were stored and the people whom Kozlovskaya trusted knew about her criminal past. Her parents had been very wealthy, and as a child she had grown accustomed to luxury. The revolution took away everything. Having lost everything, including her parents, Kozlovskaya became an active member in a gang of robbers. Naturally gifted with organizational skills and an enterprising nature, she soon became the gang leader. Answering for serious crimes, she was threatened with the death penalty, but considering her age and the fact that she had no prior convictions, the court sentenced her instead to 8 years in prison. During her stay at the correctional labor camp on the Solovetsky Islands, Kozlovskaya's capabilities enabled her to obtain an early release with a reference attesting to her rehabilitation. She was even given the right to work at an aircraft factory. On one of the hot days when the next batch of aircraft was being released, I was waiting to present the completed wiring of the electrical equipment to the Quality Control Department, OTK, controller. Usually, a former Baltic Fleet sailor, whom we called Sasha Bosun, conducted the acceptance process. He would carefully examine the aesthetics of how the cable bundles were run and check the security of the clamps holding them against the corrugated construction of the skin. Instead of Sasha Bosun, Kozlovskaya climbed into the roomy fuselage. With her was an unknown woman wearing a civil aviation uniform tunic. Kozlovskaya introduced the shapely, young, green-eyed woman saying, "This is our new quality control foreman, Katya Galakina." Kozlovskaya immediately noticed that the new controller had conquered me at first glance. "Chertok will explain everything to you," she told Galakina, and left the plane. I began my interrogation and learned that Katya had just graduated from an aviation technical school with a specialty in aircraft special equipment. They sent her to work at factory number 22. Here she had ended up working for the chief of the final assembly shop quality control department, Nikolai Nikolaevich Godovikov, who had assigned her to do quality control on Kozlovskaya's team. After a week, Controller Galakina announced to Kozlovskaya that she would not sign the form on the ignition system wiring until the faults she had noted had been eliminated. In order to meet deadlines, the team had to work overtime to correct the defects and again present its work for release. The disputed situation ended late in the evening and I asked the fault-finding controller for permission to walk her home. It turned out that Katya lived with her brother and cousin in the studio of their deceased aunt, sculptor Anna Semenovna Galakina. Anna Galakina began her creative activity in her native city of Zaraysk. She studied in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and also in Paris under the renowned Rodin. The Soviet government presented her with a studio in the Arbut area on Great Levshinsky Lane. Anna Semenovna died suddenly in 1927. Her nieces and nephews became the heirs and proprietors of her many sculptures and her studio. The oldest of them, Vera Galakina, turned to Boris Ponomarev, a man from her home district of Zaraysk who held a senior party post, asking for his assistance to create an Anna Semenovna Galakina memorial sculpture museum in her Moscow studio. All of her relatives signed a declaration for the gratuitous transfer of all of the artwork created by Anna Galakina to the Soviet state. The USSR All-Union Central Executive Committee, VTSIK, established personal pensions for Galakina's minor relatives, and Vera Galakina was named the director of the new museum. Katya, who had moved from Zaraysk to Moscow to help set up the museum, entered Tushinsky Technical School. After 3 years of study she ended up at factory number 22. 3 years later, after our first meeting in the TB3, Senior Control Foreman Yekaterina Semenovna Galakina became my wife. That is why the TB3 bomber had a decisive impact on my personal life. To a great extent my work on ignition systems and aircraft electrical equipment determined my subsequent engineering fate. I had to release an aircraft ignition system at our factory airfield to the flight mechanics, military representatives, and crews who had accepted the airplanes. We had a lot of trouble with this system. Our industry had only just started to put a magneto, a complex instrument, into production. Until then, all aircraft engines had been equipped with magnetos produced by the Swiss firm Scintilla or the German firm Bosch. If an engine contained our magneto, the flight mechanics complained that it was unreliable and didn't generate a powerful enough spark. Perhaps influenced by those conversations, I decided that it was time to stop using such a complex and capricious assembly as a magneto, and to put an end to the Scintilla and Bosch monopoly. Today, I myself am surprised at the daring and naivete of this 21-year-old electrician. Through my ham radio activity, I had heard a lot about the remarkable properties of piezoelectric crystals. However, the quartz crystals that were already widely used back then provided such a paltry amount of electricity that there was no chance of using them to produce a spark in a spark plug. I had read in some radio journal about the miraculous properties of potassium-sodium tartrate crystals. 35 These crystals had an electrical effect almost 1,000 times greater than quartz crystals. I began to look for literature. I stumbled onto a booklet that had just been published, Saynet Electricity. 36 I tried feverishly to take it all in. There was a lot of physics there that I did not fully understand. After all, I still had only a comprehensive education. In everything else I was self-taught, but I understood the main principle. Potassium-sodium tartrate was going to cause a revolution in ignition technology. This was the beginning of the end for the age of the magneto and the European firms' monopolies. Within a week I had devised the entire system, and on my day off I had drawn it in India ink on Whitman paper and on tracing paper, and had also written up a description in the prescribed format of the invention of the century. That was the Factory Inventors Council assessment. A month later, I received a certificate of application, and 6 months later an inventor's certificate. Next came a copy of an expert's positive findings, which contained the following. In contrast with all the existing electrical ignition systems of the fuel-air mixture in the cylinders of internal combustion engines, the proposed method is based on generating an electric spark in a cylinder's spark plug using a direct piezoelectric effect rather than a magneto, storage battery, or dynamo. Numerous experiments have shown that potassium-sodium tartrate crystals provide the greatest piezoelectric effect. This effect, which is enormous compared with all piezoelectric crystals, is used in the proposed method for the electrical ignition of the fuel-air mixture in an internal combustion engine. The proposed method has the following advantages over existing ones. Specifically, it is simple. Consequently, because of the absence of rotating magnets, windings, collectors, and other elements, there is a great degree of operational reliability, which in turn simplifies the electrical circuit. Its lightweight and compactness due to the absence of the bulky magnet system or storage battery are exceedingly valuable for aircraft engines. The instrument's simplicity and low manufacturing cost make the proposed method more economically advantageous. Expert V. M. Malishka, Editor A. A. Denisov. There were other positive reviews, but this was sufficient for me to begin my search for the miracle-working potassium-sodium tartrate crystals, which until then I had never laid hands on. I was only familiar with their properties through literature. A rush job tore me away from my absorption with the new principles of ignition. This one entailed wiring the bomb release system and installing radio systems in the airplanes. They transferred me to a general special equipment and weaponry team. We were faced with starting up production of navigational electrical equipment and a state-of-the-art, for those times, electrical bomb release system. Bombs weighing up to 100 kilograms were placed inside the TB-3 fuselage in special cassette bomb racks. Heavier bombs were suspended under the wing center section and the wing so as not to interfere with the opening of the bomb bay doors and the dropping of the interior bombs. The bomb rack's mechanical lock needed to be opened in order to drop the bombs. The navigator performed this operation using the bomb release, which was connected to the lock of each bomb rack through a system of several steel cables. Looking through a sight, the navigator would instruct the pilot how to fly in for the bombing run, and at the calculated moment, he would pull the handle of the mechanical bomb release with all his might. Dropping all of the bombs required the application of considerable physical force, alternately turning the handle back and forth. In so doing, the cable drive opened the locks of the bomb racks one after another. The navigator had to know how to drop the bombs one at a time and how to execute stick bombing. Stick bombing required that various time intervals be maintained between drops. Salvo bombing required that all the bombs be dropped simultaneously. Performing these operations using a mechanical cable drive was very difficult. When the cables got stretched, the dropping process became fouled up. Sometimes all of the navigator's calculations were in vain and the bombs did not hit the target. In 1932, at the request of the Air Force, an electric bomb release was developed. Instead of cables, this model had bundles of wires running to the bomb holders. The mechanical locks in the bomb holders were equipped with a pyrotechnic device. An electrical impulse detonated a pyrotechnic cartridge, and the explosion generated gases that thrust a piston to open the bomb rack lock. The bomb release, invented by the Special Design Bureau and transferred for series production to the Aviaprobor factory, was an extremely complex electromechanical device. The first electric bomb releases, ESBRs, barely passed testing at the Air Force NII, and the batches that we received were subject to malfunctions and failures that threw the LIS workers into a rage during a test drop of dummy bombs. 37. The aircraft radio systems added new troubles for the special equipment shop section. Our powerful bomber aircraft did not begin to receive air-to-air transceiver radio stations, RSB, and intercom systems, SPR, providing communications between the 7 crew members until 1933. 38. The landing at our airfield of a TB-3 equipped with a top-secret autopilot caused another sensation. The pneumatic autopilot was frightening in its complexity, and so it was never introduced on series-produced airplanes. The first radio compasses and radio range beacon signal receivers were also installed on commanders' airplanes for nighttime navigation and for flying under difficult conditions. All of this new equipment added so many failures that the airfield was covered with dozens of aircraft that had not passed the acceptance process. I was promoted to the position of radio engineer and was responsible for installing, tuning, and releasing radio equipment. In January and February of 1934, the 17th Bolshevik Party Congress took place. It was declared the Congress of Victors. According to all indicators, the second five-year plan had been fulfilled ahead of schedule. Stalin's policy for converting the nation from a backward agrarian country into a mighty industrial power received the Congress's unanimous support. Mitkovic was a congressional delegate from the Moscow Municipal Organization. She reported the results of the Congress and her impressions at a party meeting. I was in disfavor and did not attend the party meetings. But soon at the airfield, while Mitkovic was making her routine rounds, having assembled the foremen and team leaders, she reamed us out about the delays in releasing the airplanes. Citing the congressional resolutions, she demanded the most heroic efforts from all of us to clear the flight field. After Mitkovic's general talk, she pulled me aside and asked why I had not appealed the party committee's decision to reprimand me. She explained, "The thing is that the Purging Commission will not take the risk of removing such a recent and severe pronouncement. They would be more likely to simply expel you from the party." Now I had something new to worry about. Having studied the procedure for appealing the decisions of a primary organization, I proceeded step by step. First was the district troika for the review of personnel matters. 39. Its decision was approved by the district committee office located in the famous building on Zubovsky Boulevard. This proved to be insufficient, and I appeared before the Greater Moscow Troika on Old Square. To the 3 old Bolsheviks, I appeared to be an inexperienced baby. Having moralized, they magnanimously replaced the line severe reprimand with a warning and notation. With simply severe reprimand. After familiarizing itself with all the protocols and hearing my confession and the laudatory testimonials of the non-party foreman, the Purging Commission finally cleared me, rescinding the party's punishment. Now, whenever I wasn't working, I was busy with the problem of inventing a simple and reliable electric bomb release. It is difficult to explain how the light bulb comes on in an inventor's head. First and foremost, he must desire at all costs to think up something that does not yet exist or replace an existing thing with something much better. The second condition is competence. He must have an absolute understanding of the end product and knowledge of the subject of his invention. I would call the third condition the erudition that saves the inventor from inventing the perpetual motion machine. All the while, the inventor needs to be able to critically assess his proposed alternative before going into foolish raptures about his own genius. Finally, when everything is already clear to the inventor, when everything has been written and calculated, when the invention has even gone before a panel of experts and there are no doubts as to its innovation and advantages, that is when the most difficult stages begin, realization, experimental modification, and introduction. Therein lies the fundamental difference between the creative work of an inventor and engineer and that of a poet or artist. I referred to my proposed electric bomb release as the electronic. In place of the complex electromechanical clockwork used for the selection of time intervals during stick bombing, I devised an electronic time relay with a broad range for regulating the initiation time. I also needed to think up a circuit to convert the time relay to a pulse generator. In place of the highly complex mechanism used for selecting the required bomb racks, I used the simple and inexpensive switch used in an automatic phone switchboard. When everything, including a mercury vapor thyrotron, was assembled and soldered together on a sheet of plywood, it began to work. A factory military representative reported about my initiative to the Armaments Department of the Air Force Directorate. After explanations at Varvarka, where the Air Force Directorate headed by Alksness was located at the time, they sent me with the appropriate reference to the building on Red Square that housed the Directorate of Military Inventions. A few days later, Directorate Chief Glukov sent for me and reported that Tukhachevsky himself had approved funding for the development and manufacture of experimental prototypes of the bomb release system according to an agreement that the Air Force Directorate was to conclude. In August 1934, having endured the competitive examination, I finally became a student at the V.M. Molotov Moscow Power Engineering Institute, May. For material reasons, I did not want to quit work, and I began my studies in night school without leaving production. May had split off from MVTU about 3 years earlier and was scattered among various buildings in the area of Korovy Brod and Radio Street. The subway was still just being built. After 420 minutes on my shift, I made the hour-and-a-half journey from Philly to May, satisfying my hunger on the streetcars on the way. Classes in the night school began at 6 o'clock and finished at 10 o'clock. Each student had already worked in industry for 3 to 4 years. From our personal life experience, we were convinced of how important it was to gain systematic knowledge in the fundamentals of science. It was precisely this desire to rise above everyday mundane cares that made us listen attentively to lectures, not fall asleep during seminars, and introduce improvements to our laboratory work. Our professors and instructors understood that they were not dealing with school kids, but rather with skilled workers, technicians, and designer practitioners. A distinct community of interests was established in the educational process. We would let down our hair a little during the short breaks. By all indications we were adults, but we used to literally stand on our heads in spite of appeals from the dean's office not to act like hooligans and to conduct ourselves with more restraint. At the end of the year, having become acclimated to the institute, I discovered the scientific research work section, which was fulfilling various orders for industry. After brief negotiations, the chief of the large electric machine laboratory agreed to set up a small special laboratory in his area to develop my electronic bomb release. This work had nothing whatsoever to do with powerful electrical machines, but it was attractive because of the contract with what was then the highly prestigious and influential Air Force Directorate. At the request of the Directorate of Military Inventions, I was detached from the factory to the Air Force Directorate and headed the May Special Laboratory. Besides me, the laboratory staff included one mechanic. The mechanic had what they call golden hands. He was over 50 years old and dealt with me in a patronizing manner. He started off by recommending to me that I not show up at the laboratory every day at all. He would take care of everything himself, and if I could just explain where those bombs hang that are supposed to be dropped, either one at a time or all at once. Ultimately, we found a common language. In the daytime we worked together in a small room that had a sign on the door reading Special Laboratory, Entry Strictly Forbidden. In the evening I switched to another building and buried myself in student cares. During this period I had to visit many scientific institutions in Moscow and Leningrad for consultations and to order new parts. I had meetings with very interesting people. My dealings with them brought forth new ideas and sometimes made me reconsider previous endeavors. In the Electronic Devices Laboratory of the All-Union Electrical Engineering Institute, VE, at the Svetlana and Krasnaya Zarya factories, in the offices of the Air Force Directorate, and at the Institute of Telemechanics, I met people who gave advice and helped me selflessly. 40 As it happened, 3 or 4 years later I once again needed to meet with some of these people. Svetlana Director Yasvoin, V Laboratory Chief Oleknovich, Air Force Directorate Military Engineer Vazing and Glukhov, Chief of the Directorate of Military Inventions. They all disappeared in 1937. When I was told, he doesn't work here anymore, I understood that I shouldn't ask any more questions. I needed a thyrotron that was particularly resistant to changes in temperature that was being developed at the Leningrad Telemechanics NII. This was a tube filled with argon. Having received the necessary letters from the Department of Military Inventions of the People's Commissariat of Military and Naval Affairs, I headed for Leningrad to get a thyrotron, and at the same time, to have consultations concerning potassium-sodium tartrate. In spite of my lack of status in terms of age and service, the letters from high-level military officials were effective. The letters were printed on the letterhead of the Directorate of Military Inventions under the auspices of the Red Army Chief of Armaments. Anyone to whom such letters were addressed knew that the Chief of Armaments was the deputy to People's Commissar Marshal Tkaikevsky. Thus, the directors of institutes and factories whose offices I began to visit in search of components for my bomb release mechanism never once refused my requests. The thyrotron developer Yegorov Kuzmin, a well-known specialist at that time, spent 2 days testing the suitability of his thyrotron for my design. He provided me with a pair of ready-made thyrotrons and promised to manufacture another 5 that were more reliable. It was during this trip that I met with the young Kurchatov. 41 This meeting was accidental. If Kurchatov had not become a world-famous scientist 20 years later, I would not have mentioned our meeting, just as I am omitting hundreds of other meetings. But let me begin at the beginning. The Leningrad Telemechanics NII was located in Lezny, next to the Physics Technical Institute. At my request, Yegorov Kuzmin took it upon himself to accompany me to the institute to find the right people for me to consult with regarding piezoelectric crystals for my proposed new ignition system. He introduced me to someone in some office. I presented Kurchatov's Saynet electricity monograph and explained that I only needed a consultation. They began a search for the authors. It was soon determined that one of the authors, Nemenov, was not available at all, and Igor Kurchatov was away, but would be in the next day. The next day a meeting actually took place. They did not invite me to see Kurchatov in the laboratory. He came out and talked to me in the lobby. The tall, well-proportioned, dark-haired, very modestly dressed man regarded me thoughtfully with his serene, dark eyes. He was curious as to who I was and why I needed a consultation. I had already become quite an expert in all kinds of explanations before panels of experts and specialists at various levels. Pulling a tattered electrical diagram out of my folder, I began to explain the principle and advantages of the proposed ignition method. When my presentation had reached the crux of the matter, potassium-sodium tartrate crystal, Kurchatov interrupted me. He had understood everything a lot sooner than I had anticipated when I was preparing my verbose report. He asked, "So this device is supposed to operate trouble-free on an aircraft or an automobile engine and withstand first heat, then cold? Is that it?" I confirmed that, yes, that was it. I am not able to reproduce from memory the verbatim verdict that he pronounced on my already universally recognized invention. But this was the gist. The Committee on Inventions was quite correct to have given me an inventor's certificate in recognition of my priority for the practical use of the piezoelectric effect in aircraft and automobile technology. In principle, he did not have any objections to the fundamental possibilities for such usage. But the subsequent practical realization of a laboratory prototype was senseless. Potassium-sodium tartrate crystals were very unstable and sensitive to changes in temperature and humidity. My proposal was premature. When new piezoelectric materials emerged, then it would make sense to work on realizing this idea. But at present, it would only be compromised. Kurchatov praised the principle and buried my hopes to realize my invention. He did this without any malice, and calmly assured me that the time for developing such a system was still to come. I wasn't too distraught. During that period I had been so submerged in the development of my bomb release device that I had gradually cooled off toward the piezoelectric ignition system. It wasn't until I needed to write lists of my inventions on questionnaires that I dug through papers in search of the number of my inventor's certificate. And indeed, I should have pursued it. Chertok was right. 10 or 12 years later, new materials did emerge: piezoceramics. Now, at home, anybody can light a gas stove with the spark from a trouble-free piezoelectric igniter. I never had the sense to get an inventor's certificate for a kitchen range igniter. When I told my grandson this story while explaining the operating principle of the kitchen stove spark igniter, all he could say was, "Oh, Grandpa, Grandpa." The names of the developers of our nuclear weaponry and of all the scientists that dealt with the problems of nuclear science were kept safely classified until the early 1950s. Even missile specialists such as myself, who had high-level clearance for secret projects, did not know for a while who was involved and what was going on in the nuclear kingdom. Only after the official announcement in August 1949 concerning the unveiling of our atomic bomb did I hear the name Chertok. Soon thereafter, Korolev and Mishin received an invitation to one of the regular atomic tests at the Semipalatinsk test site. Upon his return, Korolev, full of impressions, told us that Blackbeard academician Igor Vasilyevich Chertok was managing all the problems. At that time he had already been named a hero of socialist labor twice. Only after this did I finally recall that I had met with a certain Chertok who worked at the Leningrad Physics and Technical Institute. At home, in my heap of books, I tracked down the thin monograph Saynet Electricity by authors I.V. Chertok and L.M. Nemenov, which had miraculously remained intact after many moves. Everything added up. This was the very Chertok with whom I had obtained a consultation regarding my invention in 1934. Meanwhile at the factory, a sensation of international scale was in the making. In November 1934, the International Air Show opened in Paris. Export versions of the TB3 were prepared to fly to the show in Paris. All the weaponry was removed from them. New radio equipment was installed. The pilots and flight mechanics panels were replaced with ones that were more elegant. Every conceivable surface of the interior equipment was chromed or covered with frosted lacquer. In a word, our dismal, dark green bomb hauler was converted into a comfortable orange and sky blue airplane with the most up-to-date navigational equipment. Olga Mitkovic, the leader of the Soviet delegation, a former Comintern worker with a command of 3 European languages, and the director of the largest aircraft factory in Europe, roused tremendous interest in all levels of French society. For the French communists, this was a wonderful source of visual agitation and propaganda. The Soviet pavilion enjoyed the greatest attention. Mitkovic conducted numerous press conferences, visited workers' clubs, and met with the representatives of business circles. These were the finest hours of her life. But 20th-century Russian history did not tolerate talented female leaders. On December 1, in Leningrad, Kirov was assassinated. 42 Mitkovic understood that this murder would have serious consequences for the party and the nation. She cut short her stay in Paris and returned immediately to Moscow. In the winter of 1935, at Mitkovic's direction, I was called to the factory. I had been included in a commission to determine the causes for the mass failures in the bomb release system. Alexander Natashkevich, Director of Aircraft Weaponry Development at the Tupolev Design Bureau, was appointed commission chairman. Mitkovic herself assembled the entire commission at the factory airfield. She showed us the flight field crammed with dozens of aircraft and said, "We cannot release these planes because the bombs either don't drop when they are supposed to or they drop spontaneously. Do something. The factory's schedule has been disrupted. Never before has there been such a disgrace. In this commission I have assembled developers, theoreticians, and practitioners. Are you really not capable of understanding what needs to be done? Chertok, you're inventing a new device, but that will take a while. Figure out what to do with these planes today. Help the factory." Now it wasn't the formidable Central Committee party organizer addressing us, but a factory director who was in trouble. You could hear notes of despair in her appeal. Always elegantly attired, with a professorial goatee, Nadezhkevich had a reputation as a prominent specialist in aircraft weaponry. Having picked out 3 practical workers, among whom I found myself, he said, "Guys, inspect all the wiring. From the distributor units on the electric release to each pyro cartridge. We will find the defects." With 2 master electricians, Mayarov and Iger, and a team of installers, we went from airplane to airplane and tested circuit continuity and probed each wire and each terminal box. We replaced several electric releases. We wrapped a bunch of bare spots with insulation and rejected batches of pyro cartridges. The trouble was that pyro cartridge reliability and safety were theoretically difficult to achieve for the single wire system of aircraft electrical equipment. Nevertheless, the scrupulous preventative repairs helped. About 2 weeks later the airplanes began to fly off to troop units. I returned to my special laboratory, having earned the gratitude of Nikolai Godovikov, who at that time was OTK chief, and for whom the disruption of the production plan due to the low quality of the produced aircraft had been very hard. That meeting at the airfield with Olga Mitkovic turned out to be the last. It was the beginning of dark days of repression, not only against monarchists who were innocent of Kirov's assassination, but also against many party members who were suspected of sympathies toward Kirov. The problem was that at the 17th Party Congress, many delegates had talked about promoting Kirov to General Secretary. Mitkovic was among them. The time had come to deal with all those suspected of being excessively sympathetic to Kirov. The situation at the factory was grave. Party organization leaders, who through Mitkovic's intercessions had been transferred to the factory from the Central Committee offices and the Moscow Committee, disappeared from the shops one by one. Next the arrests began even among the factory's leading specialists. In early 1935 Mitkovic fell ill. It was announced that she had been removed from her post as director and sent for studies at the N.Yet. Zhukovsky Air Force Academy. I made a slip and mentioned to my mother that Mitkovic was not our director anymore. To my surprise, she took this news very hard. For the first time, Mother told me about her meeting with Mitkovic regarding my fate. During that single meeting they discovered that they had mutual acquaintances through underground activity. According to Mother, Mitkovic was quite an extraordinary, outstanding woman. Such people ennoble the party. But there are too few of them, she said. During her studies at the Air Force Academy, Mitkovic tried to intercede on behalf of many so-called enemies of the people. She considered them to be honest people who were devoted to the party. In 1937, she once again became gravely ill. It is known that she sent a letter to Stalin and Beria from the hospital. She was arrested immediately upon leaving the hospital. I am not aware of her subsequent fate. Mitkovic was rehabilitated posthumously after the 20th Party Congress. I was unable to determine the circumstances, place, or date of her death. At the end of 1933, an action committee of leading scientists from the N.Yet. Zhukovsky Air Force Academy developed the design for a long-range heavy 4-engine bomber that in the near future was to replace the TB-3, which was becoming obsolete. Given the achievements in aircraft technology, it was proposed that a bomber be produced that would be a qualitatively new step in aircraft construction. It was to reach a speed of up to 330 km per hour, fly at an altitude of 6,000 to 7,000 meters, and carry up to 5,000 kilograms of bombs with a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers. Air Force Chief Alksnis approached Mitkovic, proposing that a special design bureau be set up at Factory No. 22 to develop the Akademia long-range bomber, known also as the DBA-1 Glavavyaprom Takakevsky, and Orjanikij approved the proposal, and the factory's own experimental design bureau was established. In contrast with the series production Kostra, they called this design bureau KB-22, or the Bokhofatinov KB. This was the last large enterprise that Mitkovic succeeded in setting up at Alksnis's initiative. For many years it played a major role in the history of rocket technology. In late 1934, my electronic bomb release had begun to look like a finished product. I was in a great hurry, chasing after two hares. The first was my attempt to submit the device for state tests at the Air Force NII to obtain a Red Book, the official findings regarding clearance for flight tests. The second was my fervent desire to climb Mt. Elbrus during the summer of 1935 with Katya. Both hares got away from me. While performing routine tests involving the detonation of dozens of pyro cartridges, the chairman of the Factory Inventors Society appeared in my special laboratory with a small group of active members, and behind them, two high-ranking military engineers, Viktor Fedorovich Bokhovatinov and Mikhail Mikhailovich Shishmarev. In their presence I was presented an honorable inventor of the USSR lapel pin. The high-ranking guests had familiarized themselves with my invention and asked me questions. Not so much about the technology as about bombing tactics, which they argued about between themselves. From their conversation I understood that the higher we aspire for our birds to fly, the more difficult it is to achieve precision bombing. It was quite hopeless for high-altitude, high-speed bombers to hit small targets such as bridges, buildings, or ships. New methods were needed for sighting and for combining the sight and bomb release mechanism into a single system. In short, they proposed that I transfer without delay to work at the new KB and head the special equipment team. The team had been almost completely staffed, but did not yet have a leader. They were designing a new bomber and needed to exercise the maximum initiative and inventiveness in order to increase to the maximum extent the aircraft's defense capabilities under fighter attack and its bombing precision. They suggested that we get to work immediately. The new bomber, the future pride and glory of our Air Force, was supposed to take off by March 1935. Bokhovatinov took it upon himself to arrange everything required for the ESBR tests at the Air Force NII and also assigned me an assistant. As far as bonuses for the invention were concerned, he was also able to arrange everything through the Air Force Directorate. I asked for 24 hours to think things over. I was faced with providing a very difficult explanation to Katya about our Elbrus plans, to May concerning the liquidation of the special laboratory, and to the mechanic about finding himself another job. Katya took it as a matter of course that the development of the new bomber was more important for me than climbing Mt. Elbrus, but she decided to go ahead with her plans. I suggested to the mechanic that he transfer with me to the factory and he agreed. At May they threw a fit and announced that they would demand payment for breach of contract in the event that the contract work was discontinued. 24 hours later, I met the team entrusted to me. There were already 10 individuals on the team, 4 engineers, 3 technicians/designers, 2 drafters, and a copyist. With the exception of the female drafters and copyist, this was the first time any of them had worked in aircraft design right in a new KB. They put their full trust in me despite the fact that I, a second-year student, was supposed to teach them what was what. Bokhovatinov had already called them together and told them that the team chief would be a skilled and experienced employee of factory number 22, Chertok. My experience in industry and the general creative atmosphere of Bokhovatinov KB helped me to acclimate myself to my new role of design team leader. Assembled here was a fellowship of diverse aviation enthusiasts, but they were all like-minded in their desire to break up Tupolev's monopoly on heavy aircraft. Bokhovatinov and the scientists who had come with him, Air Force Academy professors, differed from most production workers in their unusual degree of culture and democracy. This trait created an atmosphere of goodwill, openness, and mutual assistance. There was no shouting or even conversations in an elevated tone, there was invariable civility, equal treatment regardless of rank, and respect for the opinions of others. Such was the psychological climate in our young workforce. 2 engineers/electricians on my team, Anatoly Ibuzakov and Yefim Sprinson, were developing the electrical system of the future aircraft. Both had experience with electrical equipment in industrial shops, and they considered the airplane a simple task. Semyon Gavrilovich Shizhikov, a former model maker at a foundry, graduated from Moscow Aviation Institute. He fearlessly designed the instrument panels and installation of the onboard equipment. I took on the task of developing the electrical system diagrams for the weapons and ignition, and issuing drawings for all the cable assemblies. Janya Iberstein proved to be indispensable for acquiring the documentation for all purchased instruments and equipment. We developed requirements for the new aircraft and made business contacts with the Moscow factories Lepsaviaparbor and Elektroshved, with the Air Force Academy Department of Special Equipment, with the Teplopryber and Elektropryber factories in Leningrad, and with radio factories in Moscow and Gorky. Right from the start, I became so immersed in this gripping, interesting work that I could barely tear myself away to Shchelkovo, where they were conferring about the testing of my electronic bomb release device. The military testers dampened my enthusiasm with their findings. After listing the merits and shortcomings, they recommended that instead of a single central device for heavy bombers, several simpler, local devices should be developed for each caliber of bomb. In this vein, they hinted that it would soon be time to withdraw the TB3 from service, and that there was still time to develop new heavy aircraft. In Leningrad at the Elektropryber factory, I first saw the American electrical side produced by Sperry, as well as Elektropryber's own development, the Vector side. We agreed to develop the Vector side, combining it with an effector and electronic bomb release. A young engineer from Elektropryber, Sergei Farmakovsky, persuaded me to do this. 50 years later, I would often meet with Doctor of Technical Science, Professor Sergei Fedorovich Farmakovsky. We directed regular meetings with scientists at the Academy of Sciences to discuss problems of navigation and motion control, and we had even more scientific interests in common at that time than in the years of our youth. After returning to the Bokhovatinov KB at Philly after a business trip, I would fall into a regime of endless workdays with no days off. A struggle was going on not only over the speed of the future aircraft, but also over the speed of its creation. 3 military engineers first class comprised the KB's nerve center: Bokhovatinov, Shishmarev, and Kurytsk's. It was risky for Bokhovatinov, who was named chief designer, to take on the production of a heavy aircraft that would compete with Tupolev's Ant-6 without having the industrial experience of an aircraft builder under his belt. His striving for innovation was manifest particularly in the unrealized project of a super-heavy aircraft that would be able to deploy tanks. Bokhovatinov was absolutely decent, technically erudite, and competent in design problems. Kurytsk's was a universally recognized authority in the field of aircraft aerodynamics. He had a negative attitude about the modernization of the TB3, and believed that a qualitative leap needed to be taken immediately. Having said A, we should go on to BB was his dream, a bomber that, in terms of all its design parameters, surpassed the Boeing Flying Fortress. Kurytsk's understood that to begin with they needed to win over a factory and rally a workforce in the process of working on A. But this was dirty work and not something which he, a theorist, liked to do. The most experienced man in this trinity was Shishmarev. He had already built airplanes that had been accepted as standard armaments. These were the R-3 and famous R-5 reconnaissance planes. I had many occasions to become convinced of his thorough engineering intuition. When people came to him for consultations, he would, after reflecting briefly and drawing sketches, selflessly give unexpected and original recommendations that raised no objections. All 3 men shared the psychological trait of originality of engineering thought. They cultivated in their workforce this ability to think in non-traditional ways, sometimes to the great consternation of process engineers and production workers. The unorthodoxy and originality of thought in the production process disrupted schedules in the factory shops. The Bokhovatinov KB occupied the design hall, the series production cost for having moved to a new location. In the beginning, even Bokhovatinov did not have a separate office. He, Kurytsk's, and Shishmarev shared space behind a glass partition. There, team leaders and lead engineers regularly gathered to discuss common problems and orient each person toward a single, final goal. Sometimes we had fiery discussions. With the aid of a slide rule, Bokhovatinov accepted or rejected proposals affecting weight characteristics and safety factors. Kurytsk guarded the aerodynamic contours and objected to any proposals that threatened to increase drag. With his inventiveness, Shishmarev demonstrated his ability to escape from dead-end situations. There was no occasion for boredom at these meetings. I got to know other military engineers from the academy there, Pasotsky, Kan, and Frolov. But most of all, I was brought in touch with those who, like me, were workers who had transferred to the KB from factory shops and departments or who were sent by personnel departments. Factory engineer designers Saburov, Kirikenko, Olshvang, Arkadyakinsky, Gerlich, and Isaev bore the primary burden of issuing technical working documentation which, after a brief modification process, went straight to the factory shops. The 1:1 scale wooden mock-up of the aircraft was a great help in our work. It was used to work out the layout of the pilots' and navigators' cockpits, the field of view, and the area of engagement, as well as to resolve debates on ergonomics. Before the final release of the drawings into production, a special Air Force Directorate mock-up commission inspected and approved the mock-up. After this, changes to the layout were forbidden. Alksnis headed the first mock-up commission, on which I was one of the developers' representatives. Until then I had seen Alksnis only one time at an all-factory meeting in 1932. Our military chiefs had a high opinion of Alksnis. In Bokhofatinov's opinion, Alksnis, the head of the Air Force since 1931, displayed rare persistence in the complex tasks of building an air fleet. He did not strictly limit himself to the military command sphere. Alksnis devoted great attention to drawing up proposals for the development of aircraft technology. He monitored its testing, organized long-range flights, and introduced military specialists into industry. He considered it necessary to personally head the mock-up commission, enabling him to establish direct contact with the leading specialists of aircraft KBS. Well-known Air Force NII test pilots Nyuktikov, Stefanovsky, and Air Force Chief Navigator Sterligov joined Alksnis on the DBA mock-up commission. Before the mock-up inspection, Bokhofetinov made a general speech about the main features of the aircraft. He spoke quietly and calmly, as one accustomed to reading lectures at the academy. The DBA has a flight weight of 24 metric tons, 6 tons greater than the TB3. As a result, the bomb load can be increased and the range increased up to 8,000 km. The DBA has a smooth, rather than corrugated skin, and very importantly, after takeoff, the landing gear can be retracted into a special fairing or trousers. We have designed for a speed of at least 330 km per hour at an altitude of up to 8,000 m. In contrast with the TB3, the aircraft's fuselage has a load-bearing monocoque construction. The entire skin contributes to its strength. The frames have no load-bearing bars partitioning the interior space. Therefore, the aircraft is very spacious and convenient for cargo transport. Having attentively listened to Bokhofetinov's account of the basic specifications of the new bomber, Alksnis began to size it up firsthand. He sat in the pilot's and co-pilot's seats, crawled through the hatch into the navigator's cockpit, which given his heroic stature, was no easy feat, and meticulously interrogated us, the aircraft creators, sometimes asking the most unexpected questions. It seemed to us that he found the most fault with the degree of comfort afforded the pilots during prolonged flight, with the radio communications equipment, and with the defensive weaponry. Later, during a mock-up commission meeting, he raised the last issue with Bokhofetinov. Specifically, the bomber should have powerful guns, to the extent possible, leaving no blind spots that would enable the safe approach of fighter aircraft. On your aircraft, the rear and especially the lower hemispheres are poorly protected. This is a shortcoming of the TB3. Although both the DBA's altitude and speed are much greater, all the same, fighter aircraft will very soon be 100 to 150 km/h faster. Over dinner, which was always held after the mock-up commission's work was completed, the conversation turned to the role of heavy bombers. They did not forget to mention Dauerheit's doctrine. In this regard, someone asked Alksnis if he would approve the production of Tupolev's 6-engine, super heavy TB4 bomber. This airplane had 4 engines located in nacelles distributed over the wingspan and 2 engines installed on either side of the fuselage. It was a giant with no equal in the world until the construction of the Ant-20, Maxim Gorky. Alksnis responded extremely negatively about getting carried away with these slow behemoths and asked Bokhofetinov to prepare proposals for a higher speed, higher altitude, and longer range aircraft than the DBA. Nevertheless, over the course of this dinner we gave toasts to the successful flight of the DBA. On May 2, 1935, the DBA completed its first flight. The summer holidays freed me from my evening journeys to the institute. My colleagues and I usually spent the evening hours in the still bustling factory shops. An additional commitment for me was my involvement with the rowing school. I got hooked on this rigorous sport in 1934, when I saw the captivating races of shells on the Moscow River near the Borodinsky Bridge. Katya rowed stroke in the women's quad at the wings of the Soviet Sports Club. I couldn't be outdone by my beloved in this sport. In 1935, I was stroke in the men's quad. The instructor complained that the women's crew had fallen apart because stroke Galakina had decided to conquer Mt. Elbrus. Now the club pinned its hope on the men's quad, filled out with the broad-shouldered, strapping men of factory number 22. The production of the first two DBA aircraft coincided with a rush job to introduce a new Tupolev aircraft into series production, the SB, 40, high-speed bomber. The shops were freed from the large-scale TB3 assemblies and learned to deal with the production process for the relatively small SB. The usual production of the TB3, which had caught the fancy of the entire workforce, was temporarily halted. They assembled the first SBS in the OS shop, which had stood empty after the release of the last TB3S. The assemblers, accustomed to working inside the TB3's spacious fuselages and thick wings, had a difficult time adapting to the SB's tight layout. One evening in the shop I met with Kozlovskaya, who together with Katya was studying diagrams of the new aircraft. Katya, singed by the mountain sun, had returned with a mountaineer of the USSR pin for scaling Mt. Elbrus. She had been dazzled by the beauty and grandeur of the Caucasus. I gave my word that next year, without fail, we would go to the mountains together. With her trademark directness, Kozlovskaya commented on the difficulties of installing equipment in the SB and did not miss the chance to pass on what flight mechanic Barabanov, who had participated in the flight testing of the first series-produced SB, had said. Flying in an SB is a lot like kissing a tigress, it's all fear and no fun. In the summer of 1935, the OS shop started work on the second DBA. By this time, the shop was full of the light blue SBS. The most nerve-wracking operation after assembling the SB was checking out its retracting landing gear. They put the aircraft on trestles and repeated the landing gear retraction and lowering operation over and over. During this operation the electro-hydraulic system howled like sirens. The lead designer of the SB aircraft was Tupolev's deputy, Alexander Arkhangelsky. In order to introduce the SB into production as quickly as possible, Tupolev transferred Arkhangelsky to the factory along with a large workforce of designers. Arkhangelsky's KB was located a floor below Bokhofatinov's bureau. We joked that this had been done because Tupolev had decided to undermine us from below, not yet having the capability to attack us from above. The SB aircraft was classified as a tactical bomber. It had streamlined, even elegant contours which were unusual for Tupolev's airplanes. It had a fully retractable landing gear and a smooth skin with flush rivets. The SB reached a speed of 450 km per hour and an altitude of 10,000 meters. Soon the SB created a sensation when it appeared in the sky over Spain during the Civil War. There for the first time planes produced by factory number 22 were widely used in combat. My second meeting with Alksnis, also at the Bokhofatinov KB, took place in early 1936. Alksnis arrived with the specifications for the American Boeing long-range bomber, the B-17 Flying Fortress. Its flight tests had already begun. Bokhofatinov and Kurytsk arranged various design drawings of our next bomber, referred to as B, on the desk for comparison. The specifications were to our advantage. But the deadlines. The B-17 is already flying, Alksnis said, when will your B fly? Bokhofatinov replied that if factory number 22 undertook this project with all due speed, then B could be produced in 2 years. The factory workforce of designers, process engineers, and production workers would go on to prove that we were capable of this feat. Our strategic offensive air forces included a fleet of more than 800 four-engine TB3s. In 1936, these airplanes were already obsolete and needed to be removed as standard armaments and used only for military transport, or at most, for airborne operations. However, during the first days of the war, In the general confusion, squadrons of TB3s were fecklessly hurled against attacking German columns. They became easy and safe prey for Me-109s. By that time Me-109s were equipped with 20mm guns and had a maximum speed of 570 km per hour, as compared to the 7.62mm machine guns on the TB3s, whose maximum speed was 250 km per hour. Even the new Tupolev TB7, which could reach speeds up to 430 km per hour at an altitude of 8,600 meters, could not break away from Me-109s at middle altitudes. Our DBS were also incapable of flying away from Messerschmitts at low altitudes. The bombers could be saved at a high altitude, where bombing accuracy sharply deteriorated, or under cover provided by our own fighters. Our fighters, however, were not capable of accompanying the heavy bombers round trip, or of fighting along the way. The flight range for bombers by 1935 had reached 2,800 kilometers, for the Boeing B-17, but the range for fighters was barely 600 kilometers. That is why the discussion was extremely heated as to whether there was a need for a large bomber fleet comprised of heavy and long-range bombers. Subsequent events showed that in and of themselves bombers were not capable of providing supremacy in the air given a well-organized anti-aircraft defense. Moreover, the strategic bombing of Germany did not have a decisive influence on the course of the war. Dauerheit's theory did not prove its value during World War II. Supremacy in the air was gained using fast, well-armed, high-speed fighters, high-speed bombers, dive bombers, and ground attack aircraft. The discussion then at Philly with Alksness 3.5 years before the beginning of World War II essentially had to do with the role of the strategic air force in a future war. For some reason, the fact that a war was inevitable did not disturb any of us. We all believed that this was the natural development of the historical process of the world's first proletarian dictatorship struggle with the hostile, capitalist world. Bokhafatinov and those around him, and for that matter the entire Air Force leadership, understood that the 800-plus TB3s had seen their day and that the future was for aircraft like the Flying Fortress, the American Giant, with 4 1,200 horsepower engines and a takeoff weight of 26,760 kilograms. It was armed with 13 large-caliber, 12.7mm, machine guns and carried over 2,700 kilograms of bombs at a range of 2,730 kilometers. The crew included 5 gunners who were supposed to provide 360-degree protection against fighters. The intention was that when a large number of these fortresses were flying in formation, supporting one another, they would create a curtain of fire that was impenetrable to fighters. That was the reasoning of the Americans who designed the B-17, and that is what our theoreticians thought. Agreeing that the obsolete TB3s needed to be replaced and that there was clearly no need for such monsters as the TB4, Alksness then spoke in favor of combining the properties of a bomber and a fighter. This was the first time I had heard this. His wish was not met with enthusiasm in our company. And as far as Aircraft B was concerned, he said that we needed to consult with Glaviaprom since Tupolev was now building the TB7, and 42. We were hardly in a position to have several models of heavy bombers in series production. The TB7 was constantly plaguing our thoughts. It was a thorn in our side. Besides Tupolev being Tupolev, he was also very close to Mikhail Kaganovich and Sergo Orjonikij, who at that time, together with Alksness, primarily determined which aircraft would be put into series production. Nobody opposed the construction of 1 or 2 experimental aircraft. On the contrary, KBS were multiplying in the mid-1930s, and each had its own conception of air supremacy on which it based this or that type of aircraft. But the road to a series production factory, much less to acceptance as a standard armament, was much more complicated and more difficult than developing an aircraft in 1 or 2 years that fit the latest trends in the capricious world of aircraft design. At the factory, our new DBA aircraft was nicknamed Anushka. Its assembly ran behind schedule, reflecting the young design collective's lack of production process experience. In the OS shop we had to fit many parts on site. The fitter's wealth of experience smoothed over the young designer's mistakes. The semi-retractable landing gear mechanism, ISAF's first independent work in the world of aviation, required various modifications. The enormous wheels were supposed to be synchronously pulled under the fairings of the special trousers to their supports, and in reverse, they were to be reliably locked in place and a signal sent indicating readiness for landing. A hydraulic system controlled the landing gear's retraction and lowering. Compressed air from tanks, which could be filled using a special compressor, produced pressure in the power cylinders. In case of a hydraulics failure, a manual winch provided an emergency lowering system. Nikolai Godovikov had attempted to lower the landing gear manually and said that you need to take a strongman with you into the air. Isayev himself was not equal to the task, either. Before coming to Bolkovitnov KB, Isayev had had nothing to do with aviation. He had tried being a mining engineer in the coal mines and a builder in Magnitogorsk and Zaporozhstal, before deciding that his future was in aviation technology. He submitted his factory acceptance application to Director O.A. Mitkovic. She sent the future-renowned rocket engine chief designer for interviews at the Bolkovitnov KB. Bolkovitnov believed in him, and under Shishmarev's supervision, entrusted him with the development of the landing gear for the DBA. In the OS shop, the testers of the series produced SB, demonstrating the speed and ease with which the landing gear of this aircraft retracted, bad-mouthed Anushka quite a bit because she could not learn to pull the gear up into the fairings quickly. Isayev devised various ways of installing homemade terminal contacts. He repeatedly altered the design of the manual winch. Shizhikov designed a special signal panel showing the position of the landing gear. Process engineers struggled with the system's pressure integrity. Bolkovitnov himself checked the strength analyses of the landing gear struts. Highly experienced factory mechanics brought their own insights and modifications to the table. At the airfield, the grueling process had begun of running the engines, adjusting the variable pitch propellers, calibrating the gas gauge, and making endless modifications to the exhaust manifolds. The exhaust pipes burned on the new Mikulin M34 FRN augmented, geared, and supercharged engines. They were constantly being modified. My workday started at the airfield. Together with engineers from other factories, I took advantage of the engine testing to check and adjust the voltage stabilizers and radio equipment. Factory test pilot Nikolai Grigorievich Kastanayev, who just barely squeezed into the SB's tight cockpit, patiently waited for our plane to be ready for its first flight. Finally it was time for flight tests and landing runs. During one of the approaches the landing gear broke. This was a critical situation and the first time we heard Isayev's expression, "I should blow my brains out." Depending on the situation, Isayev used the exclamation "blow one's brains out" as an expression of extreme disappointment, delight, indignation, or anger. It all depended on his tone. In 1940, we went on vacation with Isayev to Kotabel. While playing croquet, he got into a bitter dispute with his opponent and threatened to blow his brains out. In November 1941, while we were freezing on the platform of the special train that was taking us from Moscow to the Urals, Isayev fired a burst from an aircraft machine gun into the night sky, hoping to blow the brains out of some Messerschmitts. On May 15, 1942, after Bakhkovan's first flight on the BI aircraft, when the landing gear strut broke during landing, he exclaimed, "Blow my brains out." Just like Anushka 5 years ago. Even when he had become the second-ranking chief designer of rocket engines after Glushko, he continued to blow brains out on the occasion of any serious error in the dozens of systems in the liquid propellant rocket engines produced at his famous KB. Winter set in, and for Anushka's flight tests we had to switch the landing gear to skis. The first flights went well if you don't count the usual leaks in the engine's lubrication systems. I participated in the flights, checking the new, high-powered aircraft radio station along with the radio engineer Traskin from the Gorkovsky radio factory. The primary radio equipment was located in the tail section of the spacious fuselage, in the soundproof radio operator's cockpit. The transmitters and receivers of that time were crammed with dozens of electronic tubes that were very sensitive to the jolts and vibrations generated by the aircraft's engines during takeoffs and landings. To protect the equipment from overloads, we suspended all the instruments containing tubes in spring shock absorbers. Nevertheless, during a rough landing, the heavy transmitter would hit against the frame. In these cases, Traskin would replace the powerful transmitting tube. After 10 flights or so, the aircraft was broken in. During the frosty days of February 1936, they scheduled a show of new aircraft technology at the airfield in Monino. Having brilliantly demonstrated Anushka's rate of climb and maneuverability, Kastanayev decided to end the show by making an impression on the high-ranking military leaders in attendance. He came up with the idea of executing a low-altitude flyby of the reviewing stand where Tchaikovsky, Alksnis, and many other high-ranking chiefs were sitting. Once he had gained altitude, he began to dive at the airfield to gain high speed. Suddenly one of his landing gear skis, which were drawn up to the fairings, turned 90 degrees under the effect of the approach flow. The aircraft now had an uncontrollable elevator that threatened to drive it into the ground. I will not presume to describe the feelings that seized the spectators, the aircraft creators, at such moments. I wanted to close my eyes tightly so that I would not see the horrible end. Seconds remained before the inevitable crash, but suddenly the engines revved down and the aircraft began to cock its nose. Its speed decreased sharply. At the very ground the ski grudgingly went back into place. Now Kastanayev was headed for a wall of pine trees. But he managed to give it the gas and accelerated into a climb. He flew right over the forest, circled, safely landed, and taxied to a stop. During the investigation of this critical incident, they discovered that the shock-absorbing cord that held the tip of the ski against the aircraft had not been designed for the torque generated by dynamic pressure. Isayev had personally selected and calculated the diameter of the cord. Reporting to Bokhovatinov, he explained, "Blow my brains out. I calculated on a slide rule and slipped up by 1 mark. The aircraft was saved thanks to Kastanayev's composure and exceptional physical strength. He pulled the control wheel toward his body with tremendous effort, using the elevator to overcome the nose-down moment generated by the skis. He succeeded. By spring, the factory tests were completed and flights for the state test program and record-breaking flights had begun. At that time, setting world records was more than just a matter of prestige for aircraft designers and pilots. Each new aircraft had to set some kind of record. Anushka had set many Soviet and 4 world records. Nikolai Grigorievich Kastanayev, Georgy Filipovich Baidyukov, and Mikhail Alexandrovich Nyuktikov completed record-breaking flights. In the 1936 May Day parade, our Anushka flew full speed over Red Square. Kastanayev executed a steep ascending banking turn. This gripping spectacle provoked a storm of delight. Once again, as in 1932 when the first TB-3S flew over the square, I got a lump in my throat from sheer joy. Now I was walking not at the head of a factory column with workers from the Vanguard OS shop, but somewhere in the middle with a crowd of design intelligentsia. At factory number 22, after Mitkovic's departure, acting directors came and went without leaving a mark. In the summer of 1936, Boris Nikolaevich Tarasovic took over as chief engineer. Since the factory was lacking a strong director, he took all the power himself. Tarasovic had been director of the Kolomensk locomotive building factory until 1930. In 1930, he was arrested and convicted for his involvement in the Industrial Party affair. In the history of Russia throughout the pre-revolutionary, Soviet, and post-Soviet times, the Industrial Party was the only organization of the technical intelligentsia that professed truly technocratic principles. The leader of the Industrial Party, a scientist and thermal engineer with a worldwide reputation, Professor Leonid Ramzin, sincerely believed that the nation's power should be in the hands of scientists, engineers, and industrial leaders. The Industrial Party carried out no direct sabotage. Its members dreamed of replacing the dictatorship of the proletariat with a dictatorship of scientists, engineers, and industrialists. They dealt with the Industrial Party members humanely. For those times, but cunningly they gathered together all those who were sentenced to long prison terms and proposed that they work under the leadership of their chief ideologue, Leonid Ramzan, in a special closed institute for thermal engineering focused on the creation of new types of steam boilers. Here Ramzan developed the design for a straight-through boiler, which was called the Ramzan boiler. The intellect of the Industrial Party members was used with a high degree of efficiency. In view of the fact that the convicts worked with complete devotion on behalf of the government of the proletarian dictatorship, they were freed and assigned to managerial work. That is how one of the members of the Industrial Party, a former saboteur and servant of world imperialism, was entrusted with the technical leadership of Factory Number 22. Our short, gray-haired, slightly balding, agile, and very lively chief engineer began to introduce order and very strict discipline not into the ranks of the workers, but among the technical intelligentsia. He sometimes flaunted his allegedly anti-Soviet past. I have already recovered from that case of influenza. That's why you can complain about me and accuse me as much as you want. Just remember that I will not tolerate idlers, illiterates, or demagogues. Tarasovic quickly showed what a real factory chief engineer was, not to mention one who had obtained the authority of a director. He politely disregarded party and social organizations and lavishly dispensed reprimands for blatant errors in the work of designers, process engineers, and shop chiefs. He placed people in managerial positions only after assessing their professional qualities and technical competency, showing no regard for party membership. Differences of opinion immediately arose between Bokhovatinov and Tarasovic concerning DBA series production. The factory had been assigned a very heavy schedule for SB production. In addition, they were demanding that TB3 production start up again. Tupolev had already started his public relations campaign to prepare the TB7 and 42 for series production. Tarasovic convinced Glavaviaprom, where chief designer Tupolev was also chief engineer, that DBA series production should be set up at the Kazan aircraft factory. The decision was made and sanctioned by the People's Commissariat for Heavy Industry. They proposed that Bokhovatinov and his entire workforce transfer to Kazan. This was a heavy blow to our young KB. Bokhovatinov could not refuse. That would have meant the refusal to introduce an aircraft into series production. All of the KB workers received orders to leave for Kazan initially for a prolonged temporary duty, and from then on, we would see. Our nerve center immediately fell apart. Kuritsks, Shishmarev, and the other academy instructors would not agree to leave the academy. After a long conversation, Bokhovatinov agreed not to take me to Kazan. I needed to finish my studies at the institute. Another 20 employees refused to go to Kazan due to family circumstances. In autumn 1936, the Bokhovatinov KB at factory number 22 ceased to exist. Tarasovic transferred the KB's remaining staff to Kostra, the series production KB. I was appointed chief of a special equipment and weaponry team and once again was the leader of a new workforce. But this time it had already been formed and had worked for an extended time in series production. My activity began with a factory-wide reprimand ordered by Tarasovic for the unauthorized alteration of the design of an SB relay regulator fixture. I had introduced the alteration at the request of a military representative. I am in charge here, not the military rep, Tarasovic explained to me. The military rep liked it that way and you stopped work in the shop. For each change please think 7 times and then get my approval. This is series production, not Bokhovatinov's band of freewheelers. My subordinates smiled cunningly. They liked the fact that their innovating chief had immediately been put in his place. The fewer changes, the better. But there was one more entity in charge of the SB series, Arkhangelski's KB. They had the right to issue changes on behalf of the chief designer. All the changes came to Orchestra. After receiving the chief designer's changes, each team chief reported personally to Tarasovic. He was the only one who, after speaking with Arkhangelsky, could decide the series into which the change would be introduced. After the spirit of romance and creative enthusiasm that had permeated the atmosphere in the Bokhovatinov KB, work in the Kostra seemed boring and commonplace. However, Here I was schooled in the discipline of designing for large-scale series production and also in the system for drafting management. This experience, which no institute in the world provides, was very beneficial to me when we were putting our first missiles into series production. And of course there were flight incidents, which injected a little excitement into our monotonous work with series production drawings. Liss had not run out of practical jokers hatching risky schemes. I will tell you about one such incident. The Spanish Civil War began in the summer of 1936. During this conflict the Soviet Union rendered assistance to the Army of Spain's anti-fascist Republican government with military advisors, volunteers, and weapons. The Republican Army did not actually have its own air force. German and Italian pilots flying Messerschmitts and Junkers fought on the side of General Franco. Soviet volunteers in Chaikas, I-153S, and Ishaks, I-16S, fought on the Republican side. These were fighters produced by Polikarpov in the early 1930s. They were inferior to the Messerschmitt 109 in speed and weaponry. Factory number 22 received a combat assignment to strengthen the Republican Air Force by increasing SB production and manufacturing dozens of SBS for Spain. This required the aircraft to be modified so that it could be packed in dismantled form into a large wooden container, and upon arrival on site, be quickly assembled under field conditions. This was a super rush job. During the flight acceptance tests, problems arose that threatened to hold up the airplane's shipment to Odessa, where they would go by sea to Spain. One of the military representatives particularly annoyed Liss when filling out the acceptance documents. His formal attitude and constant nitpicking even infuriated Tarasovic, who appealed to the chief of military acceptance, which one of us is the saboteur. Tarasovic asked, who was convicted in 1930, or your military engineer second class, whose whims keep our planes from leaving for Spain. The Liss degenerates and hooligans, as they used to call them in Castres, thought up a risky scheme. They proposed that the capricious military rep himself take a seat in the navigator's cockpit and satisfy himself that firing from the forward firing position machine gun in flight was completely trouble-free. The military rep really did fire in flight, having no qualms about wasting cartridges, and he reported to the pilot over the intercom that he was accepting the aircraft, and they could now go in for a landing. Then the pilot suddenly announced that the landing gear lowering device had failed. He would be forced to land the plane on its belly with the landing gear retracted. In this case, the rep could not stay in the forward cockpit. During landing it was certain that in the best case scenario your legs will be injured, and in the worst. To make a long story short, the pilot made a decision and ordered the obstinate military rep to open the lower emergency hatch and, at his command, jump and parachute to safety. Up till then, no one had any experience parachuting from an SB. The unfortunate military rep was badly injured when he jumped out of the airplane and broke his leg upon landing. Relieved of his passenger, the pilot maneuvered over the airfield as though to help lower the landing gear. When he had made sure that the ambulance had reached the parachute of the military rep, he lowered the landing gear and safely landed. The military rep was laid up in the hospital for about 3 months. The handover of the airplanes proceeded without delay. At first only a few individuals knew that the landing gear had actually been fully operational. A third crew member, the flight mechanic, who sat in the center wing section in the gunner/radio operator's seat, confirmed that during attempts to lower the landing gear the electric motor of the hydraulic pump was humming loudly. Several more witnesses appeared at Liss saying that this was not the first time the electric motor had hummed, even without a command to lower the landing gear. The pilot who had ejected the military rep suggested, "Let an electrician fly and figure out what's going on there." To establish the truth, Tarasovic suggested that I fly. I prepared cables and instruments, and with the help of factory electricians we installed everything in the rear gunner/radio operator cockpit. Before the flight, the pilot was obviously disappointed that I could not be confined in the forward navigator's cockpit. The flight mechanic refused to fly in the forward cockpit. He justified this by saying that the designer would mess up somehow and the landing gear wouldn't extend, and he had no desire to parachute out of a high-speed aircraft, all the more so since he had never even jumped from a tower. We flew without a flight mechanic. During the flight, I did not find any malfunctions or humming. However, the pilot was in no hurry to land and proved to me that flying on an SB was all fear and no fun. After landing, Godovikov, with whom I was on good terms, disclosed to me the cause of the landing gear failure. Thank God the military rep survived, but his nitpicking was making our life impossible. You think up something to tell Tarasovic. Godovikov was the kindest person. He was really upset when he found out about the escapades of the LIS flight mechanics after the military rep had already been dispatched to the hospital. Katya, who was working as a foreman in quality control, was subordinate to Godovikov. I can't imagine a better boss than Nikolai Nikolaevich, she used to say. In my report to Tarasovic, I said that everything was fully operational and that we had been unable to reproduce the incident that occurred previously. Evidently it was a very rare instance of a foreign particle getting under the electric motor's switching contacts. After our intense work, Katya and I spent our days off and 2 evenings a week at the wings of the Soviets' boathouse near the Borodinsky Bridge. Katya once again took her place as stroke sweeping in a 4. Rowing proved to be a very rigorous and hotly contested sport. In August, during competitions, Katya's crew won first place in Moscow in their class, while my crew only managed to hold out for 3rd place. In order to move up from a training quad to a racing shell, we had to train every other day and, in October, again enter the all-Moscow competitions. But I had already given Katya my word a year before that we would make a trip to the mountains. In spite of our coach's protests, we both announced that we were dropping off our teams until the following year and set off for the mountain camp. From the standpoint of tourism and mountain climbing adventures, there was nothing particularly outstanding about the trip that we made to the Caucasus in autumn 1936. The trip left me with truly beautiful memories of nature. The only thing better than a mountain is more mountains, as well as wounded masculine pride. Katya, the owner of a mountaineer of the USSR pin, felt considerably more confident in the mountains than I. We traversed from Kabardno-Balkaria to Svainty together with a group of Austrian mountain climbers. They had hired a guide who loaded all of their backpacks onto his donkey. When we had climbed to an altitude of around 3,000 meters, it felt like our backpacks had doubled in weight. A gallant Austrian approached Katya and suggested that she place her backpack on the donkey. In our mountains only fops use donkeys, she announced, but no one could translate the word fop into German. In the pass, a Svan carrying an antediluvian Burden rifle met us, and under his protection, we safely made our way to Mesty, the capital of mountainous Svainty. In 1996, if anyone had tried to retrace that route, passing through Kabardno-Balkaria, Svainty, Georgia, and Abkhazia, the chances of returning safe and sound would have been slim due to the international armed conflicts in that region. For the Bokhovatinov KB, 1936 ended with the tortuous work on the series production of the DBA in Kazan. The mood in the collective was pessimistic. The series was limited to 6 aircraft, justified by the need for preliminary troop trials. Glavaviaprom was trying to buy time in order to begin the Ant-42 flight tests. This was the TB-7, later renamed the PE-8. This aircraft surpassed the DBA on all parameters. At an altitude of 8,000 meters, it could reach speeds in excess of 400 km per hour. The new 4-engine bomber actually had 5 engines, an engine with a compressor that supercharged the 4 engines for altitude performance and could supply air to the pressurized crew cabins, was installed on the center wing section. Subsequently they did away with this 5th engine, having installed AM-34 FRNV self-supercharging engines. The TB-7 had powerful defensive weaponry. Based on all tactical flight parameters, the Ant-42 surpassed the Boeing Flying Fortress, which appeared a year later. The creation of such an aircraft was a very great achievement for Tupolev's collective and the Soviet aircraft industry. Bokhovatinov understood that the DBA could not compete with the TB-7. He began work on 2 new unusual designs, the I fighter and the S high-speed fighter bomber. Isaev designed the I as a twin fuselage, twin fin aircraft with remote-controlled machine guns to protect the rear hemisphere. There were two SHKAS machine guns and new 20mm SHVAK aircraft guns for frontal attacks. 4. Isaev was very absorbed by this project. He subsequently pulled me into the development of the remote control for the rear hemisphere movable machine gun pair. I had long dreamed of developing a remote-controlled machine gun mounting using slaving systems. This problem had been solved on naval ships. It was time for aviation to adapt a similar technology. The matter never reached the point of practical realization. Several years were needed for development and the war intervened. But in the process of working on the system, which interested Bokhofatino very much, I became closely acquainted with the developers of slaving systems Andronik Gavondovic Iosifyan and David Veniaminovich Svechernik. Andronik Iosifyan was already well known at that time for his unusual design of an electric helicopter. My first acquaintance with Iosifyan in 1936 turned into many years of collaboration and friendship that continued until the end of his life. 5. The KB devoted primary attention to the design of the paired engine aircraft. The innovation of the S was the mounting of two engines one behind the other. The long shaft of the rear engine passed between a V-shaped split in the cylinders of the front engine. The two propellers, each one operated by its own engine, rotated in different directions. This configuration reduced head resistance by the resistance value of one engine, enabling a 25% increase in speed over the conventional two-engine configuration. The S design reached speeds of 700 km per hour at a range of 700 km. The idea of pairing the engines, which was realized on the S, was used in the design of the B bomber. Instead of the conventional four-engine aircraft configuration, with the engines in wing nacelles, the design called for two sets of paired engines, with a speed in excess of 550 km per hour and a maximum altitude of up to 11 km. In spite of these new designs, Anushka's modernization continued. They installed boosted M34 FRN engines with turbo compressors and variable pitch propellers. Instead of pulling the landing gear up into trousers, it was fully retracted. The turret in the center portion of the fuselage was equipped with a SHVAK machine gun and a drive point. Two machine guns providing a 360-degree field of fire were installed in the cockpits under the center section of the wings. The crew members increased from 6 to 11. These substantial improvements did not help, however. Tupolev TB-7 began to fly in the spring of 1937, and based on all parameters, immediately moved far ahead of our Anushka. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, exciting events took place in connection with the exploration of the Arctic. The Arctic was still an area where heroism could be fully displayed. The press and radio widely publicized the work of Arctic stations and expeditions, particularly emphasizing the romance associated with conquering the Arctic. The enormous significance of the Arctic regions to the economy of the Soviet Union was so obvious that no one questioned the expenditures necessary to open them up. Events associated with Arctic explorations aroused passionate feelings in the most diverse social strata. The excitement generated by every Arctic adventure was also of great political significance. Public attention was somewhat distracted from the difficulties of daily life, the repressions, and the food crisis that had developed as a result of collectivization in the countryside. The successes in opening up the Arctic raised the Soviet Union's international prestige. The intelligentsia, isolated from cultural and scientific interaction with the outside world, saw in Arctic research a hope for international collaboration. Society was united in the fact that the Arctic must be Soviet. This outward appearance of solidarity was very advantageous for the Stalinist leadership. The heroic feats of icebreaker crews, polar pilots, and men who wintered at Arctic stations, the record-setting flights of Soviet aircraft, and the rescue of expeditions in distress were a graphic demonstration of the unity of our whole society for the common goals of mankind. The headlines of all the newspapers and the radio broadcasts which were only just becoming popular reported on the rescue of the Italian Nobel expedition by the icebreakers Krasin and Malijan in 1928, as well as the International Arctic expedition of a German Zeppelin in 1931, and the voyage of the icebreaker Alexander Sibiryakov, which in 1932 completed the first non-stop voyage from the White Sea to the Bering Sea along the North Sea route. The main directorate of the North Sea route, Glabs-Morput, was established in 1932. It was directly subordinate to the Council of People's Commissars. Otto Julievich Schmidt, a well-known scientist and leader of polar expeditions, was appointed director of Glabs-Morput. His deputy and chief of polar aviation was Mark Ivanovich Shavilev. In 1933, Schmidt attempted a non-stop voyage on the North Sea route from Murmansk to Vladivostok in the steamship Kiliaskin. In February 1934, the ship was trapped and crushed by ice in the Chukchi Sea, and its many passengers, including women and children, were taking refuge on an ice floe. People of all social strata feared the fate of the expedition, and were thrilled by the heroism of the pilots who saved every last inhabitant of the Schmidt ice camp. The Soviet pilots who participated in the rescue of the Kiliaskin disaster victims were the first in the USSR to receive the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Arctic pilot Sigismund Alexandrovich Lovanovsky was also among the first heroes. He came to fame in 1933 by rescuing American pilot Jimmy Mattern, who was trying to complete a solo round-the-world flight and crashed his plane near the Anadyr Range. Lovanovsky transported Mattern back to the United States. In the spring of 1935, Lovanovsky approached the government with a proposal to organize a transpolar flight from Moscow over the North Pole to the United States. He proposed using the Tupolev Ant-25 aircraft, in which pilot Mikhail Gromov had set a world record for the longest non-stop flight. The Council of Labor and Defense adopted a resolution to arrange for a flight from Moscow to San Francisco. On August 3, Lovanovsky, co-pilot Baidyukov, and navigator Levchenko took off in the Ant-25 aircraft from the Air Force NII's airfield in Shchelkovo, intending to land 63 hours later in San Francisco. The entire world followed the flight preparation and the flight itself with enormous interest. A successful flight would help establish closer political and economic relations with America. According to foreign press assessments, this flight promised to be the most dangerous and the most remarkable in the history of aviation. 10 hours after takeoff, having flown only as far as the Barents Sea, the crew requested permission to terminate the flight on the designated route and return to the nearest airfield due to a defect in an oil line. Oil had spilled over the wing, flowed down onto the cockpit canopy, and leaked into the cockpit. The failure of the flight was a heavy blow to the prestige of the Soviet Union. Stalin decided to personally hear a report from the crew about the causes of the failure and their suggestions for the rehabilitation of our aviation. During the meeting with Stalin, Lovanovsky suddenly announced, "I don't trust Tupolev. In my opinion, Tupolev is a saboteur. I will never fly one of his airplanes again." The details of the discussion concerning the causes of the emergency, of course, never made it into print, but aviation circles learned about Lovanovsky's declaration. Lovanovsky and Levchenko departed for America. They did not succeed in finding an aircraft that was suitable for such long-range flights, but they bought 3 hydroplanes. Now it wasn't Lovanovsky but Baidyukov who could make accusations of sabotage, if not against Tupolev himself, then against his co-workers. They had been responsible for optimizing and preparing the aircraft. This he did not do. By then, Baidyukov's father had already been repressed. 5. They had not touched the younger Baidyukov, acting on the principle that the son is not responsible for the father. They observed this principle until 1937. The black mark placed on Soviet aviation by Lovanovsky's failed flight had to be erased as soon as possible. On June 20, 1936, in a modified Ant-25, a crew comprised of Chkalov, Baidyukov, and Bilyakov executed a 9,734-kilometer flight over the north of the Soviet Union in a time of 56 hours and 20 minutes. This was an outstanding flight in the history of Soviet aviation. The crew landed on the island of Ud, now named Chkalov, then returned from the Far East with stopovers for festive receptions along the way back to Moscow. On this notable occasion, a command came from the top to find Baidyukov's father, who was in one of the NKVD's camps, and bring him to his son's native Omsk. They found him among prisoners building the railroad branch line from Khabarovsk to Komsomolsk. Baidyukov barely recognized his haggard father, who had been strictly warned never to tell anyone anything about the camp. Georgy Baityakov, through his participation in the heroic flight, saved his own father from death in the camp. Research was being conducted in the Soviet sector of the Arctic on a scale never before seen. After setting up continuously operating bases weather stations on the mainland and northernmost islands, the problem of establishing permanent stations in the central portion of the Arctic became more and more pressing. In the opinion of scientists, the weather kitchen of the entire Arctic Ocean basin was located there. But how were they to deliver the personnel to the pole who could man the Arctic stations, along with their scientific equipment, food stores, radio stations, tents, and fuel for many months of work? This was one of the main problems. One of the first to use the TB-3 aircraft in the Arctic and attempt the delivery of an expedition to the North Pole region was polar pilot Mikhail Vasilyevich Vodopyanov. He was one of the 7 heroes of the Soviet Union who received this title for rescuing the victims of the Kiliaskin disaster. In those years, proposals from famous pilots made directly to Stalin or high-ranking government officials were accepted sooner than the initiatives of people's commissars or scientists. Schmidt and Shivilev decisively supported Vodopyanov's proposal. Factory number 22 received the assignment from Glaviaprom to manufacture at least 4 TB-3 aircraft with special Arctic modifications. In mid-1936, Kostra began to issue the drawings. We made modifications after consulting with the polar crews. Thereby we became acquainted with Vodopyanov, Babushkin, Mazuruk, Alexeyev, Golovin, and Moshkovsky. The radio equipment was completely updated. We installed a new radio station in the tail section, in the insulated radio operator's cockpit. It could operate not only with the aircraft's electric system but also with an emergency autonomous electric generator, which served as a source of energy when the plane was on the ground. True, the generator's start-up reliability in the cold left a lot to be desired. Due to fire hazard, the crew was directed to use it only after deplaning. A fixed-loop radio compass and a receiver for beacon navigation were installed in the nose section. Radio communications could be conducted using 2 types of antennas, a rigid antenna extended over the fuselage for use when the aircraft were standing on the ground, and an extendable weighted antenna reeled out from a special winch in flight. The pilot's cockpits and the machine gun turret hatches, which were open to the wind, were glazed to prevent drafts in the fuselage. Engineers devoted particular attention to making the transition from wheels to skis a simple process. The operation would have to be conducted not in a heated factory, but in winter conditions at a northern airfield. Absolute reliability had to be guaranteed. The aircraft were painted a bright orange color for the best visibility against the snow cover. The workers labored over the Arctic version of the TB-3 with the same enthusiasm as their shop comrades who labored over the SBS for the Spanish anti-fascists. During January and February 1937, the 4 Orange Giants were to undergo test flights and acceptance by Chief of Polar Aviation Shivilev. He arrived with a Glavs Morput radio engineer, a tall, gray-eyed blonde who demonstrated enviable knowledge of the specifics of polar conditions for radio communications. He criticized parts of the radio equipment layout and demanded alterations. My designers and the factory assemblers were offended by this young radio operator for the lecturing that he did with the aplomb of an experienced polar explorer. And this was how in the spring of 1937, I met for the first time with Boris Mikhailovich Konoplev, the future chief designer of our 16 intercontinental guidance systems. Our subsequent close collaboration continued until his tragic death on October 24, 1960. 6-4 aircraft were ferried to the central airfield for further preparation before their flight to the north. I can boast that I was part of a flight to the North Pole, that being the initial 6-kilometer segment from Philly to Katowice. On 22 March 1937, one by one the airplanes took off from the central airfield, An-170, with pilots Vodopyanov and Babushkin, An-171, with pilot Molokov, An-172, with pilot Alexeyev, and An-169, with pilot Mazuruk. An-166 had taken off 3 hours before them. This was one of our factory's R6s that had been transferred to Polar Aviation. 7. Its pilot was Pavel Georgievich Golovin. He was to act as an ice scout in the Arctic. With that Arctic activity at the factory was temporarily finished. We waited for news of the landing of our airplanes on the North Pole. The first Soviet pilot to fly over the North Pole was Golovin in N-166. We celebrated. Factory No. 22's reconnaissance plane was the first to fly over the pole. This took place on May 5. On May 21, 1937, the TB3N-170 that we manufactured was the first to land on the ice floe that became known throughout the world as the Papaninskaya. 8. The world did not learn of this historical event until 12 hours after the landing. The reason was our low degree of equipment reliability. While N-170, Vodopyanov's airplane carrying Expedition Chief Schmidt, was on its way to the pole, the entire world followed radio reports on the flight's progress. When N-170 reached the pole, Schmidt radioed, "We're descending, we'll look for a place to land." After this communication with the expedition broke off. The aircraft did not respond to calls from ground stations. Could there really have been another tragedy in the Arctic, and did we have to organize a rescue expedition once again? The whole world and every amateur shortwave radio operator knew the airplane's call sign, but nobody had received anything during the 12 hours since the last radiogram. The reason was all very simple. The thermal mode of the transformer, motor generator, converting the 12-volt voltage of the onboard network into high voltage to power the transmitter, was not designed for prolonged operation. It is possible that it had some sort of manufacturing defect. To make a long story short, the transformer burned out. The bomber radio station, RSB, which was manufactured especially for this Arctic expedition, and which had undergone a triple acceptance and flight test process, was dead. The aircraft had no backup. After celebrating their safe landing and shouting hurrah, the Papanin team quickly unloaded the radio operator Krenkel's radio unit. This radio station was supposed to maintain contact with the world the entire time Papanin station, dubbed North Pole, was in operation. But even Ernest Teodorovich Krenkel, the legendary radio operator of the Kiliaskin epoch, was unable to quickly set up communications. During the flight the radio station's storage batteries had frozen. They had to start up the small gasoline-powered generator and use the charging current to warm up the batteries. The generator didn't start up immediately and then coughed and sputtered for a long time. It was half a day later before Schmidt reported to Moscow that they had landed safely. Now Moscow could make the decision whether or not to send the remaining 3 airplanes to the ice floe. In this large system for coordinating the mission that was supposed to be reliable, radio communications proved to be one of the weakest links. Unfortunately, the celebratory commotion in the wake of the polar conquests prevented us from analyzing this incident and drawing conclusions from it. In a ceremony on June 6, 1937, Schmidt gave the command to raise the flag of the USSR over the first station, North Pole 1. One by one, the 4 TB3s safely took off from the ice floe. A festive reception awaited them in Moscow. Official reports of the uncovering of an anti-Soviet Trotskyite military organization threw a pall over the nationwide rejoicing. High-ranking military officers Tukhachevsky, Korkyakir, Yubarevich, Putna, Ediman, Primakov, and Feldman were accused of organizing a fascist military plot, preparing to overthrow Soviet power through armed uprising and defeat of the USSR in an ensuing war, espionage and sabotage, and forming terrorist groups to annihilate party leaders and the government. The affair, which was fabricated by Yezhov's department, was reviewed on June 11, 1937 at a special session of the Supreme Court comprising Budenye, Blyukher, and Alksnis, and chaired by Ulrich. 9. The court sentenced all of the accused to be shot to death. Subsequently, Blyukher and Alksnis were also shot to death. The officers' affair was the beginning of a campaign of massive repressions in 1938. In newspaper articles and radio broadcasts, dispiriting demands for vigilance and the unmasking of Trotskyite espionage activity were intermingled with reports about the achievements of our aviation. The reports about new and outstanding flights were breaths of fresh air in the stifling atmosphere. On June 18, 1937, the transpolar flight of Chkalov, Baityukov, and Bilyakov began. 63 hours and 25 minutes later, the Ant-25 landed in the United States at Pearson Field near the city of Vancouver, Washington. This flight opened the shortest route over the Arctic ice from the USSR to the United States. The celebration of this historic event had hardly subsided before the world heard about the beginning of the next transpolar flight. On July 12, 1937, in the same type of Tupolev single-engine aircraft, Gromov, Danilin, and Yamashev departed for the United States from the Air Force NII's airfield in Shchelkovo. After flying for 62 hours and 17 minutes, they landed safely in the vicinity of Los Angeles, having broken the world records for non-stop flight along both a straight line and a broken line. I witnessed the public jubilation when the heroic pilots paraded through the streets of Moscow after their return from the United States, and I would say that the festive receptions for the Chkalov and Gromov crews was comparable to the public rejoicing that took place on April 12, 1961. 10 Officially, our factory had nothing to do with the transpolar flights by the Chkalov and Gromov crews. But Georgy Baidyukov, whom Chkalov persistently called Yegor, was the co-pilot in Chkalov's crew. As I have already mentioned, Baidyukov was a test pilot at our factory in 1937. He not only tested the series-produced SBS, but also participated in DBA flights along with Kastanayev and Yuktikov. In May 1937, Baidyukov and Kastanayev set two speed records on the DBA with a 5-ton load at ranges of 1,000 km and 2,000 km. It had never occurred to Viktor Bokhovatinov, RKB chief, or any of the other specialists who worked with him in Moscow or Kazan, to conduct a flight over the pole in an aircraft that had not yet been made sufficiently reliable. I cannot in all certainty answer the question as to who was the first to come up with such an idea. According to the memoirs of Baidyukov and Vodopyanov, Stalin was very favorably disposed toward Lovanovsky, in spite of the fact that he had relatives in Poland and his brother was a Polish military pilot. It is possible that Stalin was giving him his due for his past service during the Civil War, for his popularity in the United States after rescuing Matern, or for his courage in his first attempt to complete a transpolar flight from Moscow to San Francisco. Before Chkalov took off for the United States over the pole, Lovanovsky was among those summoned to the Politburo. Stalin well remembered Lovanovsky's failed attempt to complete a transpolar flight in an Ant-25 in August 1935, but he was also well aware of the cause of the failure. Baidyukov had not forgotten that Lovanovsky originated the idea of flying over the pole. He suggested that Lovanovsky introduce himself to Bokhovatinov and have a look at the DBA. Bokhovatinov was immediately called from Kazan and instructed to show Lovanovsky the airplane. After being introduced to Lovanovsky, Bokhovatinov gathered his few remaining compatriots at factory number 22, including me. He was very against the idea of using the only DBA that had undergone flight tests for a transpolar flight. When I told him about the modifications we had made on the TB3 for the Arctic version and estimated that it would take at least 2 months, his mood darkened. He said, "In any event, we will not get the airplane back. And how long will it be before we have another one?" Bokhovatinov also considered Tupolev's attitude toward the use of the DBA for a transpolar flight. Tupolev did not support the idea of the DBA, period. Moreover, after the incident at the meeting with Stalin, Tupolev had a very negative attitude toward Lovanovsky. At that time Tupolev was not only a chief designer, but was also the acting deputy chief of the main directorate of aviation industry within the People's Commissariat of Heavy Industry. Preparation for the proposed flight was impossible without the aviation industry's assistance. Bokhovatinov had every reason not to agree, but word had it that secret pressure from the top came from Stalin himself. In early June, the DBA developers met for the first time with Lovanovsky at the factory airfield. At that time I was still unaware of Lovanovsky's difficult military biography. Sporting stylish clothes, with a thoughtful and intent gaze, he gave the impression of a well-bred aristocrat. During preparation for takeoff, he was very reserved and taciturn. Obviously Bokhovatinov's stance pained him. As the aircraft was being fueled and prepared, Bokhovatinov, tightly buttoned into the military uniform of a brigade commander, in modern terms, that corresponds to Major General, was somber, and slowly meandered through the sweet-scented grass of the airfield lost in thoughts. The demonstration flight was assigned to Kastanayev. He emerged from the flight mechanic's hut along with Godovikov. Serious and unsmiling, both men approached Bokhovatinov, briefly discussed something, and then climbed into the aircraft. After a short takeoff run, Kastanayev lifted off, gained altitude, and then dove to gain speed toward the village of Nevniki and made a very steep, banking turn over the airfield. After deafening us with the roar of the four boosted engines, he once again climbed steeply upward. The aircraft was empty and fueled only for a demonstration. It was easy for Kastanayev to execute showy maneuvers that were not typical for a heavy bomber. Observing the flight, Lavanovsky was transformed. We never expected such a wild reaction from our taciturn guest. The airplane had not yet landed, and Lavanovsky was beaming, radiating delight, and literally throwing himself at Bokhovatinov. "You've got to give me this plane. We've got to show this to the Americans. They've never even dreamed of such a plane." I was unable to hear what else was said between Lavanovsky and Bokhovatinov. We know that the following day Lavanovsky was at the Kremlin. Next, they also summoned Bokhovatinov. A day later in Tarasovika's office, Bokhovatinov gathered a team of designers and informed them that the government had approved Lavanovsky's request and was permitting him to fly the Moscow, North Pole, Alaska route. We were subsequently called up and mobilized to adapt the DBA for a transpolar flight. We were given 1.5 months for the entire work. The assignment was quite an honor. But if Bokhovatinov was unhappy because he, the chief designer, was being deprived of his only DBA aircraft, I was upset for a completely different reason. Preparation for the Arctic expedition, and now yet another flight, were depriving me of the opportunity to finish my third year of studies without taking incompletes. The semester had just begun, I had 4 difficult exams ahead of me, and I was at risk of being confined to barracks. Nevertheless, I hurried to take my exams in philosophy and machine parts before my total confinement. I still needed to take the electrical engineering and vector calculus exams. Professors Krug and Spielren, the patriarchs of electrical engineering and vector analysis respectively, were not lenient with exams. A profound knowledge of the subject matter was required. Tarasovik promised me a note of excuse. Bokhovatinov and the design unit deputy, Saburov, relocated to the factory. A rush job was begun to issue the drawings transforming the armed bomber into a peaceful transport aircraft that would deliver gifts via the shortest route over the pole, caviar for President Franklin Roosevelt and expensive furs from the Russian north for his wife Eleanor. The moniker patron had already stuck to Bokhovatinov. Word had it that the first person to call him that behind his back was I. Say if our patron has started to change his tune, said military engineer Frolov, who was flight test lead. He has already sat down with me to consider how it would look if they convert Anushka into a cargo/passenger plane. But it would be a long time before a cargo/passenger version for transpolar routes appeared on the scene. Based on preliminary calculations, if all of the weaponry was removed, then the weight of the empty aircraft would be 16 tons. In order to ensure a range of at least 8,000 kilometers, the aircraft would have to hold 16.5 tons of gasoline and 900 kilograms of oil. The crew, along with equipment and food supplies, would add up to 1.5 tons plus a minimum of miscellaneous baggage. In total, we had already exceeded 35 tons for the takeoff weight. Given the 840 horsepower for each M34 FRN engine at an altitude of 4,000 meters, this was the takeoff weight limit. But the first step is the hardest. My group in the so-called ground crew was in the most difficult situation. In order to issue the electrical diagrams and installation drawings for the new equipment, we needed the initial data from the other factories involved. They still did not know anything about the decision that had been made. During the very first days, authorized representatives from Glaviaprom and the Air Force were detailed to us on temporary duty. I only had to mention my difficulties in passing before everything I needed started to appear. The chief developers of all the factories received instructions to consider our job's top priority. Together with Shizhikov and the engineers of the Gorky and Moscow radio factories, we designed instruments and radio equipment. The new powerful Omega radio station was installed in the tail section in the specially insulated radio operator's cockpit. The Omega could operate on short and long waves in telegraph and telephone mode. In the navigator's cockpit, the sights, bomb release devices, machine gun, and forward gunner were removed. They decided to place the flight radio operator there along with the navigator. In the navigator's cockpit we installed a second, lighter radio station without the long wave range, and we equipped the radio operator's seat. The crew consisted of Lavanovsky and a specially created flight staff. It was clear who the pilots would be. Lavanovsky and Kastanayev. 2 flight mechanics were needed for the 4 engines, which could be accessed through the thick wings. The first flight mechanic was Grigory Bezhimuov, who had traveled with Lavanovsky to the United States to procure airplanes. Bezhimuov was an experienced polar flight mechanic, but he was not familiar with the DBA and had no experience with M34 FRN engines. Kastanayev recommended Godovikov as a candidate. He told Bokhovatinov that he was the only man among the factory workers who knew that airplane inside and out. He had a wonderful feel for the engines, could instantly figure out the quirky lubrication systems and fuel lines, and if necessary would crawl into the most inaccessible place. Nikolai Nikolaevich Godovikov did not want to fly. He aspired neither to fame nor to new awards. In his 44 years, he had already received the Order of Lenin and the Order of the Red Star. What is more, he had already been to the United States with Vladimir Gorbanov in 1934. But the main thing was that he loved his family, which included 7 children. But Godovikov could not refuse. He understood that he would be the only one in the crew who knew all of the aircraft's mechanisms and was capable of performing the duties not only of flight mechanic, but also of flight engineer. He was actively engaged in the modification process and helped us redesign the flight mechanic's instrument panels and install fuel gauges. He also spent a great deal of time mastering a new gadget, electric gas analyzers. These instruments made it possible to monitor the makeup of the exhaust gases in order to select the most efficient operating mode. Crew navigator Viktor Levchenko rendered a great deal of assistance in the installation of the navigation equipment. The design of the astrodome for the solar heading indicator required the most attention. Next, we mastered the American Fairchild radio compass. The radio compass indicators had leads to the navigator, pilot, and co-pilot workstations. The last person to join the crew was Leonid Lvovich Kerber. Due to his particularly non-proletarian origins, he was the son of a Russian Navy Vice Admiral. Kerber had been unable to enter an institute in order to obtain a higher education in radio or electrical engineering. By the time he had reached 34 years of age, this talented self-taught individual had gone through on-the-job training as a military telephone operator, a central airfield communications radio operator, and an aircraft special equipment team leader at the Tupolev KB. Kerber's best reference came from Amik Avitovich Yenjiberian, one of Tupolev's specialists, whom he had promoted to a high-level post in Glaviaprom. Amik Yenjiberian himself was a colorful figure in the new field of avionics. A strong-willed, energetic leader in the rapidly developing field, he tracked the aircraft's preparation for the flight and helped us out in every way possible. Introducing Kerber to Bokhovatinov, Yenjiberian said, "This man can do everything. If necessary, he can even replace the navigator." Besides being a brilliant radio operator, he is also a specialist in all aircraft electrical equipment. I was quickly convinced of the truth of this testimonial. Buzukov and I familiarized Kerber with a diagram of the aircraft's electrical equipment. He grasped everything instantly, at the same time demonstrating a good sense of humor when he was dissatisfied with something or other. Kerber, Buzukov, and I devoted a great deal of attention to the reliability of the electrical power system. The system, developed at the Leps factory, was comprised of 2 generators installed on internal motors, buffer batteries, and generator regulators, which stabilized the voltage and switched the batteries to charging mode when the motors reached high RPMs. We joked that Lep's factory representative Goldobankov, who fussed over the regulators the whole time, would regulate them to death. After 20 days and nights of work at the factory, the aircraft, painted unusually with a dark blue fuselage and red wings, was ferried to the Shchelkovo airfield of the Air Force NII and assigned the polar aircraft number N209. This number was to enter the history of Arctic exploration forever. The entire ground crew, headed by Bokhofatino flight planners, engine mechanics, designers, and even drafters, were housed in the NII service buildings, which had been converted into a design bureau and dormitory with full room and board. Lovanovsky was urgently summoned to Sevastopol for the acceptance tests of 3 hydroplanes arriving from the United States. Kastanayev performed the first flights of N209 in Shchelkovo without him. The propeller engine units gave Frolov, the lead engineer for the aircraft's general flight tests, the most trouble. The exhaust manifold pipes caught on fire, the fuel consumption exceeded the design value, and the gas analyzers indicated unintelligible readings. During all the ground and flight tests, the engines had to be used sparingly because of their limited service life, which amounted to 100 total hours. Given a planned flight duration of 35 hours, there was very little time left over for control flights and ground adjustments. Max Arkadievic, the leader of the flight plan group, was a TSAGI employee. He grumbled that his slide rules were smoking from the continuous corrections and recalculations that he had to make, including computation of the distance margin based upon the dry weight of the structure and changes in the baggage makeup, emergency food supplies and fuel and lubricant data, as well as changes resulting from meteorologists' recommendations regarding route and altitude selection. The flight plan group also had to provide for reserves based upon meteorologists' predictions of the most unfavorable conditions that could occur. But who could say what the most unfavorable conditions would be in August beyond the pole? As of yet there were no statistics. The meteorologists' recommendations boiled down to one thing: the closer you are to autumn, the worse the weather. Fly as early as possible. After 2 weeks of work on braking in the aircraft, and control flights from the Shchelkovo airfield, our first incident occurred. Kerber did not show up at the usual time. 24 hours later they introduced us to the new crew member who would be taking his place, radio operator Nikolai Gokhovsky. Time had already taught us not to ask questions concerning such incidents. 11 Gokhovsky worked in the Air Force NII. He was the flagship radio operator in the holiday air parades in Moscow and had participated in flights throughout Europe. In September he was to begin his studies at the N.E. Zhukovsky Air Force Academy. Godovikov, Frolov, electrical system foreman Mayarov, and I were very upset. In the time remaining it was going to be difficult for a new crew member to master the aircraft. Kerber had managed to make some alterations based on his own experience. The last non-stop control flight over the route Moscow-Melitopol-Moscow, a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, was scheduled for July 28. Gokhovsky, having a total of 3 days' experience with the N209, asked me to participate in the flight to perform joint checks on all the radio equipment. I was therefore included in the crew of this control flight. Kastanayev occupied the commanding pilot's seat on the left side for the entire route. Lovanovsky, sporting a pressed suit, snow-white shirt, and bright necktie, smiling and joyful, strolled around the aircraft observing the crew members in action. From time to time he would sit down in the co-pilot's seat and see what it was like to steer the plane. During the entire flight, Godovikov and Pobezhimov went from engine to engine scrutinizing their operation. I spent most of the flight in the tail section in the radio operator's cockpit checking all the station operating modes, while Gokhovsky worked in the navigator's cockpit with Levchenko the entire trip. We had good weather at an altitude of 3,000 meters as far as Melitopol. When we turned around to head home, Godovikov laid out dinner, which consisted primarily of caviar and chocolate. I was a little greedy and was punished. An oncoming front of thunderstorms caused strong turbulence and forced us to climb to an altitude of over 5,000 meters. Lovanovsky, having noticed that I was clearly not feeling well, made me put on my oxygen mask. Meanwhile, in spite of the cold, he continued to saunter around in his elegant suit. Having checked the emission of the Omega transmitter in all wavelengths from 25 meters to 1,200 meters, I suggested to Gakovsky that he move back to the tail, but he did not have time. Levchenko was making him learn how to determine location based on the intersection of radio direction finder bearings. Something with the orientation procedure wasn't clicking. After this flight, Tupolev came to check out the state of preparations. He listened to Tates, Yenjabirian and his engineer/engine mechanic Rajovic, who had helped our team adjust the engine propeller unit. He posed several questions to Bokhovatinov and Kastanayev. Lovanovsky did not participate in this meeting. The N-209 was scheduled to take off on August 12. On the eve of departure, in order to facilitate takeoff, the aircraft was towed onto the concrete slope from which all aircraft heavily loaded with fuel for long-range trips started. On the morning of 12 August, the fueling process and the bustle of the last hours of preparation began. Godovikov, Pobezhimuov, and Gakovsky were almost constantly in the airplane. Together with the testing leader, they were checking the last packs of gear, the emergency supply of food, warm clothes, firearms, and the lifeboat. Frolov let it slip that the day before, Lovanovsky had demanded that all manner of baggage and supplies be thrown out so that the plane could be filled with additional fuel. They rolled the aircraft onto the dynamometer scales. The takeoff weight exceeded the permissible limit of 35 metric tons. By the middle of the day, reporters, numerous cameramen, and well-wishers had arrived. A crowd of reporters surrounded Lovanovsky. Bokhovatinov, with dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights, was discussing something with Kastanayev and brushed aside the reporters. The anxious Godovikov argued with a group of factory engine mechanics and designers. I headed over to the airplane on the slope, intending to hand over to Godovikov or Gakovsky the flashlights that had been tossed out along with other, supposedly unnecessary, baggage. A tall serviceman was strolling near the airplane. He held a little boy about 9 years old by the hand and, pointing to the airplane, explained something to him. As I drew closer and saw the 4 diamond-shaped insignias on his gorget patches, I finally realized that it was Alksnis. The meticulous reporters sensed something, but none of them approached and annoyed the RKKA Air Force Commander-in-Chief with questions. After saying goodbye to the crowd, the first to approach the airplane was Godovikov. He appeared perplexed. When he saw me, he took the package, but he didn't seem to hear what I said about the flashlights. "Now you see it, now you don't," Godovikov uttered his favorite saying, and after shaking hands, started climbing into the airplane. 12. "Goodbye and good luck, Nikolai Nikolaevich," I shouted. Godovikov waved, turned back around, and disappeared into the fuselage. Then he suddenly appeared in the dark entry hatch doorway, and after shouting, "Farewell, Boris. Now you see it, now you don't," he finally vanished. That is how I remember my unhappy farewell with Godovikov. I believe that he was convinced of the unfortunate outcome of the flight. How the remaining crew members approached and said their goodbyes, I do not recall. The excited and happy Lovanovsky was the last one to climb into the aircraft. Bokhovatinov came to an agreement with the pilots that Kastanayev would take off and fly the aircraft for the first several hours. The concrete strip was cleared. Everyone dispersed from the aircraft. One after another the propellers began reluctantly to spin. Finally all 4 were working. Red Army soldiers ran up to the wheels and pulled out the chocks. The engines began to roar and the airplane rolled down the slope. It ran down the runway for an unbearably long time. It seemed like it had reached the forest before it tore away from the concrete. Kastanayev managed to take off at the very end of the runway. It was 6:15 p.m. Then someone who had timed it announced that the takeoff run lasted 37 seconds. The N-209 slowly rose up over the forest, leaving behind a smoke trail from the far right engine. After such constant stress we didn't know where to go or what to do with ourselves now. No one left the field. After a while Alksnis received the first radiogram. He read it aloud. RL. 13-1940. Crossed Mother Volga, cruising speed 205 km. Altitude 820 meters. I hear Moscow well on wavelength 32.8. All okay. Crew feels fine. Good radiogram, said Alksness. He took his son, who had been clinging to him, by the hand, and giving no further instructions, left the airfield. From Shchelkovo the primary N-209 ground crew staff went to the Air Force Communications Center located at the Central Airfield. Here, Nikolai Shalimov, Air Force Deputy Chief of Communications, was responsible for radio communications with the N-209. 30 sleepless hours still lay ahead of us before Lavanovsky's airplane was to land in Alaska. A festive reception awaited him in Fairbanks. I will not describe in detail everything that happened during those hours. In that regard there have been many publications concerning the subsequent fate of the N-209. 14. We tried not to bother the communications operators. In the middle of the following day, they showed Bokhofatynov a radiogram signed by Levchenko and Gokhovsky reporting the following. Latitude 87 degrees 55 minutes. Longitude 58 degrees. Flying over clouds, crossing fronts. Altitude 6,000. We have headwinds. All okay. Hardware operating excellently. Crew feels fine. 12:32. Bokhofatynov woke up the dozing Tates, and together they got out their slide rules and began to calculate how much fuel would be used if the entire route were flown at an altitude of 6,000 meters with a headwind. At 1:40 p.m. on August 13, the entire crew signed the last radiogram, the complete text of which was received in Moscow. We are flying over the pole. Going has been difficult. Constant heavy cloud cover since the middle of the Barents Sea. Altitude 6,000 meters, temperature minus 35 degrees Celsius. Cockpit windows covered with frost. Strong headwind. Report weather on other side of pole. All okay. When I heard that the temperature was minus 35 degrees Celsius, I shivered and began to consult with my comrades about the possibility of instruments failing and storage batteries cooling down. Shizhikov and Olshvang confirmed my apprehensions. In their opinion, ice plugs could form in the tubes of the pressure gauges, altimeters, speedometers, and fuel gauges. Our conversations were interrupted by a new radiogram, which the duty officer placed in front of Bokhofatynov. RL. 1432. Far right engine failed due to lubrication system malfunction. Flying on 3 engines. Altitude 4,600 with solid cloud cover. This was radiogram number 19. Who signed? Asked Bokhofatynov. Gokhovsky, answered the communicator. Someone requested that this be clarified, to inquire, but that no longer made sense. There was nothing we could do to help, except recommend that they go to a lower altitude. An altitude of 4,600 meters for 3 engines was the limit, provided the aircraft did not ice over. But icing was inevitable when the aircraft's body, cooled to minus 35 degrees Celsius, hit the moisture-saturated clouds. They needed to go as low as possible and thaw out. Bokhofatynov agreed to a descent to 2,000 meters. At that altitude, according to calculations, the lightened aircraft could hold out even on 2 engines. That advice was sent to Gokhovsky. Whether he received our radiogram still remains a mystery. Communications with the aircraft were broken off. Yakutsk, Cape Schmidt, and Alaska reported the reception on RL wave of broken, indecipherable messages. It was difficult to assess their authenticity. Several hours later, a certain emptiness fell upon Bokhofatynov and all of us. Even flight headquarters no longer needed us. It was up to the government commission and headquarters to organize the search and rescue of the crew if they were still alive. We went our separate ways on the morning of August 14. By that time, even all of the unrealistic time limits for flying to Alaska had run out. I slept around the clock and appeared at the factory intending to request leave to settle my academic debts. Instead of this, the deputy chief engineer, smiled and proposed, "I can give you another 24 hours to dry out some crusts of bread 15, but tomorrow we are receiving 3 polar expedition airplanes for repairs. They are going to fly search missions. Until we release them, the factory isn't going to release you." We really did have to switch over to a barracks-like situation. The chaotic days of organizing the search for the N209 crew had begun. On August 15, all the Central Soviet newspapers published the decision of the Government Commission on the deployment of search missions. As reported yesterday, the flight of hero of the Soviet Union Comrade S.A. Lovanovsky on the aircraft USSR N209 took place under very difficult atmospheric conditions. Due to high-altitude unbroken cloud cover, the aircraft had to fly at a very high altitude, as high as 6,000 meters. At 2:32 p.m. one of its engines failed and the aircraft had to descend to an altitude of 4,600 meters. Since that time no complete radiograms have been received from the aircraft. From the telegram excerpts we have received, it appears that the aircraft continued its course for some time. One can surmise that, forced to fly in the clouds, the aircraft might have been subjected to icing, which might have led to a forced landing on the ice. The ice conditions in the polar region and beyond it are comparatively favorable for such a landing. All polar radio stations are listening continuously on the aircraft's wavelength. Several times radio stations have heard activity on the wavelength of Comrade Lovanovsky's aircraft, but due to the weak signal they have been unable to receive anything authentic. The N209 crew has been provided with food stores for 1.5 months, as well as tents, sleeping bags, warm clothing, and firearms. Having discussed the situation, the Government Commission has undertaken a series of measures to render immediate aid. This aid has been organized in 2 areas in the eastern and western sectors of the Arctic. The following measures are being taken in the eastern sector from the Chukotka Peninsula. 1. The icebreaker Kherson, located at the shore of the Chukchi Sea, has been ordered to head immediately for Cape Schmidt, where the Glavs-Morput base is located, to take on board 3 aircraft with crews and fuel, and head to the area of Point Barrow in Alaska. From there, it is to go as far north as the ice will allow, where it will serve as a base. 2. The steamship Mikoyan, located in the Bering Sea, has been ordered to head for the Kherson with a full cargo of coal. 3. The 2-engine hydroplane USSR N2, piloted by Zhudkov, located in Nogayevo Bay, has been ordered to head immediately for Ulan and from there to the site of the Kherson. In the western sector, using the air base on Rudolph Island and Papenen's North Pole Station, the following instructions have been given. 1. Prepare for the departure of the 3 and 6 aircraft that had returned to Moscow from the pole. These aircraft, under the command of heroes of the Soviet Union Comrades Vodopyanov, Molokov, and Alexeyev, are heading for Rudolph Island and from there to the North Pole region. 2. Papenen's Polar Station, located on the 0 meridian at a latitude of 87 degrees 20 minutes, will be converted into an air base, the point of origination for flights. Fuel will be transported from Rudolph Island on the Ant-6 aircraft. Comrade Papenen responded to an inquiry by the Commission, stating that his field is completely intact and aircraft landings are possible. 3. Hero of the Soviet Union Comrade Golovin and pilot Grichinsky were given orders to fly the 2-engine USSR N206 and USSR N207 to Dixon Island and to be on call to fly to the north, to either western sector or the eastern sector of the Arctic, depending on the need. The entire network of radio and weather stations is continuing operation. 16. We prepared the 3 TB3s that had already been to the pole. I participated in their test flight. The last airplane was ferried to the Central Airfield on the day of the celebration of International Youth Day. Alexeyev piloted the plane. We flew low over Petrovsky Park and Tversky Street, filled with those commemorating the event, then turned back and landed at Katinksa. Shavilev commanded these 3 heavy airplanes. It was a month before they reached Rudolph Island. From there, after another 3 weeks, Vodopyanov made several fruitless flights to the center of the Arctic. The disappearance of the N209 was a tragedy that was widely reported in the world press. Dozens of proposals continued to pour into the authorities about how best to conduct the search. Enthusiasts and Arctic researchers from the United States and Canada participated actively in the searches for Lavanovsky and his crew. Through its embassy in the United States, the Soviet government financed the procurement of airplanes and expenditures for a search conducted from Alaska. American newspapers wrote that the scope of the measures taken to rescue the N-209 crew in terms of their dramatic nature and grand scale surpassed all historic precedent. In early 1938, searches for the N-209 were renewed from Alaska. In the spring, Moshkovsky, flying RTB-3, examined the icy expanses west of Franz Josef Land and between that archipelago and the North Pole. What more could have been done in those times? Streets, ships, schools, and technical institutes were named in honor of Lavanovsky, Kastanayev, and Godovikov. To this day, the Arctic has not given up its secret. Journalists, historians, and mere enthusiasts have conducted enterprising research into the possible causes and sites of the loss of N-209. In 1987, the management of the Moscow House of Scientists proposed that I chair a conference devoted to the 50th anniversary of the flight. The meeting proved to be very impressive. Presenting their own scenarios were pilot Nyuktikov, who tested the DBA, polar pilot Mazuruk, journalist Yuri Salnikov, who had gathered comprehensive materials concerning the flight, and aviation engineer Yakubovic, who recalculated the aircraft parameters under conditions of icing. Yakubovic calculated the N-209's flight range limit after the failure of the far-right engine. The detailed calculations showed that given an emergency free flight, it was possible on 3 engines to reach the nearest shore of Alaska. New hypotheses based on stories formerly told by Alaskan Eskimos who allegedly heard the noise of an aircraft, concurred with this. Salnikov, while in the United States, even took a trip to Alaska. No traces of the aircraft have ever been found on the shore and neighboring islands. If one assumes that the flight continued with slight deviations from the shortest route to dry land before the fuel ran out, then the aircraft sank in the coastal waters. I am still convinced that the scenario we discussed a week after takeoff is the most plausible. Having lost altitude, the aircraft quickly iced over. The icy coating could have weighed several tons. The aircraft's aerodynamics changed. The ice could have jammed the rudder and the aircraft could have become uncontrollable. Instead of a smooth descent, the aircraft began to fall rapidly. It is possible that incredible efforts at the very surface managed to correct the aircraft. During an attempt to land on wheels on the pack ice, the aircraft was damaged, and Gakovsky was injured or killed. Without a radio operator, they were unable to restore communications using the radio station in the tail section, even if someone in the crew had survived. If the aircraft had heavily iced over, it might have broken up while still in the air. I support the scenario that the catastrophe took place 1 to 2 hours after the last radiogram. Judging by the time this happened at a distance of 500 to 1,000 kilometers south of the pole in the American sector of the Arctic. In the spring of 1938, the sea currents and the direction of the ice drift were already well known. One could assert with great probability that if the aircraft did not sink when it crashed, then it was carried along with the ice toward Greenland and from there to the Atlantic Ocean. The unexpectedly rapid drift of the ice floe on which the polar station North Pole 1 was located confirmed this hypothesis. In February 1938, the 4 members of the Papanen expedition might have perished off the shores of Greenland if rescue ships had not managed to reach them in time. A detailed description of the searches for Lavanovsky during the period from August 13, 1937 until the end of 1938 is contained in U. P. Salnikov's book A Life Devoted to the Arctic. 17 In the Soviet press and radio broadcasts of 1937 to 38, the enthusiastic accounts of heroic feats by our pilots and polar explorers shared the spotlight with reports of uncovering hidden Trotskyists and other enemies of the people. During those years the majority of my acquaintances and I had no idea of the actual scale of the arrests. After the trial and execution of the officers headed by Tkaikevsky, the names of other enemies of the people were not officially reported. In October 1937, Tupolev, along with many of his closest collaborators, was arrested. In November 1937, Air Force Commander Alksnis, who had just been decorated and treated with much favor by Stalin, suddenly disappeared. After the rush jobs to prepare the rescue aircraft were over, I resumed my studies at the night school of the Moscow Power Engineering Institute. My night student classmates had not lost their sense of humor, and they recommended that I immediately go get lost in the ice on one of the search aircraft. Only dozens of years later did I become aware that it was only by pure chance that I did not share the fate of many repressed individuals that I knew. The operation of the NKVD apparatus at that time also had misfires. August 1937 has remained in my memory as the month of the tragic loss of the N209. Among the crew, the man I was most fond of was Godovikov. But over the month of the continuous joint preparation at the hot airfield, others had also become my good friends. The feat of Lovanovsky and his crew has remained forever in the history of Arctic flights. For the 1930s, the North Pole Scientific Research Station on the Arctic ice floe, the first transpolar flights from Moscow to the United States by the crews of Chkalov and Gromov, and Lovanovsky's flight ending in tragedy were great and heroic feats in the schema of history. 65 years after these flights, a group of experienced Russian test pilots decided to repeat the trans-Arctic routes of 1937. Honored USSR test pilot and hero of Russia Anatoly Nikolaevich Voher, with the support of the Air Force Command, obtained the permission of the Russian government for a flight by two Su-30 fighters from Moscow to the U.S. The flight range of the fighters was to have been ensured by in-flight refueling using an Il-78 tanker airplane. This would not have been a sensation for the 21st century, but proof of the fact that Russia still had aircraft technology and pilots who were prepared to take risks not for the sake of money and fame, but for the prestige of their country. But it turned out that such a flight could be spoiled in our time for ridiculous reasons. The US government did not object to 3 Russian military aircraft flying into its territory, but it could not guarantee the return of these aircraft to Russia. It turns out that the aircraft could be seized and handed over to a certain Swiss company called Noga. Since 1992, the Russian government had owed this company either $50 million or $70 million for the delivery of baby food. The governments in Russia had changed, and each one had verbally recognized the laws of the free market. But the debt, which exceeded $100 million when interest was factored in, had not been repaid because the budget did not contain a debit item to indemnify losses to companies that had suffered from the looting of budgetary money plunder which had gone unpunished. According to the decision of an international court of arbitration, Noga was granted the right to seize Russian state property to recoup its losses if this property was on the territory of a country that recognized the international arbitration decision. Thus, according to the laws of 2002, if 2 Su-30 fighters and an Il-78 tanker flew safely over the Arctic to the United States, they would be confiscated and handed over to the ownership of a baby food company. From the great and heroic to the ridiculous required not a single step, but 65 years. In accord with the 1937 curriculum at May, we took a compulsory course in philosophy. At the conclusion of the course they held departmental theoretical conferences. At one such conference I presented a report on the philosophical significance of Einstein's theory of relativity. My opponent was Germogen Pospelov, known as Sonny Boy. We never even got to the substance of the matter, having grappled at the very beginning with Hegel's renowned thesis, everything real is rational, and everything rational is real. After lambasting me from strictly materialistic positions, Sonny Boy cited another quotation from Hegel: in its development, the real is revealed as necessity. Hence, a conclusion was drawn which at that time was uncontestable, that being that everything our wise leader and teacher did was rational and necessary. I recall that we even argued about how rational and necessary it was to perform heroic feats in the Arctic and then secondarily demonstrate heroism by rescuing the primary heroes. After the reports that the search missions for the N209 had been terminated, the rumor circulated that Lovanovsky had not died at all, but had landed in either Norway or Sweden and asked for political asylum. In the atmosphere of terror and with the absence of trustworthy information, such rumors were natural. Many wanted very badly for the crew to be alive. The students were more open in their conversation in the evenings than at work. They teased, "You'd better start drying out bread crusts again. This time for your ties with Lavanovsky." To this day I cannot understand the logic of the NKVD. Almost the entire primary staff of the Tupolev KB workforce that had supported the triumphant flights of Chkalov and Gromov to the United States was repressed. Meanwhile, in spite of the glaring loss of the N209, not a single person from our Bokhovatinov KB collective was touched. During this same time, 2 engineers who had nothing to do with the Arctic project disappeared from teams subordinate to me in the Kostra. Both engineers, the Ovchinnikov brothers, had enjoyed deserved prestige in the design workforce. The elder Ivan Ovchinnikov was an electrical engineer. In addition to his qualification as a general industrial electrical engineer, he had also obtained qualification in avionics. He was considered the bane of the TSAGI electricians because he found many errors in their work and never passed up an opportunity to criticize them about this. When I came to Kostra as his boss, Ivan, being older and having more work experience, was extremely helpful to me. The younger Anatoly Ovchinnikov came to factory number 22 after graduating from the new Moscow Aviation Institute. The tall, dark-haired Anatoly, always elegantly attired and smiling benevolently, was an adornment to the male contingent of our team. In the summer of 1938, Katya and I rented a room in the dachas in Bukovka. One here we met Anatoly Ovchinnikov, who was staying in the neighborhood with his wife. This beautiful couple was simply adorable. Both Ovchinnikov brothers were arrested. The agent who searched their desks at work warned us, his co-workers, not to inquire about the fate of the arrested enemies of the people. Almost all of the old party members at the factory were arrested. To play it safe, the personnel department started to purge the entire workforce, thoroughly researching their questionnaires to look for any kind of blemish. Before being fired, each purged individual was called to the special room No. 16. There he was informed of the decision to dismiss him due to some suspicion of political unreliability. There were several hundred such suspects. Even the former saboteur Tarasovic revolted and announced that there was a saboteur in room number 16 who was taking away the factory's best personnel. And to everyone's surprise, somewhere at the top they listened to Tarasovic. The rumor passed through the factory that the fearsome inspector from that room was arrested. But before that happened, my wife Katya was summoned to room number 16. There they explained to her that during the years 1922 to 25, her father, Semyon Semenovich Golikin, had owned a garden plot in Zaraysk and had used hired labor. Because of this, he was deprived of his voting rights. But Semyon Semenovich had 2 sisters. Anna Semenovna Golikina became a famous sculptor, and upon the order of the Bolshevik Party, she had created a beautiful bust of Karl Marx. Alexandra Semenovna Golikina was well known in Zaraysk as an experienced physician's assistant. The fact was that Katya was raised not by her own mother, who was only 16 years older than her first daughter, but by her aunt, Alexandra Semenovna. According to the data of the Zaraysk office of the NKVD, right after the revolution Alexandra Semenovna recruited her brother into the anti-Lenin party of the Social Revolutionary, SR, Socialists, who defended the interests of the peasants. According to the logic of room number 16, that meant that Yekaterina Golikina had grown up in a family of SRS, a party that had been banned back in 1920. With that sort of genealogy, there was no place for Yekaterina Golikina at the largest aircraft factory in the nation. True, there were mitigating circumstances. Anna Semenovna Golikina, the natural sister of Katya's father, was a well-known Soviet-Russian sculptor. By decree of the Presidium of the USSR Central Executive Committee, all of her closest relatives had been granted personal pensions. This same decree had opened Anna Golikina's studio as a memorial museum in Moscow. The second mitigating circumstance was that Katya's husband, Boris Chertok, was a party member and esteemed inventor. By virtue of these good reasons she would not be fired, but to get out of harm's way they asked that she submit a statement of resignation of her own volition. Not wanting to get me, or anyone else who might stand up for her, involved in this incident, Katya wrote the statement without leaving room number 16. Among the thousands of incidents associated with the repressions, there was one with a happy ending, where the arrest saved a life. In July, Kerber had been removed from the N209 crew so that he could be arrested in August. After taking an abridged course in the infernal science of the Gulag Archipelago, he returned to his favorite work in Tupolev's collective. 2. By that time, the entire primary staff of the KB's workforce had been arrested along with their head, the world-famous Ant. 3. At the Tupolev Special Design Bureau 29, TSKB 29, on Gorokhovskaya Street, now called Radio Street, they set up a relatively comfortable special prison, with design halls and a factory for experimental designs, where the imprisoned specialists worked. Kerber wrote his memoirs about the life, work, and customs in the prison that they called the Sherishka. For in spite of all the tragic elements of the events described, Kerber's memoirs are overflowing with his characteristic optimism and sense of humor. 5. During the time of the Khrushchev thaw, when all the prisoners of the Sherishka were rehabilitated, I met with Kerber, who had come to see Korolev. After talking shop for a bit, we turned to our recollections of the N209. I asked Kerber what he thought about the fact that, in contrast to thousands of other repressed individuals, he should be thankful to the NKVD agents for arresting him in August 1937. If they had delayed this action, he, Kerber, would not have escaped an icy grave in the Arctic. He categorically disagreed with me. If I had flown, that would not have happened, stated Kerber so flatly that I stopped opening old wounds. In 1987, Kerber came to the Moscow House of Scientists for an evening devoted to the 50th anniversary of the flight and loss of the N209. Even 50 years later he remained of the same opinion. If he had flown, the flight would have ended successfully. In 1993, as I attended the funeral service of former radio operator, Dr. and Professor Leonid Lvovich Kerber, I thought about how self-assured he was, yet I still maintain the same opinion. He would not have been able to ensure the failure-free operation of one of the engines. The NKVD agents saved Kerber from death in the Arctic and thereby granted him an additional 56 years of life. That same August of 1937, Air Force Commander-in-Chief Alksnis was arrested. My meeting with him at the Shchelkovo airfield on August 12 was the last. The punitive agencies dealt swiftly and mercilessly with the Red Army's best command cadres. According to the official information of unclassified reference publications, Alksnis' life was cut short in 1938. In spite of his subsequent rehabilitation, no information has been reported as to the date or site of his shooting. Between 1929 and 1937, Soviet aviation made qualitative and quantitative leaps. Over a period of only 8 years, the following aircraft that attained a worldwide reputation were developed, put into series production, and accepted as standard armaments of the Air Force and civilian aviation: the TB-3, AN-6, SB, AN-40, DB-3, TSKB-30, TB-7, AN-42, and DBA, limited production, bombers, the R-5 and R-6 reconnaissance aircraft, the I-16, I-15, and I-153 fighters, and AU-2, Po-2, trainer. In addition, many aircraft were produced in only 1 or 2 prototypes without going into series production because the aviation industry lacked the capacity. Among these were the Ant-25, the Maxim Gorky, the TB-4, and many other aircraft that were epochal in terms of their outstanding parameters. All in all, the 1930s, which started with our aviation lagging far behind the level of achievement abroad, brought much fame to Soviet designers, and even more to Soviet pilots. The names Tukhachevsky and Alksnis influenced the adolescence of the chief designers' teams that ensured victory in World War II 7 years later. These were talented and visionary leaders who cared about the integrated and comprehensive development of an air fleet, who maintained close contact with the aircraft KBS and industry, and who did much to improve the combat training of pilots and the mastery of new fields of technology. Long before the appearance of missile launchers among the infantry troops, airplanes were armed with missiles. This was an unqualified contribution of the Air Force military leaders of those years. They were the first to appreciate the developments of the Leningrad-based gas dynamics laboratory and RNII. Airplanes received missile armaments 4 years before the infantry forces. By late 1937, our Air Force had 8,000 aircraft of all classes, including 2,400 heavy and high-speed bombers, more than half of which were produced by Factory No. 22. In Moscow, Kazan, Kubyshev, Voronezh, Komsomolsk-on-Amur, Gorky, Rybinsk, Kiev, and other cities, large aviation industry enterprises were built. Their status reflected the level of technical progress at that time. However, during the period when the Soviet Union really could have caught up with and passed by the industrially developed countries, mass repressions dealt a very heavy blow against scientific and technical progress. In this regard, I will speak one more time about the role of the individual in our history. Alexis was the first one, 5 years before the attack of Nazi Germany, who prophetically pointed out the danger of an aggressor's surprise attack on airfields at the very beginning of a military action in order to gain complete supremacy in the air. In 1936, Alexis wrote to People's Commissar Voroshilov, Air Force airfields are the primary target of an enemy air attack in the first hours of a war. The Germans proved Alexis' case, destroying our airplanes on our airfields in the very first hours of the war. Several thousand, to this day there are no precise numbers, of our airplanes were put out of commission in the first days of the war, while German losses were negligible. After this, cities, strategic centers, and infantry troops were left defenseless against German aviation, which gained absolute air supremacy without a fight. After Alexis' arrest, Alexander Dmitrievich Kolchinov was appointed Air Force Chief in December 1937. Until then he had commanded the Central Asian Military District. 2 years later, in November 1939, Yadv. Smushkevich, two-time hero of the Soviet Union, former aviation brigade commander, hero of the war in Spain, and veteran of battles on the Khalkhin-Gol River and the Karelian Isthmus, became head of the Air Force. Within his own narrow circle, Bokhovatinov, who regularly associated with high-ranking Air Force commanders, used to say, "There is an atmosphere of complete incomprehension, but a certain enlightenment is setting in." Smushkevich is a combat pilot with great prospects and a grasp of the future. It is interesting and useful to meet with him. The testimonials about Smushkevich that I and some of my co-workers heard from Bokhovatinov have been confirmed by the memoirs of Alexei Shukurin, who was appointed People's Commissar of the aviation industry in 1940. He wrote, "Among the many high-ranking aviation commanders that fate threw me together with, I never met a man who possessed such courage, such boldness of judgment, such charm, as Smushkevich." 6. Smushkevich bravely and persistently defended his opinion even in meetings with Stalin. In Shukurin's opinion, these meetings determined the program for the expansion of aircraft production that played a major role in the war. Smushkevich headed the Air Force for less than a year and was then executed. In the autumn of 1940, Pavel Vasilyevich Rykogov was appointed Chief of the Air Force. He was a fighter pilot and hero of the Soviet Union who also distinguished himself in battle in Spain, Lake Kazan, and in the war with Finland. 7. He had not finished flight school until the early 1930s and could not comprehend the diversity and complexity of problems facing the best aviation in the world on the eve of the war. That approximates what the respectable Air Force Academy professionate thought of their high-ranking chief. Rykogov met the same fate as the preceding Air Force chiefs. Finally, in April 1941, Pavel Fedorovich Zygarev was appointed Air Force Chief. He was the first commander-in-chief who had graduated from the N.E. Zhukovsky Air Force Academy. Before his appointment, he had been chief of the Air Force Directorate of Combat Training. The Stalinist leadership understood very well how critically important science was in maintaining the nation's economic and political sovereignty and ensuring the historical interests of its peoples. And yet it acted as if it were striving to prove that everything real is irrational. The intellectual advantage that the USSR had had up until 1937-38 gradually disappeared as a result of the extermination of the military intelligentsia's most progressive thinkers. This was one cause leading to the heavy military defeats that we suffered in 1941 and 1942. During the 3.5 years before the war, the Air Force had replaced 5 chiefs. Only Alksnis lasted longer than 5 years in that post. He alone had the opportunity to implement a specific strategic doctrine, remain in close contact with airplane designers, and know what to require from them. In the immediate period before World War II, there was virtually no one who had the sense of state responsibility required to seriously and competently consider and implement state policy regarding the most important types of weaponry. One after another, the military leaders of the Air Force were replaced, along with thousands of lower-ranking, experienced commanders, down to the commanders of aviation regiments and squadrons. After the death of Baranov, the arrests of Tupolev and Deputy People's Commissar Mikhail Kaganovich, and the mysterious suicide of Sergo Orjonikij, the rhythmic work of the factories became disorganized, and the development of new experimental and promising designs proceeded largely of its own accord, without strict monitoring by military contractors. Tupolev's TSKB-29 was now subordinate to Lavrenti Beria, and he, supposedly on Stalin's instructions, was dictating to the designers what aircraft they should develop. This process for managing the Tupolev collective is very vividly described in Kerber's memoirs concerning his work in the Shereshka, which I mentioned previously. The sad experience of the N209 flight demonstrated the necessity of reliable radio communication for aviation. The repression significantly weakened all of our communications technology and radio engineering. During the war with Finland, scandalous inadequacies had appeared in our communications equipment, despite our scientists' achievements in the field of radio engineering. At the beginning of World War II, we recognized how far behind the Germans we were in terms of our radio communications, both in general and with particular regard to aviation. Aircraft transceiver stations were complex and of poor quality. They primarily used short and medium wave ranges. Radio stations were installed only in squadron commanders' airplanes. For example, by January 1, 1940, in the Moscow military district, radio stations were installed in only 43 out of 583 fighter aircraft. The primary forms of communication in the air were signal flares and rocking the wings. Ground radio support systems for flying in difficult meteorological conditions and at night were just being developed. The lack of radio facilities on the ground and in the air during the first year of the war contributed to additional losses. In many cases, it was impossible to direct flights during air battles or guide aircraft back to their home airfield at night or in bad weather. Aircraft control via radio within a group, guidance from the ground, and elementary radio navigation did not appear until after the war had started. I am dwelling on this problem because I dealt directly with aviation radio communications during the war. In general assemblies of the Academy of Sciences, I often sit next to my comrade from my student years, academician Pospelov. While digging through old papers, I found his notes on the philosophy of Hegel. After returning them to their author 50 years later, I asked what he now thought on that subject. "It's all rubbish," replied Germogen Sergeyevich Pospelov, academician, general, and specialist in the design of artificial intelligence systems. Using an example from my biography, Germogen defined the problem of artificial intelligence in his own way. Our living intellect sprang from a chaos into which nature was trying to bring systemic order. We have not succeeded in creating artificial intelligence because we desire to exclude chance as the primary property of chaos and establish a strict, causal sequence in decision-making. At the same time, some chance incidents precipitating from a systemic conformity with law are fortunate. Remember 1937 when, after the loss of Lovanovsky, all of our classmates and I were convinced that you would be repressed. After all, you were the lead engineer for aircraft electrical equipment. According to NKVD logic back then you should have had to do time. This would not be chance, but conformity with law. The fact that they did not touch you and we are now peacefully conversing is indeed a chance incident that is characteristic of chaos. In the autumn of 1938, I became a full-time student and was completely freed from my industrial cares. The maze professors and instructors for the different career specialties had close ties with industry. The activity of many instructors was combined with scientific research work in industrial institutes and design bureaus. Our seminars and even our exams were sometimes like heated discussions. Professor Andrei Nikolaevich Larionov taught a course on special electric machines. At his direction, I completed a course project in which I designed an alternating current generator stimulated by permanent magnets. Larionov was the chief developer of the electric power plant for the Maxim Gorky, the largest aircraft in the world, which tragically crashed. Larionov's scientific interests far exceeded the limited framework of his academic course on special electric machines. His contractors from the Tupolev KB lived and worked on the same street where he lectured us. But since they were now prisoners, he no longer had access to them and there was no opportunity for collaboration with them. He dreamed of the further practical development of his ideas for using high-frequency, high-voltage, alternating current electric generators on airplanes. In me he discovered an ardent admirer of these ideas. I had not lost contact with Viktor Fedorovich Bokhovatinov, who spent the greater part of his time in Kazan after the loss of N209. He reassured me that I would always be assured of work in his experimental design bureau if I did not return to factory number 22. Bokhovatinov felt certain that his collective would be returned to Moscow or its immediate vicinity sometime in 1939. Our patrons, friends and compatriots at the Academy had not stopped working on the design for the new high-speed long-range bomber referred to as B. In spite of the change of authority, there was still a glimmer of hope in the People's Commissariat of Aviation Industry and in high-level military circles that the funds would be found for the development of a new heavy aircraft, especially since the Americans and the Brits were not just maintaining, but developing this area. Our patron, of course, was not an ordinary chief designer. Working in Kazan, he directed the diploma projects of my students and N.Yet. Zhukovsky Air Force Academy cadets. In so doing, he selected and proposed the most insane ideas. When I mentioned the alternating current, AC, system to him in passing, he lit up. A new idea. He guaranteed his support. Bokhovatinov always found time to listen to and discuss an innovative idea. I never heard him say, "Rubbish, nothing will come of that." No one ever approached him with rubbish. I assured Larionov that it would be possible to find funding to design an AC system for a heavy aircraft. As I set about this work, I asked him to be my diploma project advisor. He agreed, and we began to develop the generator. After that, it was like a fairy tale. In early 1939, Bokhovatinov really did return from Kazan. The entire KB settled down in Khimki at Factory No. 84. This factory had mastered the series production of two-engine transport aircraft under license from the American firm Douglas. Although the aircraft was a very precise copy of the Douglas DC-3, it was nevertheless called the Li-2, from the first two letters of the surname of B.P. Lisunov, who was the chief engineer at Factory No. 84. As soon as Bokhovatinov settled down at Khimki, I was included on his staff, working an abbreviated work week. I was tasked with developing the new bomber's entire system of AC electrical equipment. At that point the aircraft was in the most rudimentary form, but according to the design, it was supposed to become the farthest and highest flying, fastest and best armed bomber in the world. The Bokhovatinov KB did not take root at Factory No. 84. For a series production factory reproducing an American aircraft, the Bokhovatinov KB was an alien organization. Our patron did not like to wander the corridors of power and solicit elementary favors for his workforce. There where people elbowed their way around, it would have been easy for him to be forced out and shoved aside. When there were unexpected attacks from subordinates on the need to bring some matter or other to the attention of the People's Commissariat, he loved to cool off particularly enthusiastic individuals with sayings such as, "He who is in a hurry, let him hurry. But we will be working." Nevertheless, he got a decision through to build a new factory, number 293, next to Factory No. 84. And so, In Khimki we gained a new construction site, and Bokhafatinov became director and chief designer of factory number 293 of the People's Commissariat of Aviation Industry. The new site had previously been home to Photolet, an organization that did aerial photography. The design teams managed to barely fit into Photolet's modest wooden buildings, so they began construction of the experimental factory right next to them. The new factory had already begun to operate in early 1940. It is not in our power to see the future. Neither Bokhafatinov, nor we, his co-workers who had begun to work at the new factory number 293 construction site, could imagine that 20 years later, missile systems capable of reliably shooting down aircraft flying considerably higher and faster than the airplanes of our dreams would be produced on this same site. To all of the most recognized aviation technology designers, including enthusiasts of Bokhafatinov's most cutting-edge ideas, believed that missile flights were for those who dreamed of interplanetary journeys. Our task for the next 10 years was to use the propeller and internal combustion engine as effectively as possible. Getting down to our new work, I commandeered a small room in an old Photolet building and obtained the right to establish contracts for the development and supply of elements for an alternating current system for the future bomber. I selected the Electric Machine Laboratory of the V.I. Lenin All-Union Electrical Engineering Institute, VE, as my primary supplier. The laboratory's scientific director was academician Klavdiy Ippolitovich Shenfer, a world-class specialist in the field of electric machines. During our first meeting, he immediately appreciated both the problematic nature and the great potential of the subject. Shenfer refused to personally participate in the work, explaining that he was loaded down with research on asynchronous electric machines, but he proposed that I give a report for the youthful contingent of the laboratory. The laboratory engineers, especially machine designer Boris Dmitrievich Sadovsky and machine design specialist Titor Soroker, were very interested in my proposals. A year after our joint collaboration had begun, I was convinced that their creative input would give my fuzzy dream real definition. The laboratory collective developed generators, electric motors, dynamos, drive mechanisms in the form of reduction gears with built-in motors, remote switches, and many other devices. Looking from today's perspective at the system we conceived in 1938, one must admit that on the whole it was an interesting and absorbing technical adventure. We were faced with solving hundreds of very difficult technical problems, some of which to this day have yet to be satisfactorily realized. Having selected a triple-phase alternating current system with a frequency of 500 Hz and a voltage of 48 V, we spent a long time inventing stabilization methods. We devised and tested a voltage stabilizer relatively quickly. Frequency stabilization gave rise, so it seemed, to insurmountable difficulties. The generators were driven by aircraft engines, the RPMs of which varied over a very broad range. Given a nominal frequency of 500 Hz, the frequency of the current at the generator output had to be maintained with an error no greater than plus or minus 10 Hz. How were we to achieve this? We studied a multitude of ideas. We settled on a hydraulic converter, which, having a variable RPM rate to the input shaft, ensured a strictly constant rotation rate at the output. The most surprising aspect of this story was that primary prototypes of the main assemblies were not only designed, but also fabricated and tested in the laboratory. Soon my small workroom at Photolet was filled with the company's green cases. Their contents were articles made almost completely out of iron and copper. My neighbors on the other side of the wall were Alexey Mikhailovich Isayev and his team. Once after the latest batch of green cases was loaded into my room, Isayev dropped in on me and said, "Now I understand why the floor in our building is sagging. No two ways about it, we'll need a super heavy bomber to lift your new system into the air, but there won't be any room for bombs." By this time, Isayev had staffed his team with outstanding young engineers, which he called his Wunderkinder. Each had been given a nickname in place of name and surname, but none of us were offended. The spirit of creative enthusiasm enhanced with good helpings of optimism and humor spread from his design hall throughout all of Photolet. This jolly band was loaded down with continuous alterations of the I-fighter design. The mechanisms of the movable wing flaps of the S aircraft kept them even busier. This equipment was designed to reduce the wing surface after takeoff and increase acceleration. During landing, the flaps re-engaged to reduce the landing speed. The first S aircraft was manufactured in Kazan. During the flight tests, which were conducted at the Flight Research Institute, LEI, this short-range bomber piloted by test pilot Boris Kudrin reached a speed of 570 km/h. At that time, that was the speed limit for fighters. However, the flight tests showed that the paired engines and mechanized wing required extensive modifications. None of the series production factories wanted to get involved with the complexities entailed in the production of this aircraft. In late 1939, I finally sat down to draw up my diploma project. In the project I criticized the shortcomings of existing electric power supply systems and proposed a new promising AC system for heavy aircraft. My project's strong suit was its references to electrical machines developed per the author's specifications for the future system and photographs of the finished all-purpose electric drive mechanisms. My advisor, Professor Larionov, announced that he had read the project as though it were an engrossing novel. He said it was too bad that it was stamped secret. Such work deserved broad publication. Having defended my project and received my diploma with distinction, I nevertheless did not leave May. In the autumn of 1940, I was accepted in the postgraduate program without leaving production. At the recommendation of department head academician Viktor Sergeyevich Kolbakin, I was to present a course on aircraft special equipment at the night school during the 1940-41 academic year. I spent a great deal of time traveling the legs of a triangle, from my home on the Moscow River to factory number 293 in Khimki to May and Vey in Lefortovo. In April 1939, I became a father. Katya had not yet returned to work and had submerged herself in maternal cares, trying as much as possible to free me from domestic concerns. It is amazing, but at that time, for some reason, in spite of all the very difficult everyday conditions, there was enough time for everything. Having submerged myself in the problems of factory number 293, I discovered that our patron had created a special group of weapons experts who were working on purely mechanical remote control methods, despite his enthusiasm for the electric remote control of machine guns and guns using the slaving systems I had proposed. Young engineer Vasily Pavlovich Mishin stood out in this group. He developed something similar to a modern-day manipulator with a manual control. The gunner located under an airtight transparent dome was supposed to guide the gun or machine gun located several meters away using a purely mechanical manipulator. The kinematics of the remote manipulator were very clever. Mishin began his creative path with this work. He was the future compatriot of chief designer Sergei Pavlovich Korolev. They didn't manage to bring the manipulator developed in 1940 up to full standard. To compensate, the factory acquired several SHKAS aircraft machine guns and a pair of brand new SHVAK large caliber aircraft machine guns for future use. In the autumn of 1941, Mishin mounted them on swiveling gun carriages, which we hoisted onto an open rail car to ward off possible attacks by German aircraft during our relocation from Khimki to the Urals. Factory number 293 was located 3 kilometers from the Khimki railroad station. During the autumn and winter, we made our way to the factory on public transportation. The same familiar faces were always waiting in line for the bus. One time, a young man dressed in unseasonably light and natty attire appeared among the passengers. A stylish felt hat that did not cover his high forehead was jauntily perched on his large head. His open face shone with a barely perceptible smile. It seemed that the line and conversations on the bus did not distract him from his own private thoughts, which brought a smile to his face. I encountered this young man several times in our patron's reception area, and then he appeared in our photolet buildings. We found out that this was the new director of the mechanisms group, Alexander Yakovlevich Berezniak. 4 ISAF's wise guys had jealously protected their monopoly on the development of new mechanisms. One of them commented, "This Berzniak is a real enigma. He smiles like the Mona Lisa." The mystery surrounding the appearance of Berzniak in our circle was soon uncovered. Bokhovatinov had been the advisor for my student Berzniak's diploma project, which he had brilliantly defended in 1938. The project involved paired engines located in tandem on the fuselage, similar to the paired engines on our aircraft. Bokhovatinov decided to test the paired engine idea with the assistance of this talented student. Berzniak made many original suggestions for the design of the one-seat aircraft. One suggestion was evaporative cooling of the engines, whereby water was not circulated through radiators, but evaporated and vented into the atmosphere. The water supply was sufficient for 1 hour of flight. To reduce resistance, the fuselage had a modified windshield. The pilot was located under the glazing of the cockpit canopy, which was raised over the fuselage before landing. By design, the aircraft was capable of reaching a speed of 940 km/h at an altitude of around 7,000 meters. Such an aircraft could break the world speed record of 709 km/h. Every world record would then belong to Soviet aviation. The project was reported to Yakov Vladimirovich Smushkevich, who had just been appointed Deputy Chief Air Force Corps Commander. He had received personal instructions from People's Commissar of Defense Voroshilov to submit proposals on the possibility of a Soviet pilot breaking the world speed record in a Soviet aircraft. The Air Force Command consulted with Professor Vladimir Sergeyevich Pishno,